Good evening and welcome. Welcome to a Monday. How y'all doing? Hope you've had a good start to your week. Roller, my friend, welcome in. How you doing? Hit the road car, give them a snarl, then chop, then chop. Well, hopefully we do some chop chop today. So welcome back to Roadwarden.
My hamster is getting antsy. If we be adventurers, let us adventure.
An adventure we shall indeed. Is it not our job? Minsk to adventure. Okay, so where are we at? We are at day 12 of our 40 days. On our mission, we are AV, the Roadwarden, tasked with protecting the highways and helping the citizens of various small tribes and villages up here in the north. We are supposed to... Well, we have a secondary mission, which is to scout out as much of the north as possible and to make inroads for the trading partners for the Merchants Guild down south, who we are working for. We have got hundreds of quests currently active. The biggest one, I think, other than those two, is the fact that one of the towns or cities has got a plague. And the only way we are going to be able to cure this is by summoning some sort of magic force, some magic fruits from an ancient tree. We need to find special rocks imbued with power to sacrifice to this tree to get this magic fruit, and then a wise Healy sage person will apparently be able to use that power to get rid of the plague. But like I said, we have got loads of quests. We are in okay condition. We did have we had one night that we actually were out later than we needed to be, and we lost some vitality. We're at half vitality, which is not great. Our stocks are not good either. We have some food, a little bit of coin, but not where I want us to be, really. We've still got one of the major places, White Marshes, that we need to find that we haven't... Well, actually, have we got two? I think we have two. Gale Rocks and White Marshes we still haven't found. So this is a fresh morning. I don't think I need to eat. I don't know how many meals I have left with Foggy, the lovely innkeeper here. I have one more meal, so I think we'll skip getting a meal. I might eat some of our wild plants. Okay. Let's leave. We'll add a little bit of nourishment. Actually, we might fully eat. I'm feeling like... Hi, Summer. Welcome in. Happy New Year to you, darling. Thank you very much. It's lovely to see you. I appreciate you popping in and leaving a lurk. I hope you're doing well today. Having a good start to your week. Feeling a little bit better, I hope. Alright, so we can go up here. I wonder if I want to do this or go down here. Because they're probably in here. I reckon one of the places is up here and one of them is down here. This one means we're going to have some fun with some skilly bobs. So maybe we do the old tunnel early. It might mean that we have to end up coming back. Did I put... Oh, the question is, where are my fish? Going on your own adventure away from home. Safe journey home, Roller. Oh, Summer, thank you very much for the biddies. I appreciate it, darling. I do kind of want to find my fish. Let's see if I left it here. I did leave it here. Let's check if we got any fish. No, we don't. Okay, let's go here to the old tunnel. I think we can go straight past it. Gentle wind brushes your hair, listening to the whoos and rustling leaves makes you forget about your struggles. Oh, we can place one of the bronze rods here. You find a perfect spot, a small crack between two massive rocks. You use the rod to broaden it up just a little bit, then push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a rag. Okay, cool. Well, so we have got a mission from the Enchantress to place 8 copper rods around the whole of the north here. There are 2 spots in particular that she needs, but the other 6 we can kind of place at our discretion. The idea is to kind of extend the range of her, the use of her golems, because she needs to be near to them, but if she has these rods, apparently she can control them from afar. And it's the only mission we actually have which is going to pay us a decent amount of money, so we need money. Okay, so let's go to the animal pen, which is here. Go back to the large skeleton. I'll set a trap here. I consider putting a trap here. Where does as deep as the tunnel take me? Okay, I could tie the monster claws to a branch and construct a whip trap. Okay, let's do that. You could conveniently hide it next to the entrance. Once something runs into the trigger mechanism, it won't have much time to dodge the hit. Thanks to the tools you found, it won't take more than half an hour. You have enough claws, cords, and wood to build 2 whip traps in the entrance tunnel. Entire tunnel. Okay, let's do this. Once you're done, you take a look at the triggering cord. Getting hit with the monstrous claws could kill you on the spot. Okay. Let's leave the chamber. Good. What if we head to the stream? Deeper in the tunnel. Dining chamber. Let's go to the main tunnel. Oh. Dining chamber. Okay, let's put a trap here. I could break the barrels and cover the floor with slippery liquid. I could crush the monsters with a deadfall trap. That seems better for skeletons. You could hang the load of wooden planks and beams right above the entrance and make it collapse with the pull of a rope. You can't be sure if such moist wood will be effective at hurting anything. Even with the tools you found, it will take you more than an hour. You have enough supplies to build 2 deadfall traps in the entire time. Oh, okay, so we can do different types of... Okay, let's do it. Why am I too tired to safely build a trap? Put the triggering cord away from your usual path to avoid stumbling over it. If we do the main tunnel, we can put a trap here. Let's do another deadfall. I need 3 vitality. Oh my days. Let's do a whip trap. Unless the creatures have extraordinary reflexes, you doubt it could avoid the hit after it stumbles over the triggering cord. Thanks to the tools you found, it won't take more than half an hour. You have enough supplies to build 1 more whip trap. Okay. I go deep in the tunnel. So they come... Oh no, because they come through the stalactites, don't they? Let's try doing up a trap here. It would be easy to carve holes in the soggy planks and surround them with sticks. It should be enough to catch one's foot, even only for a few breaths. Since you already know where to find some decent wood, you can get this done in just a few minutes. Okay, well, that's the only thing we can do in there, because we can't do any more whip traps. Which is a shame. Well, we knew we could only do 2. I thought maybe we can use the stuff from the deadfall elsewhere, but obviously not. We are also too tired to do a deadfall, so okay. Once you're done, you observe the traps carefully, even in strong light. They're barely visible. Into the main tunnel. You can still see the light flickering at the end of the tunnel. Let's consider putting a trap. Okay, well, we're a bit close. Follow the tunnel north. The slow pace only makes the long tunnel more exhausting. I cut my hands around my mouth and let out a shout. Take a deep breath. Come in peace. The creatures don't scream or wail, and neither make threatening gestures nor cast angry glances. You hear only the rattle of their bones as they hit against the rocky floor. The empty eye sockets of the naked skulls reveal nothing. The 4 skeletons wear a few rags, and 2 of them still have scraps of flesh on their limbs. Their weapons are unconvincing, simple digging tools and spears tipped with rocks, but you notice the speed and confidence of their movement. The one in the back is holding a wooden lantern while the other one is carrying a fresh torch, but the group doesn't pay much attention to their steps. I run towards the door behind me. You run with confidence, making sure you have your equipment at hand. I run to the chamber with the stalactites. You jump over the foothold traps awkwardly, but the undead don't realise what's happening. After one of them sinks into the hollowed plank, the others come to a hole, helping you get out. It's your opportunity to act. Can't dodge a shot from my crossbow now. Okay, so let's shoot. Oh, where do I aim? Oh, can we shoot a stalactite above it? That sounds like a good idea. The undead has no time to escape. The massive spike pierces its skull and it reaches its thorax. Somehow, it still shuffles forward, giving you an empty yet hungry look. That's not what we did. I run into the dining chamber. You pull the cord and drop the beams and boards on an undead skull. The wet timber causes little more than a stagger, but gives you a few moments to act. I guess I reload my crossbow. You put all your strength into it, getting it done before the undead reach you. I leave the chamber. Oh, shit! Damn it, we double clicked. You manage to surprise it with your fierce attack and cutting off its arm with a confident thrust and step away, unable to swing your blade in such a limited space. The loose bones of the first undead scatter over the floor. Okay, so I think we've killed one. What did that say, Joe? You lead the undead to the short corridor. The door has no lock. You can't keep them away, but they have to enter one at a time. I use the opportunity to strike the closest one, then move back. Okay, that's what we did. You manage to surprise it with a fierce attack, cutting off its arm with confident thrust, then step away, unable to swing your blade in such a limited space. The loose bones of the first undead scatter over the floor. Okay, cool. So let's keep running. You jump over the triggering cord, but the undead doesn't even notice its presence. The powerful hit in the chest sends it back, and you hear a loud crack. Only 2 undead leave the corridor. I turn towards the street. The water splashes beneath your boots. I run up the tunnel. Don't I have more traps? I head back to the crossroads. You don't have much time. You can either leave the tunnel or enter a side corridor. If you choose the latter, you won't have the option to turn back. I run to the sleeping chamber. No, I run for the animal pen. Jump over the triggering cord away from the undead sight. The powerful hit in the chest sends it back and you hear a loud crack. You have hardly enough space to swing your weapon. I run to the skeleton of a beast. Oh, that's no good. Am I going to have more room over there? I'm ready. We'll just face the undead, I think. Yeah. With you and the skeletons have time to take your proper stance, filling the chambers with the thud of your boots and bones. With or without flesh, your target blocks and dodges, making you fight as if you're facing a human, not a bloodthirsty beast. While you swing your axe with strength, cutting through the bones isn't easy, especially when the enemy parries with its own tools. During the clash, you take a few hits, but you end up surrounded with crushed and detached bones, gasping for air. Yet victorious, your gamson stopped any cut it took, protecting your flesh. I'll decide what to do with the corpses after I leave the tunnel. Alright! Nice. We got the Skelly Labs! Mel, welcome in. How are you doing? Lovely to see you, darling. How has your day been today? Woo! Thank you very much for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate your continued support. Okay, let's go back as deep as we can. Let's follow. I wonder if these guys have got anything on them. Put away your light and sneak forward. The tunnel is quiet. Right, why am I putting my thing away? They did. Tried to get stuff done today. You can officially say it was productive. Awesome. We like a productive day. And now you can chill, right? On the rim world, I'll assume. I enter the dark chamber ahead. While the chamber is in shambles, you recognize its unusual furniture. The sharpened stakes, shield-like tables for crossbow users, empty spear axe. If necessary, it could be the last line of defense for guards and diggers, surrounding any beast or bandit determined enough to reach this end of the tunnel. You're in front of a massive double-leaf gate, taller than 2 humans made of bronze. You're not sure if a single shell can even move it. Did I find something? Did I find crossbows? I think I found one. I searched the room. Or did it just update? Maybe it just updated. While there's plenty of furniture to look under or push aside, the undead left little to no signs of their presence, as if they were idly standing for years. A small pile of candles and another much larger one of candle stumps don't explain why the walking corpses would use light. You grab a few of the candles for later. A half decent night's sleep. I had to get up for the school run this afternoon, but so not quite the 11 hours we had the night before. But we had a longer than planned nap this evening, so we're feeling refreshed. And I don't really have to get up early tomorrow. I'm not collecting the boys tomorrow. We're going to do some gaming together when they finish school, so I can get up slightly later. I could get up really late if I wanted. I could get up at like 3 and just roll out in my pyjamas and start gaming once they get home, so that's a win. I don't have to leave the house till I go back to boring, rubbish work. Ugh, I don't want to go back to work. But it's a short week. I've only got 3 shifts, so that's good. And it's stock take, so hopefully I won't have to get involved in that. You should be done pretty much by the time I get in. So just normal work, but after nearly a week off, it's going to be... I hate that shithole as well, so... So yeah. We'll see. We'll get a decent sleep tonight. But we can stay up extra late if we so wish. We'll see how long my throat holds out. Done like 15 hours of reading in the last 2 days, so... Might not do another 8 or 9 or 10. Okay, let's take a look at the gates. It's made of sheets held by thick bars. The pictures impressed on the surface portray fishes and their catch, sea monsters covered with nets, falling harpies, and working diggers. While it's doubtful it's made of a material worthy of turning into blades, it's priceless. You look through the keyhole, observing the continued path in the clear sky with ease. Despite the cobwebs, you take a deep breath of fresh air, then put 4 fingers inside. Oh, I'm too weak to push aside such a huge gate. That's sad. Into the tunnel. Crossroads. Can I shift? Nothing to do. Cave of stalactites, dining room, main tunnel. Deep as I can. Oh, okay, this takes us all the way back there. Fine. We're just going back to 30. 30 snorts in boredom, then paws the ground. What time are we at? Oh my days, we spent a long time in there. Maybe the right time to take care of the corpses. Picking up the bones won't take you much time, but the funeral traditions are rather demanding. You'll need to chop and gather enough wood to form a big pile somewhere down the hill. Of course, the orthodox approach is not the only one possible. Whoever those creatures used to be, they deserve proper parting rites. It may take me 3 hours or so, but I'll let them rest on a pyre. I'll spend an hour and a half breaking and crushing the bones and spread them around. In half an hour, I'll pick up all the bones and throw them around the hills. Let the wolves and deer do the work. Interesting. I feel like we should probably do the proper thing. Not leave as much time. Oh dear. Bushmiller. After spending a few more minutes in the darkness, you bring the 3 sacks filled with human remains to a small, regrowing clearing. You put on gloves, prepare some tools, and collect wood from the thicket in the tunnel, crudely splitting branches and logs. Covered with sweat, soil, and the scent of smoke, you observe the head-high flames. The bones are sticking out of the wood like hedgehogs' quills and crack from the heat loudly. I should wash my hands. Birdie is observing the short grass with little enthusiasm. Okay, we need to seek shelter. How far can we get? Foggies. Always fucking foggies. It'll wash. Grass in the animal pen has managed to grow back a bit, which your mount welcomes with droopy, relaxed ears. The tavern's windows and doors are open, and a bunch of furs are spread over the fence. We're fighting bugs, says the shorter man when he sees your look. The present scent of chamomile coming from the unusually clean cauldron. Foggy is resting on a chair, observing you with a single open eye. She welcomes you with a gentle nod. We don't have anything else we can do with her. I guess we're just going to sleep. How many rations do I have left? 2. 2 rations or a queen? I guess we'll use the queen. We still have a meal, I think, don't we? I forgot to eat before dealing with those skeletons. That was a bit naughty. Oh, nothing happened last night. Interesting. Listening to the guards. Oh, yes, of course. I'd like something to eat, Foggy. She stretches out her arm and grabs a bowl. Give me a moment. You sit down at the clean table. After a moment, the keeper brings you boar offals, a couple of carrots, and a freshly cold cup of water. We have no more prepaid meals. Gonna love this. Bug, welcome in. How are you doing, gorgeous? Lovely to see you. How was... I assume you got home safely. So you are finally home. How much earlier did you leave work? Okay, other than our hygiene, our Gamon needs, we're in good vitality. Okay, let's go. How long until... Oh, we can do the hunt today. Maybe we'll do the hunt today. Have you ever met Erastus the Trapper? They exchange looks as Savvy adjusts his dark cloak. We don't hunt all that much, just catch birds and so on. Why don't you try the creeks? Driving 35 miles an hour, it took an hour and a half to get home. Oh, really? Oh, it really came down, didn't it? It usually takes you an hour to get home, so that's not horrendous. Isn't your journey usually an hour, give or take? This is why you left early when you did. Well, it snowed for all of about 15 to 20 minutes here, and none of it stuck. And it stopped. But yeah, I'm glad you're home safe, baby. Oh, okay, fine. I mean, you usually drive 150 miles an hour anyway, so that's probably correct. Over all the bumpy bits. So I decided to throw car trash in my outside bin. Okay. The story is getting thrilling. So when I did, I accidentally tossed in my keys. What a penis. Because you are short. Yes. Because height depends whether you let go of those held on car keys when throwing things into a bin. Definitely. Short on brains. Was it that I can picture the comical scene now? You reaching into your bin, and because you're short, you topple forward and go headfirst into your bin with your little legs sticking out the bin, and someone had to come and rescue you. You had to dive in, and you in the bin rolled in the snow. Oh my god, you're so embarrassing. You're so lucky your son was. You have to make an absolute mountain out of every molehill, don't you? Such an attention seeker. I know you love the snow, but bins don't really like the snow. You don't need to roll around in the snow with the bins. Alright, we're going to do this bird hunt. That's so bug. It's just so bug. You are, yeah. It's like Ish that's always injured. Only Bond could get herself in that situation. Alright. I have everything that I need. Let's hunt while it's still early. In classes hands, then we're going. Idiot, take care of the horse. He nods towards the man with one hand. I think we negotiated some good money for this if we don't die. Ian puts proudly a rope and bag on his shoulders. What? Ian puts proudly. Doesn't really make sense. Ian puts proudly a rope and bag on his shoulders while Savvy shoves everything under his black cloak. They gather by the gate and mock their companion as he toddles towards the lake with an empty bucket. I'll grab whatever may be of use from my bags and scratch Ferdy's neck. You are home with no injuries. That does set you aside from Ish. The gentle wind is swinging the willow's twigs. 1, maybe 2 more years and their tips will pierce the brook's surface. The statue stands in all its glory, observing the road and those who use it. A nice thing, isn't it? Ian thunders behind you. It's older than our home. What did you say, Chips and Savvy? Do you have such things by Hoverland on the roads? Carrying your belongings on your own is surprisingly tiring, and you make noises with every turn. We do, but they're old from before the war. Not really. The statues of humans are seen as a sign of pride. A few, but I haven't paid much attention to them. I think we'll just say they're from before the war. He makes a satisfied grin. The war has ruined everything, hasn't it? All the monuments and places and temples and slave owners. Poor, poor northerners. After a short chuckle, the larger man goes on. What sort of statues used to be there? All sorts of important figures, heroes of rights tablets, local champions, famous adventurers. People make sculptures to honour themselves, to make themselves remembered after their passing. They mark places of importance or spots where an important event happened. They don't portray actual people. Hey Kieran, welcome in, how you doing? Happy Monday to you, I hope you're doing well. Let's go with all sorts of important figures. Savvy smirks. How about you put those dragons into building homes for the families of those champions, or taking care of the old folks of those adventurers? Bet they're not as important as cold rock on a half-forgotten road. The absent eyes of the statues have nothing to add. It was me who got rid of those bushes, you know. Savvy narrows his eyes, but speaks with a cheerful tone. Ah, and I thought a beast ate the leaves, but there are no paw prints around it, eh? I don't think anyone on the coast is going to kneel before it, adds the large man, though I guess it does look nicer now. Do you know who this is? Nah, Ian is more focused on the fish breaking through the surface of the lake. It's old and the woman is a stranger. I heard no stories of it. My ma could. Happy birthday! Whose birthday is it? Not my birthday. Oh, Kieran, is it your birthday today? Excuse me. Let's move on. Aye, let's not linger, says Ian as he walks down the road. We move forward. Dun dun. The valley seems especially peaceful today. A couple of lizards are resting on the rocks, basking with no worries. Ian points east to the large bird at the edge of the horizon, which freezes in the middle of a step, turns its orange head in your direction. See? Time to get ready. What planet are you on? I said I hope you had a good day. Happy Monday. What's the plan? Well, avoid the beak and the legs and the trample. He pauses, inspecting the loop at the end of his rope. And don't hurt it if you don't have to. We don't want it to be a bother. Yeah, snow in your ears, That listening thing of yours. Ah, very merry on birthday to you. Savvy jauntily drops his belongings in the middle of the road and jumps into place, rhythmically breathing. After he takes off his black cloak, he reveals a set of fancy clothes made of black leather. Clothes of a sneaky adventurer. It charges like a moron. Be nimble, that's all. 1 or 2 ropes on the neck and we're halfway home. But don't let it pass you by, eh? I'll stay alive, and you'll do the rest. Should I also take a rope? I can throw at the bird and pull once it gets behind me. I pat my crossbow and nod towards the shorter guy. How about you play the bait? I'll keep aiming and if anything goes wrong, I'll put the bird down. As far as the eye can see, and only one will survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. It could be the ultimate showdown. 3 men and a birdie. She could have trash in her area, you're not wrong. She does like gum. Maybe she's got some of her gum in her area. Should I also take a rope? I can throw at the bird and pull once it gets behind me. I don't know, friend, says Ian. Roping ain't easy. Don't be too reckless. We don't have magic on our hands. We can't buy another Roadwarden, adds his companion, so don't make this a bad trade for us. I wait for them to get to the sides of the valley, then approach the bird. It's taller than 30, with wide breast and long, thick, partially feathered legs that could easily trample your chest. Its thighs are thick and powerful. The pointy beak could swallow your entire forearm. Your steps are getting slower. I look around nervously. Are the foresters in position? I need to calm myself down. I focus on my breath. I try to speak confidently. How's it going? Can you just maybe wait patiently in place so my companions could nicely tie you up? Once we get you to the pen with us, you'll have all the rats and pigeons you could eat. I beat my chest with a fist and let out a shout. I won't die to some stupid bird. Okay. We will calm ourselves and focus on my breath. Put your right hand on your chest, noticing it's raising and falling as the air moves through your nose. You can't take your eyes away from the creature's overwhelming posture, but as your breath remains deep and slow, you don't feel afraid, just ready to defend yourself. Soon the bird is surrounded by your group, and the pond behind it blocks its path of escape. Once it realizes that, it speeds up, charging in your direction. I'll take a good look at the monster. This doesn't seem like a time to take a good look at a monster, right? We're being charged at by the monster. I'm just going to stand here and have a look at it. It's tall, wide, with a massive head. Its feathers are torn by the wind. They are vividly brown, white, and creamy, longer than your handspan, coating the creature like a cape. Its steps are heavy and deliberate. The neck, as long as the limb, keeps moving around, sometimes staring at you with but a single black pupil surrounded by deep orange. The light grey beak resembles the leaves of the local plants. The tip is curved, pointy, and in no way smooth. It carries dozens of grooves, maybe a sign of old age, or maybe a trace of hundreds of hunts. I try to find its weak spot. It's just a huge duck. A shower might be a good idea after rolling around in the trash. Good shout, Bug. You've just had a nice hot shower. Today is a shower day. Anyone else have any shower stories? I tried to find its weak spot. It's just a huge duck. We found the duck we were looking for you, Mel. A respectable opponent. I may be forced to kill it after all. Well, I don't want to kill it. Am I even ready to face it? I'll try and find a weak spot. It waits no more. It raises its head and makes a long, piercing screech which fills up the entire valley. The feathers on its neck are shaking, but also waving, moved by the muscles. Then it flaps its wings and lunges forward, still shouting, charging at you with full force. Well, we need to try and contain it. We're not running away. I'm a Roadwarden! I think we should meet it head on. We've got good vitality. This would have been a good time to eat. We probably should have thought of that. Can I eat? Is this the time to eat? It does. Nice. We've eaten our wild plants. It's much easier for you to overcome physical struggles. Huzzah! So we're in the middle of like reading something in a cave and we're like, no, you can't eat right now. You're in the tavern talking to someone. But as we're being charged down by a massive bird, we have time to eat 2 handfuls of berries and nuts. But that it should, I guess, help with something like this. I held my ground, make a quick dodge, then grapple the bird. The giant feet are pounding the ground with every leap scuffing up the clouds of leaves and sand. It lowers its long neck, pointing it at you like one would a spear. You wait to duck at the very last moment. In the blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell to its large chest. Too large for you to wrap your arms around it. You try to avoid the massive legs, but the monster turns out to be as confused as you are, making an angry screech and trying to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that it only helps your companions. So it's heading east. I'm going to try and rope it. The creature pays attention to your movements, and once the rope flies towards it, it steps away, then moves into a charge. Preparing the rope for the next attempt will take some time, but will also put you in a vulnerable position. Let's try the grapple roll again. You wait to duck at the very last moment. In the blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell. Oh, we did that. That's... Oh, hang on. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that only helps your companions. That's when the loop lands on its neck, tightening quickly. Savvy shouts cheerfully. The bird remains silent, maybe already out of breath. But then it dashes forward so fast you can't help but step back. It either doesn't understand the danger involved in moving in its situation, or it doesn't care about it. It runs forward, trying to flee. It makes 2, 5 jumps. You hear Ian swear. Without looking at him, you know that he let go of the rope. Ah, what a prick. Okay, I need to stop the bird before it runs away. I grab the loose rope and pull with all my strength. I stand in its way. Once it gets closer, I try to catch it. I have to block its path and hope I won't get trampled to death. I have to shoot it with a crossbow, it's my only chance. I may not be able to stop it, but I can charge at it with an axe. Better dead than gone. I can't face the beast. Oh, we get a new option. The beast is not in control. I am. I gather all my strength and stand in its way. I need to stop the bird before it runs away. I grab the loose rope and pull with all my strength. AV versus bird. I am in control. You confidently dash forward, knowing that the bird won't escape if it decides to fight you. It needs to ignore you and count for the best. You dodge its strike, then catch the bird's wing with both your hands. The harsh touch of feathers means nothing. Your focus on your firm stance. It takes but a breath. The bird runs forward, but you turn it around, making it plunge into the ground. It tries to get back on its feet, but the rope around its neck is already hindering its movements. After Zabby ropes it with yet another loop, the battle is over. I stretch out and dust off my hands. Easy. First try. Let's go. The bird keeps trying to find a way out, but with little luck. Once it regains a bit of strength, it charges at you, but after just 2 leaps, it gets stopped by the second rope. It regains its voice, screeching at its tormentors, but there's something more hidden behind its previous threat and anger. Maybe pain, maybe contempt. Damn good job, thunders the inn. He points at your shield. Nice idea taking this. You dazed the shit out of it. His companion nods with a grin. I don't have a shield. What's he talking about? Shag me, I missed my throw with the rope, adds Savvy loudly, gasping for a breath after a long run. Then he keeps smiling with pride. At least the second try worked out. The bird is damn ours, and that's all that matters. I smile. Good teamwork. Teamwork makes the dream work. Aye, you deserve your coins. Ian taps his pouch, but doesn't pull out any dragons. Let's move on. The sooner we get back, the better. The other forager lets you know that he's ready. The runner is still far away, held on a taut rope. I gather my belongings and lead the men north, chit-chatting about our hunt. Every few minutes the runner tries to get away, and even though it's exhausted, you have to move slowly, paying attention to its steps. The foragers seem to know what they're doing, and at no point you feel threatened by the creature. You keep looking around, but the other beasts seem to stay away. At one point you notice a blue wolf among the shorter grasses, but it only observes you in silence, standing on all paws if it's ready to run away. Your anxious companions fall quiet, but you keep moving forward. In the middle of your journey, you think about Ferdy. During your stroll, everything seems taller, and the creatures you pass by feel more real, as if they are no longer just shadows for you to leave behind. Being on the road without it feels lonely. I feel vulnerable, as if I'm inviting predators to chase me. What matters even more is that I don't have most of my stuff. I'm unprepared for any threats. I'm lonely. I need my horse. Oh yeah, 8 coins. Let's go. We got some money. Foggy observes you from the top of the stairs, with the hand resting on her stomach. Well done, dear. She grins at the sight of the runner. Tether it close to the water, love. She looks at you. Be nice and head to the creeks today or tomorrow, will you? Tell Afron we're coming and to give you a bone for this message. She glances at the man with one hand as he scowls at the beast. Before she enters the door, she smiles at her son. Once you're done, wash your hands and come for dinner. Tell me everything. Tethering the creature to a beam takes you a few minutes. Ian's gasping for air, leaning on his knees, and while Savvy keeps his posture straight, his red face betrays him. Well, says the tall man, I have your dragons here. Thanks for your work, friend. The ring-shaped bones are covered in his sweat. Ew. Ferdy is drinking from the lake. What time is it? It's fucking well early. Can I go today or tomorrow? Oh, I can go today. Cool. I approach the foragers. I was asked to news about the call bird to the creeks. Cool. Tavern. I wonder if she trusts me at all. Well, now we have a few more coins. Let's at least buy 4 meals in advance. Okay. Let's go. Where did my thing go? This is the creeks, right? Yeah, we need to use creeks. Oh no, it's here that our fish is. Right. See if the fish trap has any luck. Wah wah, no fish today. Let's go to the creeks. Eli and Ephron are on the bridge discussing something as they look at the flowing clear stream. They welcome you politely and ask you about your day. I have some good news for you. I helped the boys from Foggy's catch a large bird that will soon be brought here. While you try to stay to the point, Ephron is full of energy. He asks about every detail, from the animal's size to the way it acted in combat. Your brief answers are met with shouts echoed by silent bounces of the wolf's head. It was a brave venture. I'm glad they didn't try it without you. Ela gestures for the hunter to drop it. Thank you for giving us time to prepare. I was also told to ask for one dragon bone. Aye, of course, the carpenter looks around. Pay for the messenger, just give me a minute. He scurries away as quickly as his thick legs allow him. We don't carry dragons with us, the hunter explains. So how large is the beak? Something like this? He demonstrates the size with his hands and for another few minutes showers you with questions. Finally, the dragon bone finds its place in your hand. I'll get to the preparation soon, concludes Ela, gasping for air and leaning against the railing, while Ephron lops away, apparently to prepare the animal pen, as there's no time to waste. The carpenter invites you to follow him to his working station. Pagos is suffering from plague. The village is isolating itself from outsiders. He freezes, puts away his tools, and looks at you with wide eyes. Wait for a bit, will you? Without waiting for your response, he springs up and knocks down a few planks as he lurches away, asking his neighbours to call the entire tribe. People surround you asking what's going on, and once the news spreads, you answer dozens of questions, though most of what you have to say could be summed up with, I'm not sure. Aside from the worried faces, there are also more pragmatic ones. Hunters mention that they won't be able to deliver their autumn pelts, while one of the farmers wonders about her cousin. She was always so pious, she says with an accent you remember from old Pagos. May the right reward her prayers, or else. After some time, the crowd pays you little attention, and Ela leads you back to his workshop. They and I will discuss this later, he says with an absent voice, and sits down and glances at his neighbours. I'd like to place this rod somewhere high. It belongs to Idokia, the enchantress. He grabs the rod and looks at it with caution. I wouldn't call her our friend exactly. You'd do better selling this, swinging it left and right like a club. He tells you to wait. It can't be just my decision. I'm gonna ask the others, at least a few of them. You rest at a table and observe how the man approaches various souls and exchanges a few words with them. It takes him so long, you manage to get bored enough to indulge a little girl who'd like to pet Ferdy. The man returns without the rod. Well, my tribe calls you a fair soul. He smiles and wipes the sweat off his forehead. We'll put it at the watchtower. There aren't that many birds that would steal something of this size. Sweet! That's the second one done. Okay. Be serious now, Ela. I need to know what happened to Asterion. Asterion. He springs up, still holding his tools and demonstrating his threatening physique, and raises his voice. I am serious. I don't know. He looks behind him and even takes a step back, but with every few gestures, his breath gets a bit slower. He said there's something of great value hidden in the wilderness, Roadwarden. A treasure, I think, and that treasure would change the north. He rubs his forearms, but there is still tension in his shell. He needed help we couldn't give him, and told us to prepare for Glaucia and her bandits to come for supplies. He paid for them up front, but she never came, neither did he. When he sits down again, he doesn't look at you. I never saw him like that before. He was tired and worried, friend. His words lack confidence. It may very well be that someone caught him, but we weren't part of this. Now please, let it be. Okay. Right, we're having a bloody wash, because we stink. Alright. There are no official plans to bother you. Sweet. We're a little bit less smelly. Let's speak to Ephron, because we found one of the other hunters. He's sitting beneath the watchtower, observing the area, playing with the wolf's head. As you get closer, he spares you a polite smile. Good to see you in one piece, traveller. I literally just saw you. Have you ever had an opportunity to work with Aristos from the Howler's Dell and Cassia from Gale Rocks? Do they know their trade? Aye, with both of them, but I'd rather hunt for frogs than waste my time teaching them both how not to trip over their own feet. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you're waiting for him to tell you more. What, surprised? He finally adds. Aristos barely knows how to catch a rabbit or a sparrow, and he's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick is a soldier. And Cassia is even worse, big mouth sure, but whenever we seek blades at Gale Rocks to help us catch big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. About the hunters. Something bad happened to Vashel. I'm pretty sure all three of them are dead. Well, because we've found two of them and they are both dead. So he keeps chipping in until you tell him to listen to the end. He respects your wish, that he frowns so much that you wonder if he can see you. So you don't really know what happened, just that their shell was in the woods. He gives you a long look but finally nods. Any evidence? I took this earring from their shell. He observes it for a few moments and lets out a sigh. So you did. They made this when they were but a little kid and told me that once they had a child they would never wear such ugly things. Their words. He lowers his fist, then looks towards the entrance of the village. I mean, it's not such a bad trinket. I trust Vashel's judgment here. Thanks for the help, friend. After these words, Ephron is unusually quiet. Okay, so we still need to find evidence of Admon. Probably dead. I was wondering about Ela. Ooh, he's talking to us. He scratches the wolf head, then nods. He's boring, you know that. And he hides a lot behind those smiles of his. He spends days in the workshop thinking we may be both as weak as we are now and smart enough to prosper. There's work to be done, he mimics in the carpenter's cadence. Aye, there always is. You are to ask about the weakness, but he gives you no time to speak. There's almost no folks from the older generations left, did you notice? Foggy and Old Harver are the only two still capable of doing work, but they aren't getting any younger and are already wounded. You think about the tavern keeper's lost arm. We were always lacking in numbers, blades, tools and skills. The beast took many soul, but Ela won't talk about it. He'd rather forget them and tie this place to the other villages, making us merchants and rotten carpenters. He adjusts his cloak, boiling from frustration. Then risk the lives of the younger tribesfolk on training and hunting. We've suffered so much, yet we're becoming even weaker. He calms himself down with silence. I think that's about all we can get from him. I walk away. Have a good hunting. Let's go speak to old Hava. She's standing next to the stream speaking with another farmer who leaves her once you get closer. I need supplies. I'm not buying another fish trap. I'm not buying a chicken either. Okay. What are we looking at? We are 7 hours. That's quite a bit of time. Where can we travel? We are here. Hang on a sec. Where? I need to check. We've done... How many rods have we done? 2 or 3? Where is my journal? Quests. We've done 2, right? Bronze rods. I'm meant to place the bronze rods high places across the peninsula, which will allow Idika's sentinels to reach new parts of land and collect valuable resources. It's crucial that one of the rods be placed in white marshes. I still have to place a rod in white marshes. I placed the rod in village creeks, and I placed the rod at the entrance of the old tunnel in the north. Okay, I have only placed 2, so we do still need to find white marshes. So, let's travel. How far away is this travel? I don't know. Well, this is an hour, so let's do this. The detour is not as smooth as the main road. A wagon could make it through, but even so, you have to squeeze between some narrow corridors, hoping no beast is going to jump at you from a ledge. You walk, leading your mount, with an axe in your hand. In the middle of the road, after reaching one of the higher hills, you take a glance ahead. Even from here, you see the sun reflecting from the ocean. But there's also a pillar of smoke coming from the distant west. There may be a volcano somewhere behind the horizon, but you can't tell if it's part of the peninsula or maybe yet stranger land. Once you get to the other side of the mountain, you find the northern entrance to the tunnel, blocked by the bronze gate you saw from the inside. In the sunlight, it's not as towering. Unlocking the tower would take me a lot of time. Tunnel. It would, apparently. Aha. You get a good look at the village from a distant hill. It's torn between taming the crags and succumbing to the whims. Their whims. The grey boulders are like rotting teeth of a giant, sprinkled around by an ancient spirit. The carved cave mouths are covered with wooden doors. There are only a few windows, and you can only imagine how dark and cold the gouged out rooms have to be. The buildings and walls, made of logs or stone blocks, must be much younger than the caves. The impressive, whitewashed keep standing on the top of the hill in the west could just as well have been built in a city. Smoke rises from both sides of the wild river. You see many busy souls as they go about moving tools, food, and some timber over the bridge. Your arrival at the eastern gate causes some curious glances, but the only person who approaches you is a man who is sitting at a table, discussing something with a few elders. He's carrying a crossbow on his back and a long rusty knife at his side, but doesn't reach for them. It must be a guard. I just smoked. Excuse me. The man has to be older than 40. He wears an elegant blue-green linen tunic, but no armor. His skin is yellowish, like seaweed seen through a sunbeam. His long grey hair is tied in a ponytail, and his beard is trimmed to half a finger of length. A few large cysts make him look sickly, but his powerful, truculent voice voice adds to him strength and confidence. Cheers, stranger, you've reached the Gale Rocks, you did. He observes your mount, then looks at the path behind you. I see no caravan from here. Are they coming? He suddenly meets your eyes, and his tone gets even harsher. Or are you here to idle about? How rude. I listen to the nearby conversations. You have to get used to some of the local words and phrases that you've only heard coming from the mouths of the oldest city folk. The vast similarities of the tongue of Hovalan only make these differences more distracting. I think these are the people we're supposed to be funny with, right? Don't worry, friend, I have things to do and I won't bother anyone. I go wildly now, I'll just show you some tricks and I'm on my way. You know, second yolks in your eggs, images in fire, that sort of stuff. These weren't the people we're supposed to be funny with. He looks at you in silence, pursing his lips. Right. I won't let inside any tricksters, drifters, or adventurers. He speaks with a growing disgust. Neither here, he points behind him, nor there. He nods towards the western gate. Better turn back before the night catches you. Wait a moment. I introduce myself. Another Roadwarden? Are all them parents in the south too dumb to teach their kids how to keep their fingers in their own pots? He shakes his head with exaggerated motions and looks at the elders at the table. A Roadwarden? See that? Trying to cut the conversation short, you lead Ferdy inside, but you're stopped right away. Leave it by the walls until it's nightfall, right? We ain't cleaning our roads for any drifters. Don't worry, we'll keep an eye on it. Friendly bunch. You tether your horse to the stems of a shrub, and the man nods with approval, then turns around. Can you tell me anything about this village? He stops in place and glances at your booths. Right. We fish, we salt fish, we sell fish. Our brave ones trade barrels for whatever we can get at other villages, but, he shrugs, not much else to it, you see. Life here is slow. Without another word, he returns to the group of elders, where he helps one of them remove bones from their meal. You go to... Or you go to... I was meant to speak with Cassia for Dalit. Finding her takes quite a few minutes. The other guards claim that she's patrolling the grounds around the village, but you find her sitting in the western wall. Once she sees you, she straightens up, greeting you with spread arms. An outsider in our delightful village? Her shouts make you stop long before you reach her. And how can I be of service? Do you need help with bloodthirsty beasts? Are the treacherous bandits chasing after you? Have you lost the taste for life? Her sudden laughter makes the pigeons fly away. Speak, speak! Daylight heard you'd like to be a huntress. Oops. Splendid! As long as you can promise we'll head for Portia for a filling dinner first, I'm ready to leave first thing in the morning. Her voice remains loud, adding to her confident gestures and cheerful stance. She's wearing a decent gamson, but it's lazily put on, without tightening the straps and cords, matching her loose, dirty, short hair. She's large, both tall and wide, but has a prominent stomach. The only weapon she's carrying is a club longer than your arm, and she swings it with enthusiasm. Her dark yellow eyes are as large as dragon bones, but you can't read much from them. Tell me about your talents. And where am I to start? She raises her club above her head. I can crush, I can smash, I can catch, I can dispatch. She takes a wild swing and steps forward. I tore out a first harpy's head when I was 8. Bare hands. She shows you her open palm, twice the size of most humans. Troll hand, sister called me, until she hits the air between the two of you. Are you... Fighting is one thing, but the wilderness takes cunning. You catch the glimpse of her hesitation when she narrows her eyes, but she soon returns to her loud self. Are you this eager to hear the tales of my deeds? Want me to tell you how I lifted the curse blocking the mountain trail? Or how I led all them Saurians away from up here? Without me, this place, she kicks the wall next to her, would have fallen long ago. Are you not satisfied with living here? Great home, great people, she assures you. Great fish and salt. But the beasts, the space to grow? She moves her right hand in front of her eye, holding the thumb and the index finger just slightly spread apart. Tiny. Before I ask you to go anywhere, I want to hear what your tribe has to say about you. Suddenly, she looks down and clears her throat, then points at you with her weapon. You ain't saying you don't believe me, do you, stranger? Before you respond, she bursts out laughter. Bursts into laughter. I guess so. We're a busy tribe. I better not hear you're causing trouble around here. Cheers! She says the last few words while being turned away, heading up towards the top of the nearest hill. She seems like a lazy bitch. The shouted commands of overseers make you look around anxiously. You go to... Maybe there are some locals looking for a match in the village. Glad you got home safe, Roller! And welcome back. While the vast majority of the locals see this place as their home, and even feel indebted to the families and neighbours for looking after them, Parler seeks a different path. He isn't even 20, but trained to work on the beach. Is strong, slim, and a bit loud. I can even hunt fish, if that's the only work left, he admits when asked about his plans for the future. Just not here, not after all them neighbours turn a blind eye towards my harpy of a mother. He reveals the scars on his back left by willow witches. You mention religion, and he shrugs without a second thought. I can do whatever, barring wicked spells. You make sure he means necromancy and blood magic. Right. All I want is a companion for the mornings and evenings, a woman with a kind soul, and if good winds allow it, to be the mother of our children. I'm ready to work for them till I faint. Flexes his muscles. I'll gauge my arm for that. Mariner is a few years older, but shorter and pale, and with the dark circles under her eyes. While she hopes to find a wife or a husband, she won't leave the village. I have a 6-year-old. His father went to the fogs and a foraging trip. I'd love to have more kids, but my forebears have been living in this village for longer than anyone can tell, and I'd rather not make our blood too thick. You ask about what sort of trait she's looking for. Someone kind, loyal, serious, and diligent, no matter if they're a water carrier or an artisan. My own back is weak, It is. Suffers after standing for long hours. I help with fish smoking, cleaning and foraging. Whatever there is to do. When asked about her convictions, she looks at you as if the question is beyond absurd. I won't lie with a lad or lass that's a stranger to rights teaching. See, I think Timo would be a good match for Paulus. I don't think Shoshi is a good match for Mariner, though, right? Because doesn't Shoshi just want a woman that she can have an open relationship with? Have I got... Can I active... Where is matchmaking? Timo, he looks for a hard-working man who'd like to marry her according to the traditions of her ancestors, then either move in with her or take up a new home. Paolo seeks a new home, so that works, and is willing to work hard to help his future wife take care of their children. So I think they fit. Mariner seeks someone willing to move in with her and her son, but only interested in rights followers. Shoshi from Creeks is looking for a safe, slow life with a woman who lives in another village and is interested in keeping their relationship open. I don't know. Is Creeks the rights followers? I don't know if they are. I guess we can tell them about each other, right? It is complicated, right? I've got to think about matchmaking. The duties of a Roadwarden. Bloody matchmaking. I guess we could tell. I don't think there's anywhere else we need to go. I mean, no offense, but we've probably met like, what, 20 people in total? How many... I'm just going to say, I'm not going to say it, it just sounds horrible. It's wrong. It's not wrong, but it's just going to come off wrong. We're not good with the words. I'll shut up. I'm going to tell pals what I've learned about Timo from Howlers. I don't know much about ships, I just watch them sail. Exactly. I don't know much about women, I just watch them wiggle. Is that what you're saying, Roller? He asks you a few additional questions, some of which are centered around Timo's face and figure, and spoken with embarrassment, then flashes you a wide smile. Right, she sounds dreamy. If she's in, I'm in. Let me know what she thinks about me. Alright, cool. Well, I'll tell Mariner what I've learned about Soshi. She looks around nervously and her voice is low and hesitant. An open relationship? As if, seeing her blush, you nod. Our forebears wouldn't encourage such a way of living. Does she pray? When you mention that her village in general seems not put much importance on matters of faith, she seems to lose hope. Is she pretty at all? She says without meeting your eyes. You try to answer some more specific questions, making her interest suddenly grow. If she is really looking for a safe, slow days, ask her if she's willing to abandon this weird wish. Tell her. She pauses, then straightens up and speaks with confidence, as if you're reciting an old story. Tell her this, outsider. You can find love of soul and shell with me, and a new path free of empty cravings. You won't ever look back and regret it. Okay, well, I like this. This is a compromise. Okay, there is nothing wrong with saying, hey, this is how relationships work, right? Compromise. Sure, as long as you don't go shagging anyone else, then I'll put up with you. Sounds great. If I do I'm looking for someone, it's going to make me do that. Who am I looking for here? Where am I? Gale Rocks. See, I like that this is in here, but it's also a bit of a pain. It's making me do stuff. I want... Is it... It's not Quintus, is it? No. Orentus? No. Larson. Who's in charge of this place? We always see Casterion. He's gone. Howlersdale, Pagos. We still need to find the White Marshes. They're the necromancers. Bandit, Foggy. Why don't I know who's in charge here? Yeah, we'll get to the gatekeeper, don't worry. The guard you met when you first arrived at the village is leaning against the wall, observing both the gates and your mount. Whenever Ferdy snorts, the gatekeeper reaches for his axe. He sighs when he notices your gaze. What? In most settlements, people are much more hospitable. He gives you an irritated glance and stares into the river. Most settlements have fewer memories of getting robbed by drifters or wasting their time on good-for-nothing adventurers. All of them free souls think they have the right to our patience and care, as if they're some saviours of ours, each one of them. Well, we've been beating this land for centuries, with Right's help and the patience of our forebearers, and if anyone wants our respect, they'd better work for it. When you notice that getting away with theft must not be an easy task, he answers slowly. Don't get any weird ideas, outsider. It's easy to disappear in the hills, or at the crossroads. We've got to be vigilant, more than our allies, the stonecutters at Old Pagos. They can let themselves be more open to strangers. They have neighbours, gentler roads, and less of a wall to defend. I encountered undead in the tunnel south from here. Right, they almost got my wife, they did, when she tried to check out the locked passage. We stay away from there, but talk to our digger. She's there with her toys. He steps away from the wall and looks at the nearest table, where an elderly woman is putting together a humble structure from wooden building blocks. Okay, well, we can talk to Digger, that's good. Have you heard about the plague that has fallen upon Old Pagos? The plague? His voice is close to a shout, and a few people glance towards the two of you. The guard grows pale. Better take it to our headwoman, Warden. We're planning on trade with them, we were. Awesome. Were you ever working with Cassia? He stops you with an annoyed grunt. What did she do this time? Getting no answer, he waves it off. Right. I gave her orders sometimes, but she's a tough rock and won't get polished easy. More often than not, she's the first one to run away, saying she'll get to the others. Give me a break. Have you been bothered by bandits in recent seasons? Deals off. What do you mean, bandits? That useless group of soldiers already faced them half a year ago. Ain't you heard in Hoverland? They killed and got killed. He shrugs, as if there's nothing more to add. But you try to push him harder, sharing some of the gathered rumours. Glaucia and her group? You're wrong. She's from here. She wouldn't bother us, or our neighbours. She's just one of the lost free folk. Couldn't force herself to come back here after the events that can't be changed now. She's just hunting for treasures in the ruins, trading. That's where she gets her stuff and coins. Okay. It's going to make me do it again, isn't it? I'm looking for someone. It's a bit annoying that it doesn't pop up here. I have to archive. Headwoman and digger. Fine. I mean, it's interesting that it switches us up between villages and events. Sometimes it's asking you to actually put in a name of something or an action to do, which I suppose is quite a nice change. It is an interesting change between just choosing from options available to you, but it only seems to catalogue people once you actually know what their name is, which I suppose kind of makes sense, right? Until you've met them, until you kind of trust them. I don't know. I don't know who else is here, so. The locals explain that the centuries-old caves need little work, and the humble fixes they put on the walls and sheds are taken care of whenever such needs arises. After a few minutes of chatting, one of the children leads you to an elderly woman responsible for looking after the condition of them buildings. The digger called Luno, already wrinkled, grey-haired, and slightly stooped. So does she come up now in our journal? No. Does she come up in groups and places? Now it does, Luno. Okay, right. She's sitting at the eastern gate, placing tiny building blocks on the table, raising a tall tower without making it collapse. Her hands are steady and precise. Her large eyes blink so rarely that you want to rub your own. She spares you a look and leans back, resting against the wall, then crosses her arms and critically observes her toys. Cheers, stranger. I have time. What can you tell me about Cassia? Ain't she one of the guards? I don't bother with kids' problems. She looks forward and makes a telling nod. Speak with Tatius there. He trains with every fighter in our tribes, he does. Tatius. I'll fucking write this down so I don't have to keep searching through the archives. The archives only go as far as well, so it depends how much. Was it Tatius and Headwoman? Excuse me. I'd like to know more about the tunnel that leads through the mountain in the south. It's older than any human soul, it is, but not ancient. Those who dug through the mountains were still around when I was but a small lass. The village saved everything it got from the trade for more than a generation to bring the bronze gate from Hoveland here. The pickaxes and all them tools and nails. It has a single long corridor that reaches from one end to the other and a few chambers on both sides, where travellers used to spend the night if they were desperate enough. Don't try it without a group of guards now. Monsters also love deep caves, and the days are getting colder. How come it's locked in the first place? It depends on who you ask. Let's just say that a great turmoil happened 10 years ago, right? The settlements grew further apart, traded less, keeping a garrison of fighters and builders at the tunnel were little value. We had to put greater trust in our own work, not in the caravans. Once again foraging, cutting trees and farming. With time, more and more beasts gathered around the tunnel, getting used to seeing no pushback. I wonder if that big beast was what it was. She looks at an old plank that's been resting behind her stool. She compresses its thickness with her toys, then reaches for a gouge and a handsaw. It was 3 years back when a few traders of ours went missing. Our searching group found the gate locked from the inside. They tried to check it, but left the place when they saw moving shells, dead and fleshless. We've decided to clean it someday in the future, maybe hire a group of strangers to take the risk upon themselves. She glances at you. But so far, none have reached our village. She wants me to open the tunnel. That's fine, I can do that. It was full of creepers. I was told you're the one who looks after the local construction works. That's pretty much it, right? She glances at the spread wooden blocks. Every few springs or summers I gather a crew to build something new. Or rather replace an old hovel with something fresh. But most of the days I just make sure that roofs don't fall on our heads, and that the cribbing in the caves ain't too moist. Then the coopers help me, or a bunch of officials. She gives your axe a long look, then reaches for a much smaller hatchet and shaves one of her toys slightly, narrowing it. For centuries there's been merely one digger at a time, and this custom serves us well, it does. A digger is an unusual name for your trade. And what would be a usual name in the city? A builder? After you shrug, Luno grasps one of her wooden blocks like a dagger. Our forebears used to dig in rocks, widening the caves. It was a name with great honor behind it. When I look around, she does so as to prove the point. It reminds me of our long path. From hiding to thriving and on the surface. She can't hide her smile. Did your crew build that keep on the hill? It must have taken you many years. She looks in its direction. The whitewashed walls make it look brighter than many clouds. We started when I was only a teen, still learning from the previous digger. Her voice is full of pride. There used to be a humble watchtower there with tents around it. Now we can all stay locked inside its thick walls, but also shoot arrows from the wall, roof and windows. You ask her if the keep has ever been used by the locals in combat, and she suddenly grows disheartened. You would be surprised, you would. There are tales of dragons, pirates and bandits, but all of those happened before the war. Those lands were different, though. I can't say exactly how. I'm with the merchants. Do you have enough building materials for your needs? What's a Roadwarden? A place where murder hobos gather. Apparently, we're a hobo. Better ask the Coopers. They struggle with timber. The good thing about digging in the hills is that we always have enough stone. Our rocks are crude, but we don't need to sculpt, just pile them on. She turns a few building blocks into a small wall. I'm looking for someone. What did she just say, Coopers? The Coopers and Carpenters in general have their space at the edge of the village, separated from the saltery with a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, which are then swept into a pile and moved to the smokehouse. You walk between the forward workers while the last one, a young woman with an apologetic smile, leaves the thatched door. She's wearing a heavy, worn robe, half brown, half yellow, covered with dust and wood chips, and carries under her arm a stack of willow withies. Withies? Two small seashells in many shades of orange are hanging from her ears. Stranger, we need space here. I was hoping to learn a bit about your work. I'm from Hovelan. With a sigh of relief, she approaches an unfinished barrel, whose staves are getting pressed together with dense cage of weaved withies. In the city, the Coopers would use old iron hoops, which would take less than a 20th of the labour. She drops her deliveries and touches your shoulder with a large, strong hand. So the guild wants to speak trade again. Very well. Alright, very well. Let me show you around. I'm Domitia, the head carpenter, I guess. She states with hesitation, and one of her workers mockingly snorts. Your guide laughs in response. Shag an eel, idiot. Her small crew laughs as well. I smile as well. Her teeth are mostly yellow but straight. My predecessor lost his eyes to a harpy a few days back, so I'm new to this role. But don't worry, I know what I'm doing. She confidently straightens up. Right, we have two types of work, barrels and everything else. On good days, we make a barrel. On bad days, we fail. She laughs, but that's fine. We can always get it done after a good sleep. She goes into greater detail, and your eyes start to wander between the benches, pieces of cut wood, mallets, axes, and shaving tools. Noticing this, she nods towards the other workers. When the barrels are resting or bending, we do other things, but only for our own farmers, builders, and fishers. Navici is the most experienced of us, so she makes paddles, right? Responsible tasks. The tiny woman she puts at... Oh, for fuck's sake. The tiny woman she points at doesn't even raise her eyes. We sometimes make furniture, we do, but merely when something breaks. Is Navika someone? Navika. Is it going to let me select? It's probably not. So then barrels... So, I'll sound like them now. So the barrels are the most important. Do you have enough wood for them? Not really. We use oak, beech, and pine, but staves have to rest for 3 years, sometimes 2, sometimes 4. Every day I bring 14 staves and 2 headers here, and we replace them with new ones. We're careful with what we have. It's hard to plan years ahead. She gives you a warm smile. You need to talk about it with my neighbours first, but maybe the guild would like to provide us with timber. We'd rather barter than lock the coins in the keep, you see. The guild won't move wood from their own stalls so far up the north, but they may help you set up a new hamlet or find you a partner who lives closer to Hag Hills. Kicks for the kickstands. Welcome back, Bug! The old lady. Right. It would need to be someone outside the peninsula. Here everyone cuts only for themselves, they do. Even those gestures from the creeks. We used to have a camp of lumberjacks, but now our warehouse gets emptier every day. For a bit you discuss with her the value of a wagon filled with logs or planks, but the discussion leaves your area of expertise quickly. You simply promise to get the message to the merchants, and Demetia wishes you a safe journey. I take one more look around and leave the workshop. So let's go and talk. Should we go and talk to that head crafty person? I don't know if Navika's going to say anything of worth. We'll save the headswoman for last. Navika is the best boat maker in the north, says a young boy with a proud posture. Come, I'll take you to her, even though we were just there. The carpenters have their space at the edge of the village, separated from the saltery with a stone wall that catches the shavings before they reach the fish, and which are then swept into a pile and moved to the house. Okay, yeah, we've done that. Do we need to put saltery down? Although that's not a person, is it? Maybe we can just put salty person. I mean, the head woman might tell. But these are a bunch of grumpy motherfuckers here. The tiny woman keeps her distance from the other workers, partially because of the many bits and pieces she needs constantly at hand, as well as logs, steamed planks, and a boat keel only a few steps away from her. She must be at least 40, older than any other woodworker in sight. Her light brown hair is in a ponytail, letting her work, and the simple tunic and pants made of hemp in 3 shades of red have short sleeves and legs. What? Her light brown hair is in a ponytail, letting her work. Oh, okay, fine. Her light brown hair is in a ponytail, letting her work, and the simple tunic and pants, made of hemp and in 3 shades of red, have short sleeves and legs. That's a lot of commas. Her tan skin is like dark honey. She glances at you from afar and turns away, cutting some sort of log without pause, as if hoping you won't notice her. The massive broad axe, made of fine steel, looks even larger as it's resting on her back, and it's engraved with the shape of a toothed eel twisting into a spiral. The kid leaves you alone and you're standing in silence. We've got that ring that we've got's got a fish on it, so hopefully we'll sell it for good here. Did you miss anything good? No, we've been just trying to navigate this new village, talking to a few people. We're talking to the crafters now, the carpenters, the boat worker. We were talking to the digger, who is like the construction person. We still need to speak to the headswoman, so that will probably give us a lot more of an information dump. I've heard you make boats. What a statement. Yep, I make boats. She doesn't raise her eyes. I walk away. Brilliant. What if you met her now, so we don't have to? I'm looking for someone. How about saltery? Ah, okay, that does work. Sweet. This village is full of rudeness. While fish are being smoked at any fireplace you find, the dedicated smokehouse is at the edge. Saltery? Why are they smoking? Doesn't make sense. I thought saltery would be where you make the salt, not where you smoke the fish. Okay. While the fish are being smoked at any fireplace you find, the dedicated smokehouse is at the edge of the village, close to the saltery. Oh, okay. But far enough to save the locals from the some of its smell. You exchange a few words with the workers, learning that salting takes place mainly during the night time after the fresh fish arrive, and the smoking occurs all day long, above torched shavings, without much supervision. Smoked fish stay fresh for longer than you think, unless you take them outside. Then the rotting starts after merely a few days, so we only sell them to the closer villages. Salted fish last for seasons, but you'll have to rinse them rightly in a stream or they'll burn your mouth with all them salt. True story. As you observe the workers, most of whom seem either old, tiny, or hindered by past wounds, you notice how stiff their fingers seem to be, covered with cuts, making you wonder how much salt gets into even the slightest of scratches. Ouch! Ooh, that doesn't sound nice. Yet they talk with ease, spending most of their hours gathered in the square, chatting face to face without care, saying not a word about the smell and sight of the scaled, gutted, and bone creatures that surround them. You ask about the prices of their barrels of fish and the way they are transported, learning that flour and other supplies are worth more to the locals than dragon bones. After a few minutes, you exchange goodbyes, trying to memorize the details useful for the city guild. While there are always fresh fish available in Hoverland, having a secure supply of preserved meat would be worth many coins during stormy or frozen days. So what if I put smokehouse in? Is it just going to give the same thing? Pretty much the same thing. Okay. Let's... Who do I want? Tatius, who trained Cassius. The outer armory is right next to the eastern gate, but you are left behind it through a fence gate. But you are led behind it through a fence gate to the training ground. You are introduced to Tatius, a muscular man who's walking in his pants, displaying his muscular chest and arms, tanned and hairy, and his dusty, dirty feet. His teenage pupils, gathered on the trampled ground, also wear no boots and wear old, torn tunics, with marks of blood and scratches both on their clothes and skin. The man is looking through a few toy weapons gathered in a barrel, a wooden sword, a few spears with their tips wrapped in rags, and similar-looking clubs. After your arrival, the man throws a spear to one of the younger kids and tells the others to get to him like mad boars, and soon after you hear painful thud and cheerful laughter. He then offers you vivid red cherries, maybe the last ones this season. He may be just over 30 years old, yet his wide shoulders, unusual height, and straight posture make even his kindest words sound like a threat. Do you need something from me, Roadwarden? He's like the politest person we've met. Smokery is where you get angry. I'm looking for better equipment. That's not what I'm looking for. I wanted to speak to you about Cassius. You came to the wrong village. We don't sell anything we've stored at our armory. We need all these things for ourselves. When you mention dragon bones, he looks away at the fighting kids and orders them to divide into two teams, letting the assaulted spearmen rest for a bit. And what am I to do with dragons? Buy blades? He chuckles while Fake is loud and moves his chest up and down. After you insist that he may want to think if there's nothing for an axe user such as yourself to find here, he puffs out his cheeks, thinking as he exhales. You know what? Come take a look. And you, he looks at the team, a few minutes of rest, don't lose any eyes. You go back to the armory's door, and after a few breaths, the man shows you a kite shield, so large it could cover half of your shell with ease. It's a gift we received, but we don't use such a shape. It's too weird for us. You can buy it if you wish, or maybe you'd like to grab some quarrels if you have a crossbow. We have enough of those. Oh, we could do with a shield. The shield that magically appeared in a different encounter, even though we don't have it. And we could do with more quarrels, because I think we used all of our crossbow bolts. A 1. Streaming's not stressful. What are you talking about? 4 for a shield. We're not used to using it in combat, though. Do I want to get a shield? Do I want to use 6 of my 9? I should get some more of these. Yeah, sure, whatever. There we are. Did you use to instruct Cassia? What does it say about my shield? A wooden shield covered with decorative leather attached to the surface with steel rivets. Okay. This should sell well here. Sweet, sweet mail. What? Ah, I love Dilbert. Have you seen the animated series of Dilbert? It's one of my favourites. I love that boss. He is bloody hilarious. What are these? Oh, my copper rods. Alright. Did you use to instruct Cassia? He starts to stretch his arms, giving himself a few breaths before he replies. I don't know what you want from her, but you do better looking for another pair of arms. When necessary, I can put her to use, but she won't listen to an outsider, no matter the coins. Okay. A harpy is certainly dangerously low above the village. The guards are running around trying to keep up with it, while the children are being told to hide indoors. Let's talk to Headswoman. Headwoman. There we are. Oh, you sweet unknowing male. Whatever. You overemphasize everything. I have no expectations, no. Expectations are put on by yourself, not by anyone else. You imagine or believe there are expectations. Reality is, you serve only yourself, you are number one. You do what you want to do in a stream. The only time... It's not a sweet thought, it's true. Like, the only time you need to make expectations or follow expectations or believe that there are expectations in stream if it is your job and your income and you need to get something from it. There are expectations, but there's nothing that says you have to do anything that they say. That is a case of you being able to not say no. You do realise that you can't please everyone, right? If you do something that someone tells you to do, you do realise there is going to be someone else that doesn't want you to do that. It is a physical impossibility to keep everyone happy and to please everyone. So there are no expectations. You can say no, or you can ignore them, or you can just state, quite frankly, that this is my stream, and if they would like to do something else or think they could do it better, they are more than welcome to start up streaming and do it themselves. Right, I mean, some people can expect 1,000 viewers, but why do they expect 1,000 viewers? I mean, sure, they can be unrealistic in what they want. Would I like 1,000 viewers? Sure, I'm sure they would be great to have 1,000 viewers and everything that comes with it. But you don't magically get 1,000 viewers. Just like you don't earn money from doing nothing. You can't learn or get by in a job without learning things. You can't go through school without learning. You can't harvest crops without planting seeds. Everything requires work and everything is proportionate. You very well could have someone that expects 1,000 viewers, but they're not being realistic. Oh yeah, I know you're a cheerleader. Of course you'd rather be in here because it's me. But there aren't any expectations other than the ones that you put on yourself when it comes to streaming. Unless, like I said, you are using it as your main source of income and you need to stream. That is a very different mentality that you have to have. But we have no one that's in that situation that we know of, and you certainly are not in that situation. Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. I'll allow you to stay and be one of my viewers. That's slightly better, other than the fact that still implies that you believe that you should be fulfilling the expectations of others, which is worse than having expectations of yourself. Well, you know, only a very select few that I allow into my streams. You have been granted permission to stay. And you can stay for free. I mean, what more can I offer you? Such generosity. Okay. No one expects you to play a game when you stream. And I'm fairly sure you don't even expect you to play a game when you stream. You just want to gas, which is perfectly fine. Your stream is what you want it to be, and if you want it to be something different, then you are the only person that has the power to change it. But with great power comes great responsibilities. No expectations, we just had this. No karaoke either. We don't do karaoke here. A head woman is in the keeps as a young basket weaver with legs too short and thin for her to stand on. But she's not very patient with strangers, she's not. Or with loud neighbours. There's basket weavers. Do I need to talk to a basket weaver? I don't know. This town is making me work. Obviously it's not a thing. You thank her with a nod and head to the hill on the western bank, walking past the big kitchen. We should probably find a tavern as well. The steep path leads you through an open, unguarded gate. As you look around the yard, you notice a few pigeons running around, keenly observed by a pet griffon tied to a wooden beam. Some drying underwear hanging from a rope, a spiked flail leaning against the wall carelessly, and a knocked over bucket lying in a puddle of water. The place may be messy, but it's not impaired in its function. Preparing it for defences wouldn't take longer than a few minutes, and judging by the wall walk of the bailey, it could stand an attack from a large squad of soldiers. The current state of the place makes you think of Hoverland, whose stronghold yards and temple walls are often surrounded by small peddlers, a few of which are even allowed to set up their stalls. As long as they don't hinder anyone else's tasks, they're allowed to pursue the scarce scraps of open space. I looked at the keep. The bright walls stand out from the other structures in the village, and as far as you can tell, the current layer of whitewash is still fresh. There must be at least 3 floors inside, enough space to contain more than 100 people, though without much between them. There are arrow slits in the walls, and the roof is surrounded by a fence-like barrier, a perfect spot for boulder throwers and archers. The large entrance door is ajar, with a wrinkled man sitting on a pillow placed on the stairs. He's not wearing a gabson, but but the fine steel sickle sword at his side makes it clear he's not just a regular guard. He stops what he's doing, carving a figurine from a log, and stands up to greet you. Cheers, Roadwarden. Severina was told about your arrival. Follow me. Okay, she's the headswoman. Good, we got a name. He may be old, but he is tall, with the long, thin arms of a sea folk, a neatly groomed beard, and his grey hair in a ponytail. As you follow him, you're hit by the strong scent of cloves. The door is thick and can be barricaded with 2 wooden bars. The hall is filled with benches, some of which are placed on top of the others, giving a bit more space for now. There is one path to the next floor, suspiciously covered with planks. The chamber is free of the roaring of the river, the shouts of the workers, the chaos of the animals, or the smell of cooked food. The room is well lit by sunlight and candles, and quite drafty, though you still smell perfume and aging wood. You doubt anyone lives here or even uses this room for dining. The Roadwarden is here, says the guard, and approaches the desk, standing between you and the old woman sitting behind it. I take a closer look at her. So far, she hasn't spared you as much as a glance. She's writing on a large wax tablet, with a stylus as large as a dagger, and since she's a bit stooped, you see her only from the chest up. She's wearing a thick, warm dress in the colour of cherry, and an even darker, modest hat that's covering her hair. She could be older than 70, yet her face and hands have been spared from scars harsher than some of the pockmarks carved by illness. If you were to encounter her in Hoverland, you would expect her to be an official, or maybe a rich scribe. Some of her belongings, however, wouldn't be found at the city's desk. The wax of her tablet isn't dyed. Instead of keeping water in a cup, she has a large colourful seashell, and the winged hourglass placed on a stone stand is made of dry seaweed. I glance at the young woman who sits in the corner. Her crossbow is pointing at you. The resemblance between her and the elder is stunning, though she's slim and a bit taller, and wears a simple dark blue and black woolen tunic. While she's resting on a chair, she looks at you almost without blinking, with hardly any movement, like a cat staring at a rat, trying to judge if you're a defenseless prey or a threat. Right, these are miserable fuckers, so we're not going to try with jokes anymore. It's nice to meet you, Severina. Severina. I came here to see if your village needs any help from a Roadwarden. She raises her violet eyes, but only for a moment. Where do you think you are, outsider? Some lost tribe desperate for help from adventurers and vagabonds? Our village carries blood older than your city, it does, and we've endured hardships you couldn't imagine. They're all fucking assholes here. Her accent is not as thick as those among the younger villagers, keeping a shadow of the years when the guild had tighter ties with the peninsula. But since she has no teeth, you have to think for a moment before you recognize some of her words. Better tell me what you want from my people, and scat. Her face shifts into indifference, and still holding her stylus, she once again bends over the tablet. Bends over the table. That's something else. Let's see if she wants any help. Well, no, she's just said she doesn't. Can you tell me a bit about Gale Rocks? She speaks slowly, with the kindness someone may show an annoying brat that has one last chance to learn from their mistake. Do I look like someone who'd be interested in spending time as a guide or a telltale? Before you answer, she starts to move around a few small packages and looks inside one. Scat. Spend some time among our walls, speak with the fishers, the artisans, all of them lads and lasses whose blood keeps the shell of our village alive. She's a fucking bitch. Well, let's start with a plague. This might turn her. The village of Old Pagos is struggling with plague and isolates itself from trade and travellers. She looks at the perfumed man who's standing with an open mouth. You glance at the crossbow woman, who has lowered her weapon. The head woman, still without a word, leans forward and rests her forehead on the back of her hand. Her guard tries to speak, but she looks at him with sorrow. Let me think, she states, and after less than a minute tells him to gather the council once your meeting is over. I say nothing. What can you tell me about the tunnel south from here? I can tell you that the venerable digger Luno will tell you more about it than you want to hear. She will. Before the war, it used to be crossed every 10-20 days, enough for us to keep it garrisoned. But with how little use it has now, I'd be mad to ask any of our youth to throw themselves at the beasts that live there. She glances at an open pouch that's lying just nearby. With a few dragon bones sticking out of it, her toothless grimace is hard to read. And don't offer me your services to merely get rid of the Awoken. I need long-term solutions, not violence, and sooner or later another threat will take their place. It may just as well stay occupied. At least no vagabonds will take it over. If you say so. My patient runs short, outsider. Severina gestures for you to pause. Are you sure other matters can't wait until tomorrow? There's something else we need to discuss. I would like to get inside the watchtower standing on the eastern road. She and the perfumed guard exchange looks. Why would I give you a key? You mentioned that looking after the roadside shelters is part of your responsibility, and she smirks, raising her hand slightly. Ah, you don't say. We're not in old Pagos. One's duty means nothing here until a soul proves they can be trusted. I've spent a lot of time travelling between places. Do you have any work for me? She runs her eyes over you, then frowns without as much as a hint of subtlety. Show me first that you're worth something. Work with our fishes, find someone seeking a messenger. I don't need a stranger before autumn, when we'll trade for winter grain. She is not particularly happy with us, is she? Oh, she's a miserable bitch, so... Maybe I should shove one of those copper rods up her ass to go with the stick that's in there. What are your thoughts on Cassia? The thought I'm bearing right now is that I'd rather not spread rumours about those I look after. Her annoyed eyes contradict her calm voice. Can't you bother the elders with such questions, or speak with Petronius, the gossip? He'll be happy to share with you all the dirty laundry he touched. Ooh. I'm gonna talk to elders. Let's put that down, because this person is a bitch. Have you? This will piss her off. Have you seen Asterion recently? He's also a Roadwarden. She shrugs and reaches for one of the candles, casting better light on one of her smaller wax tablets. I know who he is, but I've only spoken with him a few times, and heard that he stopped visiting the village at the beginning of summer. If he was around, I would know about it. I would. You mentioned that you doubt a Roadwarden would simply ignore a headswoman of such a large village, and she looks at the ceiling, chewing on her bottom lip. I don't know what you're trying to imply, she says with a tone that won't accept any discussion. I had as much in common with him as I have with you. I don't trust strangers with crucial tasks, and if a warden of any kind wants to demonstrate that they know what they're doing, I invite them to survive a year or two before they bark. I've heard about some necromancers in the north. You almost jump away when the crossbow woman shifts her position, but she turns out to just be uncomfortable with the way she's sitting. Severina smirks, but as she starts to speak, her voice grows worried. What happens in White Marshes is a sign of cowardice and weakness. I've seen my share of harsh years, and I sympathize, I do, with tribes that had to feed their people with tree bark, or decide which mother will eat enough to feed infants. But all them walking corpses will get out of the charms and murder their masters like they always do. And instead of hunger and cold, they'll face the end of their souls. All we can do is keep ourselves safe. We tried to ask a few more questions, but to no avail. We don't really travel there often, stranger, and some of the knowledge we gathered on this place is for our ears only. I nod. She can't trust that I will keep anything between us. The village face any struggles with the bandits. She looks at her guard, then around her. have you noticed where we are? We're safe enough to fight a dragon. If there are any bandits in our woods, they eat nothing barring timber and worms. Whenever we trade, we send groups of 10, 20 souls strong, enough to push away a few footpads. Considering that the people of your village follow the right, I'm surprised you're not pressured into taking action against the undead of the White Marshes. And what do you think we ought to do? Encourage them by taking their land, or startle their wild game, maybe torch their roofs? She takes an awkwardly long pause, yet as you start to answer, she instantly cuts in. We have no plans to conquer or pillage their home, and while some of us would like to take matters into their own hands, I ain't risking our lives in battle with mere heretics. Without walls, we'll have nothing to keep us safe. I say nothing, expecting for her to interrupt again. Alright, see you later, bitch. How much time have I got? 3 hours. I'm looking for someone. When I say elders... Wandering down the alleys, you find about 10 elders, most of them on the western bank, where they take care of the children, overseeing the ones who can play on their own and carry the infants with them. A few of them also help with other chores, cooking, cleaning, and embroidering. If there are any other elderly around, they are already tied to their house or even their beds. What if I do elder? Basket weavers. How about weaver? Fine. Fine. Is there any fishers? You're told that the fishers spend long hours at the beach in the north and can be found in the village only during the very early or very late hours, unless the weather makes fishing too dangerous. Oh, is this what personal service are you looking for? What about inn? Your search for an inn is futile, and the locals are quite proud that they have no place to waste their days with mugs and dice. They explain that if any caravan needs to stay the night, there's always enough space to empty one of the caves. If you need a room to spend the night, you're told Fulvia may have something. Right, Fulvia. Was she on our list? Excuse me. Following the instructions, you reach a building with an entrance from the garden side. You step through the door leading into the mouth of the cave and call the person you were told to speak with, Fulvia, the room keeper. She comes to you from the half-dark corridor. She fits the description you heard, slightly round, partially because of the tunic and heavy pants hidden beneath the dark green robe. She looks like an eccentric city priest, with the massive hourglass made of beautifully polished driftwood she wears, and the kerchief covering both her neck and hair. Only one feature that hasn't been mentioned by the locals are her eyes, grey, asymmetrical, partially closed, and unfocused. Once she gets closer, she turns her head, gazing into the rock and pointing her left ear to you. Her steps are confident and her hands keep touching the walls on both sides. She's old, wrinkled, and pale, but her voice remains strong. Your first instinct is to nod, only then to realise it won't really help you much. She repeats, "You smell of a horse. Room?" "Yes." "Right." She simply walks down the corridor between the few humble chambers, some of which are inhabited by sleeping souls. After just a few steps, the light coming from the entrance helps you no more. You follow the sound of boots and the smell of rosemary perfume, then suddenly hear a rock hitting something made of metal. The lit candle makes you sigh with relief. "What colour?" After a quiet moment, she tries again. "The horse coat." "What?" "Grey? I don't know." She lets out a surprised grunt. "So far from the growing mountains? I guess there are some grey hills around here." The room is far from comforting. The ceiling is only a head above you. The walls are rounded and bare of any decorations, and the only chest looks more like a crude crate. At least the dried grasses covering the sleeping pallet are bug-free and smell of freshness. You don't have to share it, she says with amusement. How much for this delight? She chuckles. She still turned to you with her profile. Don't worry, you won't be cold, and we won't let anything mold in here. I have a nose for it. She demonstrates with a loud sniff. You can work for the village for merely a few hours in the morning, moving some weights around, or you can pay me 2 coins. I won't take less, for I need none at all. I just throw it to the severance chest in a few days. Do you know who Cassia is? She needs a moment to think. Rufina's sister? Last time I spoke with her, she was but a small lass. Rufina. Who the fuck is Rufina? You get directions to one of the smaller buildings, which turns out to consist of only one spacious chamber. Like other caves in the village, it lacks sunlight, but the workbench standing right next to the entrance is well lit by an oil lamp. The old iron lantern is decorated with the shapes of seaweeds and monstrous tentacles. On the counter you see threads, scraps of cloth, old tunics, and some boots. Behind it there's a mature woman, though you can't precisely guess her age. The flame, dancing because of your movement, distorts the shadows cast by her wrinkles and large nose. Her bright red tunic is light, made of something lighter than hemp or wool. The sleeves end at her elbows, allowing hands to sew together 2 pieces of fabric. Ah! Someone that can repair our clothes. She runs her dark yellow eyes over your clothes. Her hair may be getting grey, but the colourful wooden beads among them distract you right away. Cheers, stranger. You need something patched up? After you nod, she looks deeper into the store. Good, as I'm better at fixing tears than making dogs. Take a look. Indeed, while there's plenty of shelves and cupboards covered with pants, tunics, jackets, robes, hats, boots and bags, many of them seem old or were made from 2 or 3 combined pieces of garment. We buy outfits from other villages, explains the tailor, maintaining her bored tone. And they get worn and damaged. I turn them into something new. Do you have anything for sale? Hey Phil, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. I hope you've had a good Monday. Or I should say, are having a good Monday. My neighbours walk in and put on whatever they feel like wearing. But I ain't wasting our fabric on outsiders. Maybe you'd like some jewellery. When you mention you'd rather take something useful for a traveller, she hesitates. Well, if you really need, I can pack you some old tools of mine. They'd help you fix your armour and togs without anyone's help, though it ain't easy as you would think. Fine, let's discuss some prices. $8 for a repair set. A sewing kit. Oh, I see. My outfit is different from my Gamson. I need to patch my clothes. I do need to patch my thing. I don't really have the money for it though. I need to shift some shit. I gotta do this. I do want to repair my Gamson, but I can't. I've only got 2 coins. I need to try to shift this coin. Oh, here's the bone ring. This bone ring looks like something from here. She moves it to the light, widens her eyes, and speaks with melancholy. I made it myself, I did, as a little lass, for someone who used to be madly in love, but is now taken by the storms. He was better at digging than sailing. She puts the ring on the counter. His wife is still around, though. Leave it with me for 2 coins. It will mean a lot to her. Take it. I'll take the 2 coins. Much appreciated. She takes out the 2 dragon bones from a box that's indistinguishable from the one with the fasteners, then leaves your ring on the counter. Okay, now I can repair my Gibson, I think. Is she going to tell me anything about Cassia? She doesn't look at you, but her hands start to move faster. And why would I be the one to ask about her? Purveyor mentioned Cassia is your sister. She puts away her tools, leans away and meets your eyes. You tried to hire her for something, alright? She's difficult. Taught herself lies, said with a strong voice, and a confident chest can take one far. But that ain't good path in a tribe. Like all souls, she has good sides and bad sides, but is too afraid to admit the latter. You chat for a few more minutes, while the tailor's words are harsh. She can't hide the sadness in her voice. Okay, well, at least she was honest. Can I talk to the fishers now? There we go. Photios. Okay, have we spoken to Rufina? Yeah, and the elders. Basket Weavers didn't give us anything. Saltery, Navicate, Atticus, Headwoman. Sure, we've spoken to everyone else, right? Lucky Jerky! Okie dokie, man. Thank you for the luck. I appreciate it, darling. Enjoy whichever it is you gotta do. Excuse me. Or want to do, I should say. Whatever, see you later. You approach a group of workers who are loading barrels onto a cart close to the log-made bridge. Photios is there, one of them tells you, and points to the tallest man dressed in undyed wool and linen. He's discussing something with a group of workers, but as you head in his direction, he nods for you to join him on the side. His outfit is heavy, appropriately so for someone who spends long hours under the hits of the cold onshore winds. The massive leather boots, thick tunic and pants, and the heavy cloak, now held under his arm, make you wonder if he'd even be able to swim. Like most sea folk, he has long limbs, almost no facial hair, and ears so flat they are hardly noticeable. His neck draws your eyes. It's covered with marks left by the burning suckers of a sea monster, as wide as your finger is long. Below these scars, he's wearing a pendant made of a fist-sized black beak. He speaks first, with the strong, confident voice of a young man, no older than 25. We don't really sell any catch on our own. Maybe ask our smokers or the cook. Cook! We'll check out cook. That's fine, I was hoping to speak with you. We should put cook down, right? Although this passage should be open to us now, right? I'm going to put it at the bottom here. Cook! And who are you exactly? After you introduce yourself, the man raises the corner of his mouth in an angry grimace. I won't have much to tell you, Roadwarden. Like my neighbours, he looks at the nearby fishers. I struggle with day-to-day living. I do not adventurers, and even say to what? Okay, let's start that again. I won't have much to tell you, Roadwarden. Like my neighbours, he looks at the nearby fishers. I struggle with day-to-day living. I do not adventures, and even less so outsiders' schemes. Do you have any work for me? This guy's an asshole as well. Work? What do you know about fishing? You mentioned the docks of Hoverland, but after a few questions about fishing nets, boats, and winds, it's clear you don't impress in this conversation. Teaching one how to work with us takes time, effort, and rescuing those who fall overboard. You ain't a kid of ours, so if anything, it should be you who pays us for sharing what our forebears have mastered. You explain that you can fight better than most, and that gives him an idea. Our guards stay at the village, so we always move in groups, and waste time securing the beach from harpies and saurians, we do. We could put 3 more souls on the boat and keep you on the beach. You'd guard those not fishing with nets. What's in it for me? How much do you want, stranger? He responds carefully. You spend a few minutes discussing the details, right? You'll get a meal and 2 coins for a peaceful day, and another 1 for putting your life at risk, he summarizes. But you must be at the beach soon after dusk, while we're preparing our boats, and have enough strength to convince me that you'd be more help than a brother. Okay, so we might do that in the morning, actually. Are you sure you don't need help with something that would fit my skills? I spent many hours on the road. He gives you a long look. You know what, outsider? There's something you could do for me. You can't really ruin it by trying. I need you to help my daughter Phoebe. O-E-B. Seeing your look, he raises his hands. Don't worry, she's fine. Merely spellless. For generations, my family has used Nemea to lure fish and hold our breaths, but no matter how much she practices, she can't cast even the tiniest spell. There's something wrong with her soul. Lol. He pauses and his voice grows pained. She's my only child, and I seek no new wife. I want her to have the choice to do whatever she wants, and it breaks me to think she won't have a way to follow in my footsteps. I mean, we could take her to the Enchantress or speak to the Enchantress. I don't really know how I can help you. Spirit Rock. His eyes are absent. A few years ago, our traders were at the home of this weird Enchantress by the Eastern Road. I don't know her name. She lives close to the old watchtower. You can't miss it. If she's alive, she may still have these weird rocks. Spirit rocks, I think. They help weaken mages. Buy one, bring it here. Maybe eating some Nemea will help Phoebe learn. What does your daughter think about all this? What does she think? He looks at you as if you're mad, then glances at the nearby fishes. She'd be heartbroken to realize she's spellless. I won't tell her unless I have no other way. She's merely a child. I'm doing what's best for her. This sounds like a very unusual healing attempt. Are you sure you want to try this? See, the thing is, the Enchantress told us that if you consume a stone, if you're a person that can't do magic, or you still have Nemea in you and you're not exhausted, then it can, kill you. We'll have to speak to her. I've asked our sorcerers about what they felt when they used the stones. The Nemea got stronger than on most days, and nothing bad happened to them. We risk nothing, outsider, he says, with growing irritation, and stops himself from scratching the scars on his neck. Have you asked any herbalists, though? Maybe a priest or another enchanter? Have you heard about the previous Roadwarden, Asterion? You nod. In the spring, I sent him to one of the greatest mages in the peninsula, some druid, I think, and that old prick told me there was nothing he could do. You hear that? And I had paid the messenger to learn this. He squeezes his cloak even tighter to his side. We have no herbalists here, but since the spirit rocks are safe, I'd rather spend my last coins for such a chance than to try nothing and regret it. I think what you're asking for may be risky. Why would it be? No one has ever been hurt by the previous stones. Akudia herself told me the stone will likely kill any shell that can't hold the stone's Nemea. His face turns pale. She said this? See, we does remember good. Ovi's smart. Ish. After he clears his throat, he squeezes the monstrous beak on his chest, and his courage returns. Then you've spoken with her, and you know she's crazy. Instead of chatting with people, just bring me what I'm paying you for. That's all I gotta say about that. Is Cassia working with you often? His eyes narrow. I used to, now I don't. Such are the things. She's an annoying lass, but that's about it. Okay, fine, fuck you, see you later. He'll sleep there. I'm sitting here in sweatpants and a cozy sweater, my hair dried on his pretty lazy ways. I just looked in the mirror and realised that for the first time since I can remember, I stopped and I generally felt pretty. Well, good for you, Bar. Good for you, gorgeous. Now keep that up. Well done. Who was I going to speak to? Oh, Phoebe. find her with a few children on a plain tag, watched by two elderly women, most likely twin sisters. Her skin tone, nose, and ears help you recognize her right away, even though her eyes are brown and dark, nothing like the bright green of her father's. Her shell may be present, but she stares at the dusty yard, ignored by her group. She's leaning against the wall, drawing something on the ground with her foot, without a word or two. You ask the sitters if she's alright, and their grim eyes are enough of an answer. A melancholic lass she is. You ask if you can talk to her, explaining that her father has been worrying about her lately, and they invite you with a gesture. I approach her and introduce myself. The conversation goes on for a long while. You try not to be too obvious, but she also seems to be just as worried about strangers as her father is. Finally, after a few minutes of your chatting and her vague one-word responses, one of your questions lands. Don't you want to play with the other children? One of the teams lacks a player. I ain't good, she states, and after a long pause, simply adds, at games. You stay gentle, asking who told her she's not good at games, and after she struggles to find an answer, you ask about the first part of her statement. My father, she admits. He's saying I need to be better. What made him say that? The conversation starts to go smoothly. She has a vivid recollection of many evenings spent with her father, trying to charm a fish, as she calls his spell. You put together the key phrase of her stories. She's not trying enough. Her mother would be sad. She shouldn't do this to him. She better do better if she wants to eat. Nice guy. Overbearing father. Would you like to be better at spells? She doesn't respond right away. Maybe, she says, if it makes Dad proud. Ugh. An irritated grunt of one of the sitters makes it clear that's enough. I guess that's enough. Poor woman. I told a load of coopers and smokers, but I can still learn more about the wares of this village has to offer. Well... As there... Okay, well... What about food? You head to the building that releases not only smoke, but also the smell of roasting meat and spices. In front of it, you find a sweating, wrinkled woman with a shaved head and a simple, rag-like band on her hip. And another one, restricting her breasts tightly, as if any movement outside of her control would be too much of a risk to take. She doesn't even spare you a glance, too busy with mixing ingredients in bowls and cutting vegetables on her wooden boards. Her eyes are focused, but whenever she tilts her head high enough for you to see her face, you spot her subtle yet challenging smile. Oh shit, I can't do work for them and go fishing, can I? That's a bit annoying. And we're down here. Oh, it's highlighting where we are. Where have I not been? There. Inside the building you find another few people, most of them elders, as well as a large fireplace that's smoking a few dozen hanging fish. When one of the cooks, currently scaling a fresh fish, notices you, he lowers his head and with a bored voice addresses the woman. Portia, you have an outsider, you do. You have an outsider. Sounds like some sort of pest. Or some sort of animal. The woman turns towards you in the blink of an eye, standing on spread legs, as if her shell can't spare you more than a single flinch. I didn't notice you there, stranger. You hungry? She reaches for a bowl, but suddenly stops. Right, we serve more than 100 stomachs, we do, so better give me a reason. Such as? Everyone works for their share. Join them. She points at the people inside the hollowed cave, but after a few moments she shakes her head left and right and gets back to her work. Or pay me a dragon, I guess. It'll land in the keep's chest. I'd like a meal. A filling meal that won't spoil. A food ration. 3 bunches of wild plants for a food ration. You can fuck off. An on-site fresh meal. I don't know what that gives me though. Okay. Your group cooks for the entire village? She grins towards you. Right, safer than fishing, and, you know, she squeezes her revered stomach, which is unusually flat. You notice how muscular her arm is. I move a lot, so I can eat a lot. She lets out a chuckle, then moves a large basket of freshly cleaned apples inside the building. I have only a few years before my back gives up, but I've done enough to deserve my slower days. Cassia must have been having some extra large meals if she's as much a fighter as she claims. More of her fables. If she keeps getting caught sleeping in the middle of her shift, she'll soon be happy to get any scraps at the end of the day. We don't have patience around here for the lazy ones. She gives you a harsh look and turns towards the cutting board. Okay, let's step away. Botos is the fisher. What else do they have to do? Have they got a farmer? Find humble gardens and vegetables in the fields on both halves of the village. The farmers explain that these plants are but a small addition to their regular meals. The village would struggle without trading for fish or regular crops of flour. Merchant! That's what we want, right? A young carrier chuckles. And what would you buy? Without a wagon and donkeys, we sell barrels of fish, sacks of salt. When a caravan comes, we empty a warehouse and fill it up again with food. When you ask her if she's sure there's nothing useful that a lone traveller could get at such a large village, she seems a bit embarrassed. Well, we have a weaponsmith, but he doesn't sell any blades to outsiders. But maybe Rafina, the tailor? Okay, well, we've spoken to Rafina. Did I do trader or merchant? How about shop? Okay. What can we see here? We've spoken to a builder. There's only one animal pen in the entire village, and not a very large one. In front of the thatched shed, you find a few ibexes, boars, and a large group of pheasants, who pinioned or clipped wings, making it impossible for them to cross the wall, though not the fence. Some of them have already left the enclosure, and the locals let them wander about. You glance at the arrow you found in the far south, and realise where you've seen the similar feathers. So do they do fletching? What about like weaponsmith? Or just smith actually? Is there some sort of smith here? Tatius. Okay. I don't know what Tatius does. I can't remember. What about loggers? Trappers, maybe. Salt. What if we do salt? See, this is not helpful. We put saltery in and it gave us about the bloody smoker. The building has many entrances and windows, and each of them lets out so much steam that one could take this place for a city sauna. You address a man that's carrying a basket of firewood. I'm working, he growls. Speak with Albus. Albus the thick deer. The last word is shouted through the open door to another worker. Hearing it, he looks in your direction, puts away a wooden mould, and heads outside, taking a few deep breaths of cool air. Cheers, cheers! Are you by yourself? Who do you represent? He's not older than 30. Matching his name, his skin and hair are white, although with a healthy pink hidden in his cheeks, nose, and lips, making him look as if he's blushing. When you vaguely state that you're from Hoverland, his curiosity is already satisfied. Alright, good to have you back after what, 5 years? Our process is the same, so the lumps look the same. The guild will be satisfied. Better keep your head low. I follow him inside. The tour takes a good couple of minutes, and while your guide seems very confident in describing the salt-making process step by step in great detail, he doesn't take into consideration that you may be completely unqualified to have a conversation about the topic. You try to catch the gist of it, though neither the sound of flames and scratching, nor the humid air or the smelly, sweaty bodies help you focus. The brine is carried here from a cave pond deep beneath the village, and then boiled in large open pans made of coarse ceramic, heated by stoves. As water evaporates, it leaves salt behind and steams a few planks above it before they get back to the carpenters. The salt is carried onto a drying surface, then lumped into white bricks with the use of wooden molds. Many things can go wrong, he finishes his tale, but nothing goes to waste. Them shattered lumps get into our fish barrels. All is good. We won't say you anything of poor quality. I tried to learn a bit about the price. I want to go to this cave pond. I wonder if I can visit this cave pond. Let's write that down. I tried to learn a bit about this place. He gives you a few numbers, how many coins, how much flour, or how much iron the locals would take for a single lump. And at first the prices surprise you, but then take one of the clumps and rub it with your thumb. 1 brick would be more than a household would use in a year. Albus interrupts your thoughts. Questions? You put the salt on a table and glance at the steaming pan again. Even though there are only 3 workers here, you realize the production must consume a mound of firewood every year. I ask him where they get their trees from. He doesn't answer right away, choosing his words carefully. We have supplies, and we trade for them with other villages, or at least used to. We cut trees as well, used to do so more back in the day. We had a lumberjack hamlet far away, so the beasts didn't get angry, they didn't. I thank him for his time and let him work in peace. A bunch of kids. You go to... I mean, I can't do anything by the sounds of it. I guess we're sleeping. Jesus. Fuck me. Sleeping at a house. An elder allows you to spend the night in crude conditions. In return, she requires an absurd payment or half a day of your labor. That's fucking ridiculous. I use some hygiene, which is understandable. We lose nourishment because we're sleeping, which is fine, and we gain half of the rent of 2. Or we can rent with labour and lose even more nourishment and don't get this because we probably use it up. I have to fucking pay. I've got 1 coin again. We are the poorest Roadwarden in the history of being a Roadwarden. But I do want to go work with the fishermen during the day, in the morning, so we can do that on the start. Twitch is going to tell on you? What? After Fulvia blows out the candles, without considering if you're ready for it, you are in complete darkness and you only now realise how quiet this room is. The thick walls blocking the humming of the wind, birds, and the river. The keeper heads out on her own room, and you occasionally hear the whispers and snores of other dwellers. Trappers! That's what we wanted to check on. Trappers. Or hunters, maybe. I mean, I'm assuming the salt was the thing we were looking for. You never left me. Whatever. You go wherever you want. I'm just reading the story. You had sailed grim. There she is! Hey, hey, Jen! Welcome in, Jen, and welcome in, Raiders! I see you carefully are closing your tabs, Tina Bug, before you came across, you liar. Jen, how are you doing, darling? Thank you so much for that raid. I appreciate it. How are you doing? What were you up to? Some long dark. Are you carrying on with the whiteout challenge? How is it going? You finished it without dying on the bridge. Well done. How long did it take you? 40 days. Uh, 11 days. Wow, that's a great result. Dang, what are you going to do with yourself now? That's it, you've completed TLD. Gonna play a new game? Are we straight into Lopa, is it? Nagoa Gen, Lopa Gen. That must be quite a short stream you had, because I swear you weren't live before I went live. I suppose you are a 2 to 3 hour streamer, aren't you, though? Night in the Woods, and then probably the Archivist Challenge. I don't know what Night in the Wood is, I don't think. Hey, Kunwai. Okay, how you doing? It's good to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well, having a good Monday. Oh, she went live just after me. I was love first. Ah, I'm a live Forest. You and your texting, man. How are you liking the game? Oh, you played the demo of this. Ah, I wonder how they incorporated this into a demo. That would have been quite weird, I suppose. Loaf Forest? Yeah, you know, we'll just call it, you know, like wood bread, right? Sure, wood bread. Yes, I am wood bread. Thank you, I think. Bug, thank you for the shout out to Jen and to Cool K. I am enjoying it. It is... I'm quite surprised how long it's taking. I thought it would probably be quite... From the gist I was getting from just reading the description of that and the fact that, you know, you have a certain amount of days to do what you want to do on that, I'm quite surprised how long a playthrough is taking us. I mean, we still have a lot of time. We're like a third of the way through, and this is our third stream on it, so we've probably put a good 15, 16 hours into this game already. Maybe not quite that much. No, probably about that. But yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's a lot. I'm not sure streaming it is the best thing, because it is an absolute shit ton of reading. But it's quite in depth. I like the way it's working. I like it. Feels very... It feels almost very pencil and paper D&D to me. Which I quite enjoy. I'm quite liking. There's lots of reading, yeah. I'm not sure I still will have a voice. I mean, we won't be able to stream for a while, and Thursday stream's going to be Baldur's Gate anyway, which I thought that we would never ever find a game that would have more reading than playing like the original Baldur's Gate, and then we played this game, so we'll play Baldur's Gate to have a break from reading. I haven't actually got any beers, no. I mean, I could have done. So, how do you want to do this? Oh, I wish I had his hair. I think Jen was asleep. She went pretty early last night. She tried to be sensible in her sleeping. Whether she did or not, I don't know. She was tired. Alright, where are we at? After Purveyor blows out the candles, without considering if you're ready for it, you are in complete darkness and you now only realise how quiet the room is. The thick walls blocking the humming of the wind, birds and river, the keeper heads to her own room and you only occasionally hear the whispers or snores of other dwellers. My imagination sculpts terrifying creatures in the darkness and it takes me a while before I calm down. I grow anxious as I focus on my breath and then the beating of my heart. Finally let's go finally some sleep. My loud stream ending? Wow, that's a bit rude. We decided that your reading lulls us to sleep and when you stop reading it wakes us up. Oh, okay, fine. After I'm done with Baldur's Gate, what are you looking at, Roller? Like 2030 or something? We've got to play Icewind Dale after Baldur's Gate, then Baldur's Gate 2, and then we finally can play Baldur's Gate 3. And seeing as it's taken us 6 months to get through Baldur's Gate and we're still on its DLC, I'm not sure what kind of time frame we're putting on that. I don't know. I spared doing the clips for those of you that had fallen asleep already and had left me a lurk. And now my stream ending's allowed. It's just no pleasing some people. I mean, if we just focused on Baldur's Gate, it wouldn't take us that, but we like having other games to play too. Plus, we have to play some TLD, right? Because everyone loves TLD. Or more people love TLD than the random shit we play. So, you know, we gotta find a healthy balance. You're surrounded by darkness. You quickly gather your things and leave the room without a word from the keeper. He's sitting outside next to the open door. The village is hurriedly preparing for a busy day. The workers gather the wagons at the gates, push the barrels onto the barge, move the equipment out of the sheds, shove meals into their bags. The alleys are much calmer. The overseers are waking up their crews and discussing their goals and plans. The only souls that can afford a longer rest are the children and the elderly. Some of the locals slow down to observe you, but whenever you meet their eyes, you find a challenge, not amity. I like the random shit, obviously, but not everyone does. Do you know what, Roller? Outer Worlds, the special collector's edition of Outer Worlds was free over Christmas on Epic, and I got it, and I actually downloaded it and installed it, and I was thinking, I really wanted to play this when it came out, and I was like, I'd love to play this. Give it a go. But, yeah. Time. It's like the Borderlands of Baldur's Gate. Yeah, sure. We'll just add it to the list of 200 games that we want to play. Maybe when I have my 6 months off, then we'll just do streaming full time for 6 months. And then go back to work. What an awesome use of 6 months paid leave. Streaming. Time is not on my side. Nope. Getting old. Nearly 24. Right. So I want to help the people today. Well, I want to do the Fisher. We're in pretty good nick. Although I think I might want to eat something. At 4 is a real hard age. Yeah, 4 years old is a difficult age. Do I want to eat a food ration? Have I got no money? Did I use all my money? I have 1 coin. 4 is a difficult age as well, yeah. No one understands what it's like to be 4. I don't know. See, the thing is, if we're going to be quite physical... My great shape affects my appearance. Too many people act like they are 4. Do you know what, Roller? You're really not wrong there, mate. I feel like if we're going to physically... Oh no, they give us a meal, don't they? So I'm not going to eat first. I think we're okay. Alright. Sometimes indeed. Although there's a place that's between sometimes and all the time. That's probably where you land. Anyway, I need to go get some drink refills because we've nearly been going for 3 hours, man. I'm all out, so I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we will carry on with this. Just to sum up where we've gone, we haven't done a lot. Well, we have done a lot. We've kind of gone up to the creeks, have spoken to the people there, told them about the hunters that we found dead. Oh, we started off at Foggy Lake, because we're always at Foggy Lake. We went and had a bit of an adventure catching that big bird with the foragers. We took the... So we've got a big old bird that we got paid some nice money for here. We needed to go to Creeks anyway, so we went up to Creeks to tell them that there's a big old bird coming for them to look after for Foggy. Told them about the hunters that we had found dead. Managed to get a bit more information from the locals about, you know, the 2 people that run it, which was good. Then we did the old tunnel. So we managed to set some traps. We managed to clear out and kill all 4 skeletons without any real incident, which is nice. And then we came through on the other side. There's a big door here that we have to move. We have to open up for them, but we'll come back to that. We kind of went around the outside. We were too tired. And then we went to Gale Rocks, which is where we are now. It's basically filled with assholes that don't really want to talk to us. They're real pain in the ass, grumpy motherfuckers. And it actually gave us a really slow and long process where we actually had to be searching for what we want, as in entering a term to go to someone or go to a thing to discover it and then come up on this list. It didn't give us a list like other places do when people mention you. So a little bit of frustration, but it's an interesting change from how we usually interact in the villages. So I think we've pretty much spoken to, found, discussed with people most of the things that I think we need or can do here. We are going to go and visit the fisher, and we're going to spend the morning or the day fishing with them because we need some money. And I think helping them out, it might help us in the long run, as want with these villages, because these guys are super untrustworthy of strangers and even us. You did miss us catching the big bird. Yep. Caught it on the way home from work. That probably was like 2 hours ago, yeah. You're not wrong. It was the first thing we did, actually, wasn't it? I didn't think it was time for us to catch the big bird, but we caught the big bird. So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else. We found 1 match. We actually might have found 2 potential matches in this village for our whole matchmaking endeavor. One of them seems like a solid match. One of them looks like there's going to be a little bit of a compromise between the old rock munchers. But we'll see. Maybe one of them can kind of compromise with the other one. Well, sorry. I mean, you have more important things to do than my stream. I told you I would be on today and I would be earlier, but that's fine. You go and serve yourself and Tina. That's fine. You go and do your whiteout challenge. It's not a problem. I don't mind. I'll just sit here with Roller enjoying our story. And Mel when she's back. No, no, it's fine, you know. You're a streamer now, Jen. You're one of us. You're not one of them. You ain't one of them watchers. Can't be relied upon. It's fine. I get it. All the viewers turn to streamers and then they're on the other side. Womp womp. Serving their own interests. It's dog eat dog world out there. How dare you not plan your day around me? Oh yeah, I'm making all the bucks, yeah. Oh, some days I even have a few pennies left over after I restock the drink shelf or the shot shelf to get myself a couple of packets of crisps. It's amazing. Huh, the luxury I live in. Alright. I'm going to go get my coffee and a drink refill. I will be back in a couple of minutes, folks. I will leave you with some clips. Wait, did we lose our wife? Someone lost their wife. Oh, that's pretty freaky. I thought that was a skull at first. Great Cthulhu rises. It's Squidward! Can I ride a bike while licking a person with a person riding us? That sounds really sexual and wrong. We tell again! Woo! Oh, no, don't get caught in the cogs! Oh, no! It's really difficult, man. His legs flailing around and get caught in the cogs. Try again. This is my tail. Can you see my butt? Gotta line up my stream. There's my tail, alright? You perverts. That was out. I'm a wolf rider. Fear me. Can't get me, I'm riding on a wolf. Yeah. Exactly, wolf rider. Where's my wolf gone? Follow the... Ah! We're following her, but she's so fucking scary. I don't want to see her again. I think we need to go this way. Ah! Fucking! Ah! What are you doing? No!
I gotta get out.
I guess what it is, Bug, is a wolf! Duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave. No, no, it didn't work! What I was trying to say was having good friends in chat gave me the confidence to not be annoying. Baby birch. You're like David Attenborough, and here we are, inside the mother birch. We can see the baby birch grow. It's taken down a fresh deer. Soon, Mommy Birch.
My fingers feel numb.
A lot of bumps. Okay, that was random and weird. Oh my god, no. fucking Nora. Take care of yourself. Show me the meaning of being lonely. Is this... I forgot my coffee. Is this the feeling I need more? Tell me why. And I don't want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. 'Cause everything's made to be broken. What? And why are we on the fucking road, you cunt chop? Fuck you, so to speak, of the occasion, and then offers it up as a moment within everybody that's in chat, and they can claim those moments. If you hover over Tina, you'll see that she's got quite a few moments, and then you'll be able to go and have a look, and you can click on that moment or see which moments you have, and it will tell you like what the clip was for. What? Come in, I am here. Welcome to my thing. Yeah, you may want to turn away because this is. Apparently we died from food poisoning. 51 days. Great things. We accomplished nothing. We like to drink with AB because AB is our mate. He drinks in moderation, and that's what makes him great, 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 great. Why was he born so beautiful? Why was he born at all? He's no fucking used to anyone. He's no fucking use at all. Get it down, you Zulu warrior. Get it down, you Zulu chief, 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 chief. Are we committing ourselves? We are on day 6, I think. Oh no, we're on day 7 now. We're on a new PB. And now we're stuck. So, I guess... Astrid... I wasn't supposed to go that way. She's going. She's fading.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
I don't know if you met my ex. You're rubbish at this game, Astrid. Your stick game. Oh, now we're cold. We're totally fine. Okay, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. Oh, we've had another raid. Let me just catch up with chat. Yeah, it's Twitch Guru. We don't pay for it. Corey, welcome in, and welcome in, Raiders. How are you all doing? So lovely to see you. How was your stream? Thank you so much for that raid. I very much appreciate it, Corey. Dan, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Be right back, raid, but didn't want to miss an AV raid, Charles. Oh, I appreciate it, Corey, if you are back. Thank you so much for that raid. Bum bum. We are doing a visual novel. Yes, that's basically what it is. Bug, thank you for shouting out Koru and for done. Koru ending up with some. I'll do some Sims. Nice. Done on the long dark. Yeah, I saw you guys were playing together some Gate the other day. The Hobbits. Thank you very much, Jen and Mug. You had great fun. Sweet. Because you've got the week off, haven't you? So you get in some extra streams, which must be nice. We managed to get a couple of extra streams in with our few days off. You were, yeah. So yeah, we are doing, how do I say this concisely? Basically, we are a road warden. We have been sent to the north to help patrol the lands, keep the roads safe, but also with an eye to kind of map out the region for a merchants guild in the south. We have got 40 days to do as much help and mapping as we can and discovering of the area before we head back down south with our report. We are currently about a third of the way through. We're on day 14 after about 14 hours of playing, so it's actually taking a long time. Oh, I thought I saw you doing buried echoes. You got Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday to yourself with no kids. Now that is a win. So when it shows him as a little bubble on your live, does that mean he's a guest? Oh, okay. I still haven't really watched any Baldur's Gate 3. I was trying to keep it clear so I was not spoiled, but seeing as it's going to take us absolutely forever to reach Baldur's Gate 3, I may just need to readjust that. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that sort of free time. Even when you take the time off, right? Well, even when you're not working, it always ends up that you're spending a lot of time with the kids. I doth remember. Oh, you tried using guest star? Interesting, because I know I haven't tried guest star, and I never tried what they had before guest star, because they were doing something else which they then changed. Right. Okay, so we're on a fresh day. We're going to help out the fisher today, I think, because we need to earn some money. We need help. Need help with the fishing today. Securing the coast. Okay. You'll keep an eye on the caught fish, equipment, and resting fishers. This task will take you an entire day. May get dangerous, but if so, you'll get an extra dragon bone. I mean, actually, it's a lot of work. A whole day just for 2 or 3 dragon bones. We are pretty desperate. And I think helping these people will potentially help us because they're a bunch of arseholes. We'll do the securing the coast. It doesn't know. We don't know what else it's going to take out of us. Oh, we're the survivor. We survived more battles than most travelers, apparently. Thank you for that achievement, Steam. Don't know what that means. It's always a shame when you get the achievement before you actually get to read what's happening. You do it in browser, and then just add browser source to OBS, resize. Oh. So it's is it kind of like a little camera then? As if you were to have your video camera on, you can just kind of like resize that and put it wherever you want. We need to play defusing the bomb again. Yeah, we did that in Discord, didn't we? Which is slightly more difficult. You can't just pull the face so you can see me. Grimacing at you being difficult. Post-stream usual, of course, Cora, of course. You take care of yourself. You go do what you need to do. Thank you so much again for the raid. It was lovely to see you, darling. And thank you for the lurk. And enjoy the rest of your day if we don't see you later on. Grim, welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely day. Enjoying your Monday. Good start to the week. Okay, so how much time do I have? That literally did take all day. A flock of harpies tried to distract your companions and to get some of the open barrels of fish, but your group managed to fight them off. Still, as the frontline fighter, you took a few serious scratches and bites. At least you retrieved a fresh roasted fish with a bowl of cold veggie stew and an extra dragon bone for your efforts. Okay, so we've been fed, so that's useful. Thank you for the shout out to Grim. Thanks in the long dark. I appreciate it. How you getting on in the long dark? You still fighting those wolves with your fists? You're doing great. Just about to get ready to go for bed. But what is stopping to say? Oh, well, I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. It's always lovely to see you. Do I want to speak about the Spirit Rock with this dude? Do I want to talk about the we've already met the Enchantress, so I'm not sure what he's going to say. I've only seen her a few times when I was a teenager, though she was also young, I suppose. Tall, not as tall as I am, he smiles briefly, with cold eyes. For the few days she was around, she kept to herself. People say she's a witch, and a mad one at that. I talked to Phoebe. She doesn't seem to care much about Nemea, but it hurts her to see your disappointment. I suppose we need to tell him we spoke with his daughter, right? Fighting bears with your fists. Okay, I suppose that's going a lot better. You find out why you hear so much stuff in your apartment. What do you mean by you hear so much stuff in your apartment? Like you in general, or as in you pick up stuff on your streams? The lady we cancelled was a dog and it makes so much noise. I don't usually mind the noise, but as I'm setting up the soundproof area, I understand. That's the one that's just moved in, right? The one that's been smoking in her apartment too. Oh, okay, right. Oh, I got you. Have you dubbed her in yet? I will tell him. I talked to Phoebe. She doesn't seem to care much about Nemea, but it hurts her to see your disappointment. Disappointment? But I would never. His voice swings between shouts and whispers. I'm just trying to help her. Any parent would do that for their only child. I don't know how to convince you, but you're asking me to do something really risky. The deal is off. I think we'll talk to other people about this first. The Enchantress will probably have something to say about this for sure. Alright, we'll see you later. What really else can I do? Can I speak to Sivrana? Oh wait, there was a couple of other things we wanted to check. Are there any... Who's Albus? And I wanted to... I'm looking for someone. Can we visit the cave pond? No. How about... Who is Albus? Other than the Fifth Musketeer. Okay, the workers carry buckets of brine, boil it in open pans, look after fuel, form lumps of salt in water mouths, time to time. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fine. What about trappers? No, it doesn't work. How about trapper? Hunter. Turns out that the village hunt only on the most desperate days, usually to catch creatures that may be of use later on, not for their meat, unless you count the fishes. How about forage? So we do any foraging? Turns out that the foragers spend their time mostly by assisting the lumberjacks. There isn't much food in the hills, small critters, eggs, berries, and green leaves, but in the woods the situation isn't much better. So there are loggers. Oh, there aren't loggers. Lumberjack. There's quite a group of lumberjacks working in the village, more than 10 people strong, but the woods are far away and the coopers and carpenters take a good few days to process the entire supply. In better years we used to buy our timber from other villages. Now, finding them on our own takes so much time it's hardly worth the effort. Most of the time the crew seeks weak and dying trees, using them to fuel the fires of smokers and salters. I look for a worker who is a bit older and ask them about the abandoned camp I've heard about. Wondering if the new property management company allows more than cats, so they want to be picky. I mean, they might just have not stated. I'll figure it out. Moving to the bedroom is closer to cars. I mean, but as long as it doesn't get picked up by your stream, you should just test it first before you make any drastic moves. Closet strem. You're told to speak with a limping farmer in his 60s. Hearing your question, he spares you a grin. That's where I worked, right? And where I lost half my foot. How do you lose half a foot? He laughs briefly and hits his left boot with a hoe, but since it's closed, he doesn't reveal any wounds. We spent a few springs and summers there, we did, many years ago, but once the cats moved in during winter, we had to quit. It was a cute spot, with carpets of flowers and so many frogs. When you ask him for some directions, he smiles at the clouds. We used to go from here to the crossroads, where Foggy now has her tavern, then further south to the watchtower, and then west through the shortcut. That's why you'll find the car. We found that, and in the heart of the woods, and the path north from there to the camp. I think that's where Glaucia is with her band of robbers. Right, well, do some test recordings and see if it picks anything up. I mean, if you're doing audio work anyway, you're going to be better off using your headset bug because it doesn't take in anywhere near, if any, of the surrounding noises like your mic will, your Yeti or whatever it is you use. I mean, apparently closet does sound like a perfect recording studio, but your closet's not that big, is it? I am totally offended by your statement, Bug. You must redeem yourself. It is if you take this stuff out. Yeah, but you've got so much shit. Where are you going to put it? Thank you! Okay. I'm not looking for anyone else, I don't think. Right. We've got, what, 3.5 hours. I don't really want to sleep here again. I mean, we can talk to Severina. I mean, where can we reach? I want to open this door. What did I say? We've got 3 hours something. I don't really want to stay at Foggy's either. She's so I have coin. Not much, again. We could stay here. My clothes are torn again. You ascend the hill, the guard stands up and puts his woodwork on his pillow, then asks you to wait. You hear his and the head woman's voices coming from a hall. And once the man returns, he nods gently. You're asked to enter. Sabrina puts away her writing instruments, glances at you, then frowns. The closer you get, the more annoyed she seems, but she says nothing, and we have absolutely nothing to say to her. I mean, we could check the northern road, and then do our fish trap, and then go to Foggy's. We can still go this way, though. This must be where the other place is. But do we want to do that with 3.5 hours? There's not a lot left. I suppose the smaller the room, the easier it is to soundproof, right? Thing is, we have the energy to open the door. The wind hits you at full strength, you adjust your cloak and twisting tree branches fight for survival. I go deep as I can. Oh! Where did I get a key from? Oh. The huge key we had... It never gave us the option to open the gate before. Easier said than done. Rotating the key alone makes you hold your breath as you work at pushing the leaves open. You puff and blow, taking breaks. After it's done, you wipe your sweaty forehead, giving a proud look at the light that has now entered the chamber. I've already explored the entire tunnel. Okay, good. So let's travel. We can't check the fish. We can go back to Gale Rocks, or we go to Foggies. And cheaper, that's true. Wouldn't bring my CPU into the closet. It's true. You can hear my PC wearing away. OBS cuts out for stream and sometimes harder than the recordings. Worth a shot, Bug! Alright, we're gonna have to go to Foggy. I have nothing to do with the forages. Have I got stuff she's interested in? Nah, we're not selling the troll piss. We have meals. We're gonna sleep. Let's just sleep in the main hall. Because we don't need the extra vitality. I don't really want to lose the vitality, but there's no point gaining the vitality that we don't have. We'll sleep on the bear fur. The shivers wake you up. Foggy is standing by the open door, letting the dense fog in, with her back lit by the lantern. While she breathes slowly, her eyes are keenly observing the area, and after you focus, you hear the distorted shouts of roaming saurians. I stay inside, hoping there are no curses carried by the fog. It's an exhausting night. Ferdy keeps stepping in place or walking, taking only short naps. You can't count how many times you try to calm it down with your voice, touch, and by offering it water or a snack, but nothing helps. You close your eyes for an hour or so in the late morning, then clean up after your mount. The stench alone is disarming. Foggy smiles at you. Well, we've got 4 meals with Foggy, I think. This morning she gives us a bowl of simple gruel, 2 roasted bird thighs, and a mug of acorn brew. We've got 3 meals left with Foggy. So this takes less time. Let's check our fish trap. Do I want to go back up here? Why do I need to go back up here? I think we go this way, right? Let's go check at Creeks first. Because we got that matchmaking we can do. I don't have a spare day. Let's go to Shoshi. She's preparing for work, but is ready to give you a few moments. I tell her about Mariner from Gale Rocks. Wow, you found quite the someone, friend. And I've heard a lot of good things about her home. But this right talk makes me worried. Are you sure she'd be ready to keep our bonds loose? Seeing you shrug, she sighs. Tell her about me and don't hide my plans. Just speak of me kindly. She laughs. If she wants to have fun with me, I'll make her life warmer. And I love kids. For the first time, her smile becomes humble and kind instead of playful. I tried to recall Mariner's message. Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be a match. Then I guess it's not meant to be. She shakes her head with disappointment. I'm glad you opened this chance for me, my friend. But there are parts of me I'm not willing to change. Still, I'll make sure the tribe hears about your help. She suddenly raises her axe and shouts, Hey you! She addresses no one in particular, but a powerful voice makes everyone stop. Amy did me a big favour, be nice. A few people smile or scoff and life goes on. And if you want to bring Mariner my answer, she rests her chin on the top of her blade. Tell her, think it over, for I can make every day of yours sweet and light if you're ready to breathe fully. Ooh la la. What jobs are here? Ooh. But this takes an entire day going back to Foggy. The villagers need to deliver a few barrels to Foggy and stay around for a few hours to set up traps and repair a collapsed part of the palisades. This task will take you an entire day and may get dangerous. Do you know what? I don't want to waste another day. And then we're back at Foggy's and it just gets awkward. How much are they paying me? 2. Yeah, I'll do that. Let's have a wash in the creek. There we go. So let's check our fish trap. Two fish! We've got an achievement for catching 10 fish with traps. We'll set it again. Cool. Let's go up here. Well, this is 2. This is 1. We reach the sea! Another achievement. All these Steam achievements. About as useful as my channel points. The roars of the sea reach you first, then the cold wind and the light. There are hardly any shrubs nearby, and as you ride downhill towards the white and gold beach, the sunbeams hit you with full force. The sea here is not like the one from Hollivan's port. The harbour and waters most people see during their busy days are full of life. Ships, warehouses, traders, dockers, and of course, there's a sickle, the barrier island that provides the city with its lagoon, but also serves as a home to dozens of species, birds, monkeys, and rodents. For the most part, the sea is never silent.
My hamster is getting antsy. If we be adventurers, let us adventure.
Alright, point taken. Slightly more useful, or slightly less useful than my channel points. Thank you for the hydrate and the posture check and the adventuring. There's always one. What? You're telling me you can't convert your 18,000 channel points into cash money? Potentially for credit? Hey, Joshua Bella, welcome in. How you doing? Lovely to see you. Hope you're having a good Monday. You have to read the fine print terms and conditions. Our lawyers say we're not allowed to read them live, so you just have to find them yourself. We be fishers, let us fish. Where were we? But if one travels to Sickle, then looks west, or embarks on a boat and sails away, there's yet another view, a very different one. The never-ending blue, the emptiness, the humming waves, the monsters swimming onto the surface just to take a breath, not even interested in the wooden vessels. Many say that if one jumps off a ship with a heavy stone, they will drown before they touch the seabed. Here, however, the water can't be separated from the rocks that cut through it like a swarm of mushrooms in a dark forest. Their shapes and sizes vary, but it's their number that makes them unusual. If you were to name each one, you'd have to make up at least half of the names. There's no doubt where the name Gale Rocks comes from. The stones piercing through the surface of the water are shaped like beast fangs, as if they are asking the ships to dare and test their strength. Where it's possible, I keep to the greener parts of the beach. Sand is awful for hooves. What is that? You follow the sharp turn to the right. The road remains broad enough for carts and wagons and avoids the sands, letting fairly trot without disturbances. The grasses to the east and south are short, and hardly any shrubs have managed to oppose the harsh winds. The human activity you witness is intense. A large barge is resting on the river. Is that what that is? Immobilized by the ropes and wooden posts, and you even see a few people foraging at the beach and in the grasses. Even more people, most of them without wrinkles, are gathered at the pier where they prepare their boats and nets and talk about their plans for the following hours. You reach the end of the beaten path, getting to the stone-made pier just next to a small, dolman-shaped shed. Only the door seems to be fairly new, and you don't doubt that both the structures have been repaired many times in the past, crumbling under the touch of the waves. Oh, that's what that is, duh. I head to the fishes. Oh, Photius is expecting. Okay, see you later. What happens if I approach the pier? Is that all we get to do? Head to the fishes? No. Boring. Okay, so we'll keep going then. Is that it? Really? Is that it? For fuck's sake. How much time have I got? Well, that was a fucking waste of time, wasn't it? You don't like Ferdy? He's a horse! It's not a donkey. Ferdy, that was the name of our horse in Fallen Earth. Ferdy, because Ferd is German for horse. So he is Ferdy, and he is our horse. How much time we got? I've got like 7 hours. Alright, we're just going to go down here. Uncharted territory. Although, let's check the orchard. We might be able to get some foods. Thank you. Although he's technically not a horse. He's something else. But it's close to rims. The sparse trees and shrubs grow strong, but there are no fruits left. Only birds nest them on the branches, and leftovers spread in the short grass. There are quite a few ripe fruits in sight. Let's spend half an hour foraging wild plants. Most of what you find are sour apples, juicy plums, and a few clumps of sorrel. Sweet. We got some foods. Fergie? Get your eyes checked, your grandma. Uncharted territory. So where on earth is the White Marshes? I suppose the Necromancer thing is supposed to be north, but like there's no other way to get up. You're not used to the scents of the bogs, but you weren't expecting them to be so gentle. The humid air makes you think of the smoked meats, and even though you ride by a few rotting carcasses of Jesus Christ. The humid air makes you think of smoked meat, and even though you ride by a few rotten carcasses and animal droppings, just as often you cross tiny meadows of pink, yellow, and red flowers. The noise tells stories of never-ending wars between the swarms of insects, frogs, and their hideouts, snakes luring amongst the purple grasses, birds patrolling both the water and the sky, and the saurians preparing to strike from beneath the surface. You can't separate the sounds of the living from those of the dying, if they're even different at all. You reach a boulder in the middle of the road, on the edge of a large pond. The road splits from here in two directions, but the only smoke you see is to the southeast. Okay, so we don't see anything in our way. Okay, you're on phone. We will forgive you. Karu, thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it, darling. And thank you again for that raid. You have a wonderful day, and I will see you very soon. We've got 3.5 hours to find shelter. You're David Attenborough if you had a potty mouth. Let's get this way. Oh, sounds like danger. And was a little bit unfair. David Attenborough's some miserable shit. The road takes you to the edge of the woods. A few trees have found lucky scraps of soil towering above the water, while others, shorter and not as lush, have roots sunk into the pond. Some of the plants were filled with tools, so the route itself isn't so dark, while the few sunbeams getting through the weaker branches on your left are surrounded by darkness and swarms of insects. Help me! Help! The sudden cry, as well as screams of pain, reaches you from between the trees, a woman or a child. I dismount and grab my axe. You lean towards the pond. It's cleaner than in the other parts of the bog and allowing you to see the bottom. Parts are still more than knee deep and the sulphuric odour makes you step away with a frown. The brownish colour can't hide all the bones and plant remains that are sticking out of the bed. You prepare your shield. I take off everything below my waist. Oh dear. You undo your boots and buckles, then hang your pants on the saddle. As your naked skin touches the water, you expect it to be more like a slime. But nothing of the sort happens. Only your eyes and nose notice the difference between this place and a regular pond. The cold water makes you shiver. The voice doesn't stop. You gather all of your bravery and move forward, disturbing the sediment so much that it forms a cloud of mud after every step. You run into the trees. I think this sounds like a trap. I look around. As you walk among the trees and the branches, you see no large creatures. The water in the distance is static, with small fish snacking on lily pads and chasing one another. Something lands on your back and you plunge into the water, getting pinned down by the mud by massive paws. You're choking, hearing only splashes. I need to get out of the water. Oh dear. You tried to roll away while the creature is heavy, with a large paws and strong legs. You're strong enough to knock it off yourself. You bounce from the ground and dash through the shallow water, smoothly getting back on your feet, still holding your blade. I gasp around and look at the beast. The cat's legs are bent, ready to jump, wide and muscular. Its eyes staring at you without a blink, are round and yellow, with pitch black irises in the centre. It's waist high, with a chin hanging just above the water, and a jaw that could bite off your limb in a heartbeat. It has short hair and whiskers, and a nose as big as your hand. Even without the dirt, it's almost black, with glimpses of yellow that form a rose-like pattern on the side and dots on its head. You can't see the creature's paws through the now clouded water. The cat lets out a growl like a saw cutting a log. It's unscathed, confident. Unscathed. I'm in danger. A naked trap. Bite your twig and berries. Can we seek shelter in this cat? No. I take a defensive stance. When you hear the flapping of wings, it's already too late. Bird talons sink into your shoulder, and once you get distracted, the cat darts forwards, reaching for your thighs. You evade its first strike, but then it pushes your stomach with its huge paw, cutting through the armor. Before you can reach it with your blade, it's already out of your range. Your gamson and shield keep you in one piece. The grey bird also flies away, now circling around you, gracefully avoiding the tree trunks and branches. It has a red tail and a short, curved, vulture-like beak. It growls just like the cat did a moment ago, and you notice the human screams have disappeared. So it's 2 against 1. It was a trap. The cat looks into your eyes and roars. As it moves forward, you don't see any wounds on its shell. Its companion circles around you, looking for an opportunity to attack from above. Can't rely on my gamson in its current state. I tried to stay safe, looking for an opportunity to make a precise strike. I keep the beast at a distance, playing for time. I run away. I attack the bird. Shell is what they call a body. Like, the body is called a shell in this. Like, human body. Cutting that bird should be easy enough. Alright, we'll cut the bird. This feels like a short one. It's not a gamble. You wait for the bird to dive at you, then take a swing, using your time to get further away from the cat. The blade sends the halves of the raven-sized creature into the water, to the enjoyment of the local scavengers. A few grey and red feathers are drifting next to you. I raise the axe and look at the cat. The cat roars towards its dead companion, then looks at your eyes. As it moves forward, you don't see any wounds on its shell. I tried to stay safe, looking for an opportunity to make a precise strike. You do your best to evade the cat's attack, then to strike and it charges you. As it charges you. You somehow avoid its claws and teeth, and your sharp axe gets into the beast's back. I get away from it quickly, then prepare for the next clash. The cat roars towards its dead companion, and then looks at your eyes. As it moves forward slowly, its blood mixes with the cloud of dirt. I keep the beast at a distance, playing for time. You keep your distance, then duck as the beast jumps at you. So far, your reflex is beyond reproach. After a few breaths, the cat prepares itself for another pounce. Let's hope it's not too patient. The cat observes you with new respect, surprised that you're still standing. It looks at its dead companion and, without a second thought, leaps away, then partially swims, crossing the pond with the speed matching your palfrey's gallop. You consider following it, but after it reaches a tree crown with just 2 jumps, then gets into another one with a single breath, you wipe your forehead and turn away. Gasping, wet and frustrated, you hobble back to the beaten path. Ferdy seems worried, and you try to ease its soul with a few encouraging words, hoping it will leave you alone for a minute. You wash your skin, then put on your dry clothes. At least your boots won't give you a cold. Well, I did my best. It's a predator thing, isn't it? Cats staring down their prey, right? Oh, the wetlands get dangerous an hour earlier. That's not good. We're just going to forge forward. You ride along shallow waters on one side and flooded trees on the other. You reach what seems like the end of the road. The turn south is already overgrown, most likely abandoned after it was devoured by the bog. But as you look north, you see a wide clearing that, with time, has become a meadow, and a lonely hut at the end of an often travelled path. Oh, thank Christ, can we stay there? At first you ride down slightly, following the twisted trail. There's plenty of puddles around, as well as brown, grey and purple grasses. But all of them are too short for any lurking predators, and the few foxes you see far away don't pay you any attention. You pass by the fresh tracks of heavy-hoofed beasts, but spot no wild game in sight. Your ears can't free themselves from the birds, rodents or dragonflies. We need to ride carefully. If Ferdy's leg sinks into the mud, it may get broken. The further north you ride, the shorter the grass gets. The vast peat fields, broader than 2 or 3 villages placed side by side, are many years old. The turf bricks surrounding the solitary hut are still fresh, drying in the late summer light. The scent of this area is like that of no bog you've ever encountered. Instead of a sublime aroma of healthy soil, it's intense sulphury, leaving almost sour taste on your tongue. The short scarp is dripping with water, like a running saw of the earth, carved with a spade and muscle. The house is made of birchwood, dried turf, and a blanket of soil, in a structure you're not too familiar with, but you imagine its interiors are much smaller than they appear to be. The walls are a few feet thick to keep the warmth, and such roofs tend to get soggy until they collapse after a decade or so. The only soul in sight is sitting on the bench, stuffing his mouth with fistfuls of green leaves that he takes out of a small basket placed on his knees. Hey, welcome in, LD. How you doing, my friend? It's good to see you. How you doing, boss? Bug, thank you for the shout out to LD. I appreciate it. I introduced myself, and for now, stay in the saddle. Still chewing, he mutters something in response, then shakes his hairy head, swallows, and puts the basket away. He stands up and takes a single step forward, approaching the edge of the scarp. His arms are entangled by green creepers, longer than he is tall. They rub against the ground after each step, and judging by the way they occasionally twitch, they're very much alive, even though you can't see where they originate from. AV the Roadwarden, he repeats, this time clearly. He moves his sealed lips left and right as if he's tasting your name, still not sure if he should swallow it or spit it out. Your face is familiar, but not this, he points to your mount, staring at it for a good minute. His voice is quiet and young, not older than 30. If you were standing next to each other, he would be almost a head shorter than you, but for now he towers over you. He has sunken cheeks and sloped shoulders, and while his grey woolen robe was never pretty, it's now close to being a rag, and his sandals reveal long toenails. Ew. I observe him more closely. His eyes are as brown and dark as the grasses of this very bog. His left earring is made of a tusk and a feather, while the right one is an hourglass made of silver. Though a broken wing makes it all the times tilted under its own weight. The leather strips on his wrists and ankles hold beads, pieces of amber, old game dice, and tiny skulls of birds and critters. Even more cords are hanging from his neck, some of them so long they reach his stomach. They carry countless amulets, some of them torn, dried, shabby, or fragmented, and you spot among them small boxes made of wood and bone, as well as leather pouches which hide even more secrets. Were you here before? Mayhap I dreamt you in my sleep. His voice and look are absent. If so, I'm Tyresis? The Turf Warden. Alright. Is warding turf difficult? I run my eyes over the wet scarp. Shouldn't you ward your home out of here? The earth belongs. No, you're dreamt. Wake up while I'm here. We have things to discuss. Oh my god. I don't like most of these other responses ever. We'll just keep friendly. Welcome back, Mel! This new one. Is warding turf difficult? Yep. He looks at you in silence, then yawns loudly. His teeth are yellow, but don't seem to be neglected, at least from this far. 'Tis hard, for 'tis boring like a toad song. He sighs. You're off the main road, stranger. What for? Do you live here all by yourself? Yep. Warlocking, peddling, guarding turf. My tribe dug out what they can this summer. I just keep dragons away from squashing the bricks. Your eyes turn west, following the man's raised finger, and you indeed notice a distant trail of massive three-fingered footprints, now turned into small puddles. They're as long as your torso, with pointy claws, one of which appears to be broken at its tip. The Wheel of Time, is that the series, as in the TV series they brought out, or the books? I've heard the books are very highly rated. I've heard that the series has not been as successful, say, as Game of Thrones has been compared to the series. The series. I haven't seen it. I haven't read the books or seen it. Wouldn't those be three toad footprints, not fingered? It depends. Could be walking on their hands. It depends which of these prints I'm looking at, Jen. They're big-ass books, and some of them are quite hard to get through, apparently. I found a scrap of land that I think may be cursed, though I'm not sure how to examine it. I mean, we do have an idea, but... And you're saying the rest of the north isn't cursed? He lets out a chuckle, but seeing how you still wait for his advice, he raises one of his creepers and, looking in the distance, scratches it. I've no cure for that, but ask Akudia, the witch from the other side of the woods. Far east. Perhaps she has a wand or something. Well, we know she has something. Okay. Is this the way to White Marshes? Both the opposite and quite so. You took the left turn away from the village, but you wouldn't reach it anyway. The path's sealed, and I keep it that way. You ask him to explain, and he raises his hands, waggling his fingers as if he's casting a curse. My green pets keep the troublemakers away, but I can make an exception for a warden, one willing to prove they bring gifts, not troubles. Jan, are you picking holes in my game? What's the toll? He reaches for his basket and places it on the lower edge of the scarp, crouching right behind it. You look inside. Indeed, it's filled with wild leaves, flowers, and berries. Give me enough for a day or so, and I'll bend the wines for a day. The wines? The vines. These wild fruits and leaves are not much, but I can give you a lot of them. Oh, we lost 2 bunches. He purses his lips, his toes flinching nervously. You think I cannot find these by myself? Fine, go ahead, he mutters with resignation. And you throw enough fruits and leaves to fill up his basket. He snaps his fingers. Done. I raise my chin. Did you choose to move to this field, or were you forced to do so? He reaches towards his chest, rubbing a small tusk nervously. One of us surely likes to ask questions, while the other's got work to do. His voice is colder than soil. You can get into the wheel time. I love the work of the author. They got to finish the last few books. At least their pants are still green. How do you avoid the wild beasts? 'Tis them who avoid this place. They're afraid spears. I can't understand this guy. My plants and poisons. Seeing you frown, he raises his creepers quickly, waving them like a dancer with scarves, yet his arms remain still. They're stronger than muscles, he simply explains, but still, I'm not much of a wonder. Affa. There's a man living in Gale Rocks who tries to heal his spellless daughter. The warlock cuts in right after you mention Akudia's rock. Whatever it is, there's no way anyone other than a real prophet would help that girl. Numea's weak in my tribe, you know. Myself, I'm gifted, yep, but I had no teachers here. He shrugs his arms, making the creepers bend upwards. Took the pagan priest from Howler's Dell to help me twist more than a twig. If there was a way to put Numea in shells for good, people would kill to find it. I think there's a Wheel of Time game, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's F things are. We've managed to translate most of what people say. You were training with the druids. The forest speakers. His mocking voice makes him sound like a brat. I left when I was a teen, 10 years ago, if not more. When everything went to shit. He suddenly pauses, then wears it off. After a few more questions, he speaks slowly, observing your eyes. Don't get me wrong, I did learn a lot, especially from that old man. But his daughter kept making me meditate, and I'm not one to sit still. His amulets rattle from his flinch. We paid them for teaching me, but they broke their word, kept telling me spirit slumber and writes poison. After his annoyed scoff, he bites his tongue and taps his toes nervously. You ask about the old man, but Tiresias runs out of patience. I don't know the ones with the real gift. He guided all the ceremonies, yet was arguing with others all the time. I don't care, he was good for nothing, like all of them. Is it of? And of writes poison. Kept telling me of spirit slumber and of... Maybe it's of. Well, I wondered if he was swearing. Maybe it's of. Is Pete really worth constant overseeing? He looks at the nearby bricks and frowns, as if he's seeing them for the first time. Sure, kind of, I think. You ask him to tell you about them, but he admits it's the others who harvest it. I meant to pile it up into rickles, he pointed at a small diamond-shaped structure, but I'm always so busy, he grins. You ask him what turf is good for, and he starts to tap his toes. You can build with it, you can burn it, add it to the soil, and's great for smoking meat. We used to dig it slowly and barter for stone and timber, but we changed our ways. If you have any message for the druids, I could do you a favour. Such a waste of thoughts, this bunch. His angry look is at odds with his hesitancy. I'd rather talk to the rats of the bogs, or even... His eyes leave you staring in the smoke coming from his home on the horizon. After a long moment, his creepers rise up tensely. No, I've no words for the forest speakers, but they do have my stuff. I'd pay you for bringing it back. What stuff? Things I left behind when I snuck out of the monkey house. For reasons, I'd like all of them back, bar one more than others, just some polished twig. Pause marks a moment when he realizes the stupidity of his lie. My old wand. He should make video games, Brandon Sanderson's books. I found a paperback copy of The Way of Kings at a thrift store I work at, and I was so happy. You don't have to stop. I'm waiting to get back to France to read the books. I don't think I can handle English versions. I mean, that makes sense, Mel, yeah. His favourites are the Ally of Law series. I don't know anything about that person, I'm afraid. Why would they keep your stuff for this long? Beats me, been a year ago. But a year ago, a caravan from there stopped by looking for the mushrooms from our bogs. Before they took their noisy boots out of here, one of the guards cried that he'd break my baby wand, make me pay for the time I cracked his nose with a branch. He plays with his amulets, and his eyes avoid yours. 'Twas a mistake, I was still learning. You don't seem to be using a wand now. No need for it. The creepers point in your direction, swiftly tracking the movement of your shoulders, as if they have their own eyes. I need no teachers, no masters, no breathing exercise. A fake chuckle. What do you even need the stuff for? He rubs the ground with his heel, observing his dirty toes. It's mine. His voice gets quieter. I deserve it. Is that why you were sent to the Druid? You couldn't control Nemea? Not much talent for spells in our blood at the White Marshes, he says nonchalantly. With no one there to guide me, I heard a few kids before I figured things out. Seeing your raised eyebrow, he continues, but cautiously. Some tribes are just like that. Young ones, especially. Give us 2-3 generations more, and a mage or two from the outside. Art needs to grow. Paperwork finally done for as much as you can do. Was the office open then? Were you able to do stuff on the website, Bug? Looking for a drink? Alright, dude. Thank you for the luck. See you shortly. Pay me with what? Aren't people like you, he says with little kindness, in need of healing potions at all times? I can bring you a small one, or I can spare you a few coins instead. Let's say one for riding to Howlers, one for talking with the druids, one for bringing my stuff back. He raises 3 fingers. How was it in Howler's Dell? He blinks. I left, didn't I? Or rather ran away. Can't handle their look, their tone. They think they're better than us here, and didn't let me forget that. Any tips on how to talk with the druids? Can tell you how not to talk with them. Don't laugh, don't look at them, don't tell the truth. Just bow down and repeat how honoured you are. They're sparing you so much as a glance. Yeah, and everything I need to. Or, do you have anything to sell? He eagerly smiles and steps away, reaching to the doorknob with his right creeper. Odds and ends. Want to buy a hook? Adventurers love those, and I've got it for the cheap. He doesn't give you time to respond. On most days, I'll brew and mix stuff for potions and medicine if one's desperate enough to cross the bogs for it. I've one that withers plants, and one that kills worms and bugs, and one that keeps flies away for better health. Ooh, the one that keeps flies away would be good for that ford that we had issues with. Why would I want to wither plants? I don't know. This is so expensive. Oh, a grappling hook. What did we want a grappling hook for? We passed something that says we could have done with a grappling hook. Oh, fuck. I need all this shit. Well, actually, is a jar of bug-killing ointment going to be enough to get rid of all the bugs at a ford? You just got to get a few things. Ah, okay. Shit, I kind of want all this stuff. Well, I definitely want this. There was somewhere that we needed a grappling hook. Ah, but I mean, I've only got them 1 coin. I mean, to be fair, I don't even know where I'm staying tonight. I'll buy the bug killing ointment because I know where we could potentially use that. So we have to go this way. But he's let us in, so we should be okay, hopefully. The bridge across a river. Oh. I'm trying to think whereabouts it was on the map. We were there with it. The leafless plants resemble tree roots rather than creepers, even though they're dark green and sway up and down slightly in the rhythm of a heartbeat. 30 snorts and speeds up, unwilling to linger underneath the nightmarish gate. As you get to the other side, the plants seem to completely ignore you. We got through the creepers, but that's because we were here. I don't even know how much time I've got left. No killing buck. Could have been on the east side. The road twists between the flooded purplish grasses. The field ahead of you is still green, bearing the second sowing fuck's sake. Bearing the second sowing of broad beans, maybe the third one, if the land allows it. The workers ignore you. Some of them are nothing but bones. Some carry scraps of flesh, wearing them like forgotten rags, and others look almost human, as if they've awoken right after death. Most of the witless shells move around piles of soil, carry wooden logs, or dig in the ground with their bare hands, but there are also those with considerable abilities. They use pitchforks, hoes, and splitting axes, and confidently cross the uneven ground. There's only a few breathing souls in sight. They observe your passing, but keep their distance. They aren't attacking me, so I don't need to be afraid. The people who live here seem to have everything under control. Or we keep the blade at hand just in case. I mean... They are attacking me. Might be a mistake. The guard lets you in without questioning. The entrance and the wall in general were recently constructed, though are still not finished. There will soon be yet another gate, allowing for trade and conversations without opening the village to danger. That's a good idea. Just like in the field, the work is divided between the undead, who carry bricks and take care of most of the thankless tasks, while the locals cut rocks and spread mortar. The difficult past is still carved in the villagers' gaunt faces and crude outfits, and their brief glances show little curiosity. A few of them are sharing a meal right next to the well, and the victuals in their basket consist of green leaves, fruits, eggs, and cuts of roasted meat, the food of foragers. You're told to wait here for the mayor. Don't roam on your own. The guard's voice is harsh despite the stutter. I tether 30 to a small shed. The man shows up soon after with a careless saunter, and he hardly spares you a look, instead staring at your palfrey. The stranger from the forest garden. I cannot guess why you'd come here. Who are you even? His stature would be considered average in most villages, but in comparison to the rest of his tribe, he's portly, muscular, tall, and with a large square face. His hands are resting on the shaft of the poleaxe placed across his shoulders, making him seem even larger. His long, straw-coloured beard is shabby and makes his bald head look shiny. You can't really tell how old he is, though you see no wrinkles. Just like the others, he's wearing prominent charms, favouring tiny figurines of animals made of bone and wood. Only one of them is hanging from his neck, a silver amulet portraying the head of a moose with large antlers. While valuable, it looks older than the other critters, and quite crude in form. I introduce myself. He sizes you up, and I'm Helvius. Who let you in? Was it... fuck, why can't I say his name? Phyresis. He's as much a gatekeeper as a fly's warden to a piece of shit. Rude. He gives you a telling frown. I'm not one to badmouth others behind their backs. Who knows? I half whisper. Maybe I got here all by myself. Chop those creepers into a salad. I'm sure he realised I may be of use here. What's your tone? He can tell I won't hurt you. Oh god. I might take distance. I'm sure he realised I may be of use here. Don't boast. Those like you help others when your pouch gets empty, and we've no need for you here. He starts to twist his wrists, spinning his weapon slowly. Take a good look around while you can. White Marshes isn't for strangers. The term houses are old, covered with lush grasses and flowers, and you can't imagine any large family fitting inside such a small one-chambered hut. The alleys are so narrow that only one cart could squeeze through them at once. Your boots have sunk into the mud, the square is covered with deep boot prints. The noise of hammers, shouting, wood splitting, and the shuffling of undead legs pierces through the constant buzzing of insects. Ferdy snorts, hunting down the flies with its tail. I notice there's only one elder in sight, and he's observing me. He's standing on top of a wooden platform by the building that's unlike any other in the village. His eyes are keen, the left one is dark, the right one is grey, bright. His head and face are shaved, and his simple undyed robe is even worse shaped than the outfits of his tribefolk. Once Helvius realizes what you're looking at, he lowers his weapon and clears his throat, like a boy caught red-handed. The elder walks away, holding on a walking stick with one hand and touching a wall with the other. Orentius, says the mayor, the priest of our fellowship and the one who saved our people. He raises his hand, pointing at the dead shells bustling around the construction site. We need to ask all of these. Maybe we can... I look at the undead workers. They don't bother you. I used to listen to stories about them as a kid. He nods for you to follow him. But Orentus taught me that they're no different than boars and fire. He dashes forward and swings his poleaxe, bashing a skeleton's shoulder. The arm sinks into the mud, while its owner, a bit awkwardly now, keeps trying to climb up a ladder. It's a bit harsh. Helvius bursts into laughter and the locals look away without a word. See, he continues, leading you back to the well. All you need is control. Look there. He points at a dead shell with remains of flesh on its chest and head. There's a white and brown sparrow sitting on its shoulder, preening its feathers. Even beasts know they've got not a thing to worry about. The Awoken are now like they were yesterday, like they were in spring, like they were a year ago. Leave worrying about them to idiots and unites. I hear what you say about the Awoken, but your tribe used to be strong without them. So what, Warden? That was 10 years ago, isn't? What was 10 years ago isn't, and what isn't doesn't matter. We needed to trade, yet others pushed us away. We won't let them choose for us ever again. I'd like to learn more about White Marshes. Don't bother, both us and yourself. The tribe's been taming the bogs for 5 generations. But the fields... He moved towards the gate as if he had no opportunity to see them before. Are from a few seasons ago, thanks to Orentus. We used to live on berries and meat, selling peat and timber, but soon we need no outsiders. After all these years of feeding our blood to saurians, leeches and merchants, better days are coming. We made them come, and we deserve them. He fondly wipes his blade with his thumb, then clears his throat, if the right allows. So you want to separate yourself from other settlements? The tribes with little iron and bone struggle more and more. We're getting ready to welcome plunderers the way they deserve, 'tis all. Our palisade wasn't enough. All this, he waves at the wall and his voice full of pride, was built in not even 2 years. Can you believe? You glance at a yellowish skeleton that carries 2 large rocks, each too large for any human to lift on their own. You used to sell wood, correct? He nods in approval. In the old days, our firewood warmed up all walls and toes this side of Hag Hills. But Gale Rocks in the far north built its own hamlet for woodcutters, and Howlersdale grew a fine garden for themselves, just to get by without us. They have oaks, cherries, and their own darker birches. Have no more reason to trade with us other than peat. You glance at the buildings. While they are indeed new, most settlements in the province would view them as crude and cramped. I seek a few missing hunters from the creeks. Are they here, maybe? His voice remains the same, but he squeezes the long haft of his axe. Dahlia, right? She was here, but many days ago, with questions on howlers and cats. Some dumb bet, she told me, was heading back north. Are we still in Grumpington? I mean, he's not very friendly, but he's not as bad as those in the north. Mr. Skeleton Warriors. Village of the Dead. Let's stick in Pagos. The people of old Pagos are fighting a plague. Fuck. He looks in the dark clouds and sighs. Who? Kids? Elders? While you speak, the nearby villagers stop their work, and even the undead are told to freeze in place, offering your ears a bit of relief. You answer a lot of questions, making the muddy square even more grim. You hear someone weeping and a young woman announcing, "It's not fair, even for them." The mayor nods in agreement, keeping the axe on his shoulders. I'll tell Orentus. From now on, we'll gather our wood chips and twigs in a shed. He raises his voice, looking into his tribe's eyes. We may have enough for them before. We may have enough for them before winter. What? We may have enough for them before we. We may have enough for them before winter. Oh, okay, right. They're right. I got you. They're gonna gather away wood chips and twigs, and they may have enough for them by the winter, as in they may have enough to send them up to Pagos. Well, at least they actually want to help compared to everyone else. Is Asterion around? Huh? Why would he be? You pay attention to his confident stance and strong voice, with its usual hint of disdain, and spot no sign of a lie. He's hardly ever been here. I've no need for wardens. You say you know nothing about Asterion, but people claim he had strong ties with your tribe. Helvius begins swinging his axe left and right, the heel of his half now resting in the mud. Trying to recall the past, he makes a puzzled frown. Know what? I was told he met with our warlock often. Who knows why? Ask him if you must. Let's check about the highwayman. He reaches for his hair so quickly that it makes you flinch, but then scratches his head gently. And if so, we deal with them on our own, without some warden's help. According to what an old druid told me, the highwaymen bother you much more severely than you would lead me to believe. So you're bothering other people with these questions as well? He scowls at you, but carries on. Glaucia's angry with us, took our food and tools, beat our foragers, broke our traps, but we don't need a stranger's guidance. I thought Asterion was a magistrate in the big city. What was the name of that city? Hey, Brovnils, welcome in, my friend. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good Monday. Helvea is the where we are from. We're from Hoverland, so close. That's the big city that we're from, Hoverland. Bug, thank you for the shout out to Prof. Niels. I appreciate it. You're feeling very tired, gonna head off to bed. Good night. LD, thank you so much by stopping by, my friend. It was good to see you, buddy. I hope you have a wonderful sleep and take care of yourself, and I will see you very soon. Asterion. The only other person that begins with A is Akikos, who's a merchant in Howler's Den. Howler's Dell. La, 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 la. Akuni the Enchantress would like to place this rod in your village somewhere high. Would that be a problem? She what? Let me see. He swings the hollow piece of bronze like a sword made from a branch, then raises it above his head, staring at it with little patience. A lightning catcher or a toy? Well, he gives it back. Come one day before noon. You'll go out with the foragers as a guard, work with them for half a day, and we'll put it in a tree or a roof, mayhaps. Cool. Well, I gotta need some money anyway, so. Okay. Have you ever met Cassia? She's a warrior from Gale Rocks. Eh? Who? You repeat your question, but he shrugs. I know of many great warriors from her tribe. They're a disciplined bunch, but not a single tale about that woman has reached me. Telling. What have you got to trade? We need what we have, but I'll take a look at what you're bringing if you seek bones. I nod towards my bundles. He points his blade at the only thing that he's interested in, the corals. I'll pay you for 3 with 1 bone. You can fuck off. Not at all. I'd like to speak with Orentus. We're looking for everyone. If anyone can find him, it's Amy the Roadwarden. Dun, dun, dun. As he straightens up, the moose head on his chest bounces enthusiastically. You and many others, but he's swamped by his work, and we've enough threats in the shadows already. If he decides you're trustworthy, he may speak with you once. But why would I even ask him? I want to hear Wright's will. You're at the right place, but at the wrong time. One day, all provinces of the land will learn what was revealed to the prophet. He spread his arms, holding the poleaxe like a staff. Ride away to the villages, to the city, and you will hear Wright's words soon enough. Farewell. A sudden shout cuts the sky, but no one pays attention to it. It turns out a small boy got scared by the quiet approach of an awoken shell. Have you played Roadwarden then, Nils? You liked how Roadwarden rewards creativity and exploration. I mean, the whole idea of the game is to explore the lot though, right, isn't it? I mean, yeah, I suppose a skeleton quietly creeping up on you probably would scare most people. Roller, you're not wrong. My perception checks do tend to miss the mark. I address the guards. People from other tribes are looking for spouses. The taller gatekeeper gives you a long look. We need no matchmaker here. Our youth work to do. Only then they're free to go wherever they want. After you ask if the village is open to invite new dwellers, he snorts. You think they're going to move to the village of the dead? Good joke. Let's have a wash at the well first. The locals observe your hands carefully while you're drawing the water. After you quench your thirst, you try to wash your face and neck, but one of the old women approaches you quickly, wagging her finger. We've not enough for this silliness, she rebukes you. Water your horse if you have to, but we need the rest for ourselves. The stern gaze of other villagers leaves you no room for discussion. Let's observe the undead workers. Not being allowed to leave the main square, you observe the shells walking through the gate or helping the builders at the wall. The skeletons are not all complete. Some of them lack a rib, a foot, or a jaw. Many of their bones are cracked or broken and seem to be connected to each other with nothing at all, as if Nemea that keeps them moving knows which part should stay firm and which should twist or bend. Those that keep some of their skin and guts don't smell, rot or bleed and make you think of dried meat. It's as if these scraps of flesh serve no purpose, and seeing how many of these labourers already have great holes in their stomachs or limbs with revealed bones, it could be that they are just in the middle of the process of becoming like their naked counterparts. I would find that quite off-putting. I mean, kind of like just bones as skeletons, I think I could probably deal with, but people like half-rotten, even if they didn't like smell, I'd probably find that quite off-putting. I imagine most of the villagers find it quite off-putting as well, but they probably don't have much choice, so you know. The undead loyally fulfill their tasks. So far, you've counted 5 people able to give them orders. Some do so by speaking out loud, while one woman simply looks at a shell, no matter how far it is. The workers, while witless, maintain some sort of carefulness in their actions. They stop when someone gets in their way and use tools if they know how, avoiding pointless harm to their shells. There may be more than 50 creatures spread across and around the village, but you can't know how many you haven't seen yet. Many of the fresher undead are elders. Among the skeletons, you spot some that used to belong to children, but none of infants. You played Roadwarden in a fairly YOLO fashion. That does not surprise me at all. I'm glad that you enjoyed it though. I bet you didn't spend anywhere as near as long as we did so far already in this. Maybe such young shells are too difficult a sight for even the locals. Maybe they are so different from adult humans they can't be awakened. Maybe their shells are too weak to work or too dumb to listen to orders. I would reckon it would probably be unsightly having small children. One of the undead workers drops a basket of foraged cranberries and leaves, maybe because its shell is too weak, or maybe because it received a poorly phrased order. Then it stays still, waiting for further instructions. We're not expecting less of you. I don't remember. Did you stream this, Nils? I don't think I'm trying to think if I've seen you stream this. Can use tools if they know how. AV, if I learn how to use a tool, can my reanimated shell know how to use it too? Or does someone have to teach it after reanimating? Well, by the fact that they just kind of stand there and wait for orders, I imagine there is some sort of teaching that needs to be given to them. I guess kind of like programming in a code, right, for like a computer. Like, you'd have to do all the different processes or all the different commands that it needs to understand. Because this one obviously doesn't know to pick up the cranberries, so if you didn't or whatever it was, the berries, so it drops the berries, but it doesn't know it's supposed to pick up the berries because it doesn't have that code written in it. Whereas I think most people, considering these are adults, I think you learn from a very young age that if you drop something, a container of something, especially if it's something you're collecting, that you're supposed to pick it up, right? I need a room, so they better let me have a room. I asked the guards if there's a room I could rent for the night. I guess, one of them sighs and tells you to wait while you're standing. After a few minutes, a group of locals approach a more neglected turf house and start to empty it. They take out old crates, rags, casks, bricks, then leave them by the outer wall, at least for now. "'Tis an old shed," explains the guards there. "You won't bother anyone. We'll be ready before you need it." I go to hell of us. Well, I guess I sleep. Sleeping in a shed. You have to rest on your own blanket. The never-ending sounds of the wall construction and walking skeletons won't help you catch a good sleep. I mean, that's fine, because our vitality is pretty good. Food is fine. We already stink, so... just sleep. Then we can work in the morning, do the rod. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Oh dear. A persistent shouting voice wakes you up. Weak moonbeams squeeze through the smoke holes, but to have a proper look around, you open the door. There are flickering torches at the main gate, accompanied by a solemn prayer and timid shouts. You put on your cloak and boots and leave the shed. A few of the locals, dressed in their regular worn and muddy clothes, surround a large group of the undead, touching their half-rotten limbs, revealed rib cages, and motionless heads. A hooded woman sonorously singingly begs for rights, guidance, and protection, but you don't pay much attention to our words. The man known as Arentius is standing beside the gathering, with a revealed torso and a walking stick beneath his shoulder. Every now and then he cuts his sides or his back and fills a wooden bowl slightly. Then a follower steps closer, puts 2 fingers inside the liquid and takes it to one of the awoken creations. The lights dance around them, casting shadows that you could swear hide cruel spirits. You don't know how long you had been observing the ritual when the scar-covered man turns towards you. His innocent, sad eyes carry no judgment or reprimand. Yet you suddenly notice how cold your calves and neck are. Autumn is surely getting closer. You wade through the mud. What has happened to them that they feel justified in doing all this? So not only do they awaken the dead, they use blood magic. If the United Church learns about this, they won't let it go. Let's hope they let me leave this place. These people are beyond redemption. Fanatics. I've thought a lot about how to make shorts with Roadwarden, but honestly enjoyed what they were doing. I don't know how you could do a short with this, right? The problem is there's a lot of reading, and all that reading takes time, which is very counterintuitive to a short, right? I mean, you could just go through it all and summarize it, right? Like, you take all this information in, you could just like relate it in a non-detailed format. Like, this is the White Marshes, where the dead roam. You know, Arentus is a priest, blah blah blah, it's run by so and so. Or you could try and do the interesting, well, I say interesting, it's all interesting, it all has relevance, right? But you could do, like the encounters, you could sum up the encounters. Right? You know, you can obviously record everything that you're doing and being like, ah, oh, there's the big bird. We run in and jump with the rope, and then this happens and this happens, and boom. I don't know. You vote the first response. The first response is what I was thinking. What has happened to them as they feel justified in doing all this? Even though the village seems to be on its legs, most shells you spot are dead, just as occupied as they were during the night. About Acudia's rod. Ready to get your hands dirty? Very well, I'll do the work. I mean, I can't see them not letting me leave on the Roadwarden. We're stinky and we're hungry. After half an hour or so, the expedition is ready. 6 souls, none of them older than 40, and with no undead to assist them. Too dumb, the oldest woman explains, and we've no overseer with us. Their accents are heavy, but they rarely address you. For most of the time, they exchange single-word commands, gesturing for you to quiet down whenever you step on a branch. You spend half a day following the bog paths, but also going deeper into the wilderness. As a group, you manage to scare away the smaller beasts, and your guide claims to lead you around the hunting territories of the larger predators. From time to time, you keep to what looks like, to you, the most inconvenient trails in sight, yet no one objects. You cross the mud, shallow waters, and ancient dark game trails, tracking any movement amongst leaves and grasses. Hungry and annoyed by the insects, you go back to White Marshes, carrying baskets and sacks full of mushrooms, berries, herbs, great leaves, but also a few birds and fairy critters. As we head to the village, I follow the guide patiently. I hardly pay attention to the group, I just look for monsters. Seems like a good idea. Helivis waits for you at the gate, nodding with approval. 2 steps away from him, you see a short corpse, a bare boned above its waist, but still wearing pants and carrying scraps of meat on its feet. Not giving you a moment for a breath, the mayor tells you to fetch him a rod. After you do so, he throws it at the undead, bouncing the rod off its head with a thud, and starts to laugh. Go on now, he commands. Put it on the tree over there and tie it with a rope. His worker bows down to pick up the tools and obediently walks away. It's not a secret that they use the undead and necromancy here. That's why the other villagers don't like them, I think. He's not very nice to these skeletons. You have to be careful. I grab his shoulder. We had a deal. He gives you a puzzled look and tries to wrench himself away, but your strong grasp doesn't make it easy. There are no trees inside, you dumb toad. He stops suddenly, and after a long pause, calls for the undead to come back. I'll find a tall building. You let him go and walk back to your bundles, where you quench your thirst. I mean, the blood magic is a secret, yeah. But the priest looks sad. Like, the priest looks like he doesn't want to be doing this anymore. Like, he's being forced into it. Like, he started something that shouldn't have gone so far and he needs to keep it up. It obviously requires... I imagine something like this requires some sort of regular replenishment of magic, so to speak. I would surmise. I don't know. So... But, you know, it feels like he's kind of started something that he now doesn't feel he can stop. Is his well dry? Maybe. Maybe, Bug. So I can't see Orontus. So what time of day are we at? Midday. We're in shit condition. We need a bath. What's in my inventory? We're quite hungry. Can I eat the fish? Not really. We've never had one spoil. So we got the herbal bug replated. We've only got 1 coin and 2... Is that a euphemism? I don't understand. I don't know. You might know it. Is in the act of giving. What's the best way to describe it? So, it's all about your own mental well-being, so to speak, in that it can be referred to as a well. Okay, so it's used mostly in terms of, like, you know, when you always want to help other people, or you always say yes, or you put a lot of other people's needs ahead of your own. So, I mean, it could be referred to like energy, but, you know, kind of in the way that you need to look after yourself and be in like a healthy place before you try and help other people, because you don't do yourself any good if your air quotes well, your inner well of time, mental energy, etc. are exhausted. Then it doesn't do you any good, and you're really not going to do much good or help someone else that you're trying to help. Saving others before yourself, yeah, something like that. Oh, you know that one, okay. Affix your own oxygen mask before affixing masks around you. That is a brilliant way to sum it up. Thank you, Nils. Yeah, all those things. So, I guess we travel. We probably need to eat. No money again. We've got 9 hours. What are our options? Not a lot here. We could go to Bug Place. There are my fish. I wonder if there's anything here. No, I want to go here though, don't I, again? Wetlands here. I really need to kind of make it down here. I need to talk to him. As you ride past the fields, one of the local farmers enters the road, gesturing for you to stop. He's holding a rusty sickle and carries a basket on his back, filled with various weeds and a sharpened club. His patch-worn tunic is neglected but fitting for a farmer. The lean years left his face skinny and his teeth crooked, but his sad eyes hold heartwarming kindness. Hi there, Warden. He has a thick local accent. I've been wondering just now, this is a small matter. You see, do you know how to read? I don't, I'm afraid. I see. He gives you a sad smile. But still, you've a horse, I mean. He raises his eyes as if to make it clear he's aware that you're sitting in a saddle. It is your ride places. Give me a few moments. Without waiting for your response, he runs to the village and returns to you with a small sack in his hands. How about you take it to someone smart? He unwraps the package and reveals a large wax tablet made of bone. 'Tis a letter from someone I care about, but I'm not sure what it says. I'll give you a coin once you read it for me. You take the tablet from his open palm. It's fancy, unlike the wooden ones. On its back you find an engraving portraying a large furry beast. Made of a troll's hip, the farmer says proudly. That's a pretty tablet. He puts his hands on his side, his smiles filled with pride. Did it myself. With cold nights and little iron, takes thinking to keep your hands busy. Why do you need my help? He frowns as if the answer is obvious. No merchants come here these days and no missionaries, and we don't need to read around here. But you do have a priest in the village. He looks at the gate as if he just realised you're right. I asked him, his tone is cold, but he was no help. Said the letters are blurry. Look fine to me. Alright, I'll see you soon. He waves to you and you step away, clearing the path. I'll wait for you with the coin I promised. The choices are no or no. Alright, let's go and speak to Warlock. Frogs fill the bogs with their songs and hide among the puddles as you ride down the path. Piraceus, I don't know, whatever. T-Rex is sitting on the bench, observing your arrival as he's grinding something in the mortar. You greet him, but he asks you to wait a minute, and it's only after he's satisfied with his work does he leave his tools behind and move to the edge of the scarp. The creepers on his arm are slightly raised. Do you know anything about Asterian's whereabouts? He raises his chin. Know what? I may. His amulets rattle after his triumphant announcement, but he looks at the clouds in the distance. You wait for him to carry on to no avail. So, what do you want? He flinches, huh? Nothing. He shifts from foot to foot. I was just thinking, 'tis all. Is he your client? Do you share a goal? He crosses his arm, making the creepers hit his amulets. Never had a witch or a warlock at home? 'Tis wrong for me to speak for others. I'll take it on my pyre. A lot of shame and doubt, and I need to be trusted. Actually, Mr. T sounds better. We'll go with Mr. T. T-Rex doesn't even make sense. People claim that he and your tribe was planning something big. Do you deny that? He rolls his eyes, shrugging his arms and showing his empty palms. Yet the nervous twitches of the creepers add little to his innocent demeanour. He and I traded a few times, but I didn't bed with him or offer him mint and stew. He said he may have a job for me in the woods, and I told him I don't need his bones anymore. When asked what he did need, Mr. T pursed his lip. I want things to change, 'tis all. I wake up to awoken shells and the fogs and Glaucia's robbers threatening my family. All I want is for this cursed land to be normal. His yawn comes out of nowhere, but then you notice his drooped shoulders and heavy eyelids, and yep, that warden told me he's gonna take care of it. Where is he then? Well, not at my place, that's for sure. To prove his point, he raises one of his creepers and opens the door. Though from where you're sitting, you see mostly the cold fireplace and the darkness behind him. But you do have an idea where I can look for him. Yep, at a monster's lair, most likely. You meet his eyes. Any monster in particular? He looks away and reaches for one of his bracelets. He asked me to help with many. He was heading for a journey, he said. Needed boggy balms to scare animals away. You push him a bit, but he doesn't have to think long. As if these questions have been bothering him for the entire season. Weirdest ones were of the harpies, and he wanted one for sea monsters, but I've no such things. I cannot poison the sea. As you think what to make of it all, he starts to tap his toes, taking a deep breath. There's a huntress living in the pelt of the north. This inn at the southern road, Daylit. Asterion said she knows wild beasts like no other soul, so he was prepared for them anyway. But she charges us for the information. Let's say I were to help your people with the bandits and got rid of the undead. Would you return the favour? He spares you a yellow grin. 'Tis all you say? Yep, yep. Save the north, or the scrap of it I care about, and I'll follow you into a fog. He won't be in my debt unless I weaken the bandits and get rid of the undead in the village. Okay. I don't need to go to White Marshes. I don't have the food for it. Brrr. Are you telling me that you're wardening the bogs because you wanted to do so? You refuse to accept the new order of things, these necromantic practices. He sits down on the bench. Do I care who made me leave the walls? Orentus didn't want me there, but I didn't want to stay. To stop him now, you need a band, and I'll tear off your head sooner than I'd bring a threat to my tribe. You reach towards your blade, but the creepers remain idle. You're stepping into a treant's branch. Seeing your frown, he continues. Their grasp gets tighter the more you move, you see. Forget it. He waves it off. Why do you care about any of that? Let my people choose their path. The dead shells deserve to rest. They're being enslaved. The undead will turn dangerous. We don't know when. Your tribe's become an outcast. Soon no merchants will want to trade with necromancers. I sigh. Come on, T. You know just as well as I do that this is wrong. I mean, yes. He huffs. I've had enough of people who do what they feel like doing. Are your wits that shallow? What I want is for my what I want's my tribe's safety, and the undeads are dangerous. 'Tis why I argued with Arentius. But this means not a thing to him. He scowls at you. What's your plan once you get to him? I want to learn what pushes him to do all this. I don't think it's his choice. He must have his reasons. He freezes as if he barely understands what you mean. Huh? This may be a good first step. But then he needs some persuading, and it won't be easy as you think. He gives you a warm look, then stands up slowly and looks at the clouds. All I can do is find a way to let you into his house. And you'll have but one chance. If you can convince me you're to be trusted. Do I have anything that could convince you? He licks his lip but looks away. I'd rather not look. We'll return to this later. Okay, I don't need any of this now. I've got no money. I'm not going back to White Marshes. I've got nothing to do with Rentius. Oh fuck, how much time have I got? It's midday, we should be fine. What are you talking about? Oh, because the creepers are in the way again. Well, that's fine, because I don't care about the creepers. Let's see if we can get some food. No. No food. I wonder. This is what I think I want the insects for. You spot a corpse of a small monkey at the side of the creek getting devoured by thousands of buzzing flies. Many more insects are flying nearby. You're standing on the northern bank. Can I use this? Combination of about a dozen leaves and flowers found among local forests and hills. It's green and dense and smells like present seasoning for baked fish. Safe for human skin, but inedible. I mean, I look for a different route. The path is barely squeezed between the hills with no signs of settlement of game trails. The grass is too tall and dense to allow you safely ride through the wilderness. You won't reach the other bank without entering the swarm. It'll take some time, but I wrap myself with every piece of clothing I own. It takes you longer than you would hope for, but you manage to cover yourself with armor of at least 3 layers of linen, leather, wool, and hemp. Only your eyes and a single finger remain without cover. Once you get closer to the ford, countless creatures beset you, making you instantly shut your eyes. They are striking the clothes, covering your open mouth, and hitting your shell like squishy, buzzing hail. You ride forward blindly, trying to get out of here as fast as you can, but the insects stick with you for another few minutes. The red marks on your finger start to burn slowly. 30 swishes his tail angrily as it turns its head to the left, observing you with one reproachful eye, pinning its ears back. You look around to make sure nothing will try to jump on you, and once you decide you're safe, you take off the suit. Unless you find an easier way to protect yourself, the insects will keep slowing you down. So why have I got this bug killing shit? I thought this would get rid of it. I thought the whole idea was I wanted to get rid of this. I don't just want repellent, I want to get rid of them for good. They're not good for business. Fuck it. I don't know if I've got time for Pagos. How much time do I have? 5.5 hours. I do need to go to Pagos. But I can't stay at Pagos. 5.5 hours to get to here. Hang on, let's see. Where are we here? It'll take me an hour to get to here. And then an hour 45. So call it 2. 3. I think actually we can probably get to Pagos and back to here. I suppose it depends. Well, there were 2 types. There was an insect repellent and like an insect bug killer. I thought using the bug killer here would get rid of the swarm. But obviously it's the repellent we need so we can cross. But I was kind of thinking more long term other than let's slap some repellent on. As in, I figured it would be one of those hurdles we're supposed to try and sort out and clear for everybody, not just me. No, there's no interaction with like anything else in that area, like the monkey corpse or anything. Alright, well obviously this bug getting rid of thing is, bug killer is used for something, it's just not what we thought it was, and thus was not the most useful investment in the few coins that we actually had left. I think I can reach Howlers after Pagos. 2 hours, and then another. Yeah, I mean, there's only a couple of things we need to talk about, so it shouldn't take too long. The road is still covered with the pebbler's leftovers, as well as the leaves and branches on the ground. I forgot about the pebbler, but at least the beast is nowhere in sight, even though there are some fresh paw prints just nearby. Your plan worked just fine. Let's hope the locals won't be upset about the wasted fumes. Of course, I'm stinky, but I can't really afford to, like... A large ant is exploring the fields but flees at your side. You knock on the gate and Tertia opens the peephole right away. You approach the gate and knock at it. She gives you a long look. Healthy still. Good. I tell them about the druid's plan. I may know of a way to help you with the plague, you begin. Even before you end your story, various voices interrupt you with all sorts of queries, which results in a long and chaotic conversation. As their enthusiasm rises, more people approach the gate, chiming in with their doubts or asking for things that have already been explained. Through the hole in the gate, you see a swarm of shifting faces and clothing. It's understandable they are worried. I tried to tell them everything I know. This is a waste of time. Let me speak with one soul at a time. You can discuss it later on. Tertia once again shows up in the peephole, observing you attentively. I mean, I would do the other option, but time is a factor here. And we can't stay anywhere near to here. You're right, there's all we can do to help you with awakening the altar. If you have any items filled with Nemea, I could use them as a sacrifice. Yet another long discussion occurs on the other side, though this time it's more organized, and with one soul speaking at a time. When Tertia addresses you, there's sadness in her eyes. There are no enchanters here, Warden. All the magic potions we had were used to fight the plague, and my neighbours don't want to give away our last treasure to someone they don't trust. I can't make this decision for them. Are you serious? You'd rather keep some treasure than save your lives? People on the other side fall silent. The woman observes you with reluctance. It's not the way we do stuff. We won't turn ourselves into mindless beasts. I've been in many settlements warning the locals about plague. You don't have to worry about their safety. I think I have pretty much hit all the settlements and warned them about the plague. Thank you, Warden. She bows her head. I'll ask the council to rethink our isolation. With the gates and doors of our neighbours closed, we can start seeking food after all. Maybe even send outside a few hunting trips. Acudia, the enchantress for the East, wants to know if Eludia and Irenaeus have avoided the sickness. A long, uncomfortable silence. She's too late. They were asking for their daughter in all their nightmares before the illness took away their tongues. We burned both of them on the same day, if it means anything to her. Oh, they were her parents, and they did. It's a bit sad. She looks down. Tell her I'm sorry for her loss. I hope she found the peace she was looking for. Probably not. Nothing I can think of. Trust me. Trust. Trust. I'm a Roadwarden. I should have immediate trust. How much time have I got left? 3.5 hours. I could literally make it to the pelt. I kind of want to hit the pelt and then go all the way back up this way to kind of hit here. And here. And throwing some axes would be useful, and we can sell our fish. I mean, we have 40 days. We're supposed to get what information we can and take it back within 40 days, yeah. I'm going to go pelt. Pelt also has the best value for shiz. Like, the bed, the cost of a place to stay, and all the benefits massively are better. And we can actually get maybe a little bit of sewing done. The yard is stained with coughed up blood, the trail leading into the building. The hunters are tense with weapons at hand, looking at you as if you're bringing them answers. Oh shit. You're approached by daylight. You heard? The lieutenant from Hag Hills fled from her camp. She would be dead without our potion. Hag Hills, the lieutenant. Who the fuck is that? Yeah, they give us a bath and food, like, for a good price. Shit, what happened? A troll. This There's a hint of shame in her voice. She says she stopped it, but not before it tore the other soldiers to pieces. Better speak with her. Who's the lieutenant from Hag Hill? Where is Hag Hill? Hag Hill's in the north, isn't it? Who's the lieutenant? Fuck's sake. Julia. Julia's from the south, isn't she? Yeah. She's the thing in the bottom camp. That's what I thought. But I didn't think that was Hag Hills. I thought Hag Hills was like up north, but I think maybe this whole area is Hag Hills. The innkeep greets you with a nod, then his eyes lead you to the bench in the corner. Julia is sitting with her head resting against the wall, breathing heavily, with clean bandages on her neck, arm and leg. Next to her are 3 small bottles, all of them open, but your nose catches no scent of ale. Her Gameson is on the floor, now more of a rag than armor. You sit down next to her on a stool. She opens one eye, then another. Her smile is empty. Tell me about the attack. There isn't much to say. It came in the early hours. We threw and shot anything we could at it. After it broke through the gate, I had one last arrow left. My subordinate, her voice is bitter, gave me time to aim, and now he's gone. Did you manage to burn the other soldier? The sorrow in her eyes makes the shake of her head redundant. That sounds horrible. Summer is almost over. We should soon travel back to the city. She shrugs. Well, if any city rat is going to criticize me for getting out of here before the end of my watch, they can jump into the sea for all I care. I can head back whenever. Oh, okay. Oh, so this is finish our adventure. So we could go now. I mean, this feels harsh, but we'll ask it anyway as it's an option. After a brief scowl, she looks down and shakes her head, snickering weakly. I knew you would ask me that. Yeah, it's all there. I took everything of value with me. Wait, do I have stuff then? Did she just give me stuff? She gave me nothing. I'm not gonna lie about Assyrian. Go outside. Current watch, armorer. I'm gonna have a wash. Okay. To the inn. Innkeeper. Pyrrhus is still here. I thought he would have gone by now. He's no use to us though. Oh, any leftovers? Not today. Wah, wah. I have more fish to sell. I think I only have 2, but there we go. It's an extra one. Pays for tonight anyway. I don't want that. What time is it? It's night time. Do I have anything you'd like to buy? Nope. What do you have for sale? Food rations. We should get some more of those. Go back. Sleep. Look at this. Absolute winning fool. Oh, because I'm hungry. Oh, I'm not going to get my vitality back because I'm hungry. Okay. I'm going to have to eat a ration, aren't I? I mean, I should get my nourishment back. It's kind of dumb, a bit convoluted that bit, but I suppose it does kind of make sense. Yeah, we might as well be at full vitality. Comfy bed with a clean blanket and an isolated chamber. Oh no, it wasn't here. It was Howlers that gives us food as well, doesn't it? But it's fucking expensive. Well, it's 2 instead of 1, but that's still a lot when we've got none. And we're going to use our last one to gamble at Axe throwing, hopefully. And then we'll use it to, I don't know. repair our Gambian and continue being poor. Alright, a comfy bed and a clean blanket in an isolated chamber. You'll also get a large breakfast, a wash tub. Oh, I do get breakfast. A wash tub with water and soap and some clothes to wash your teeth. Okay. Why doesn't it show my nourishment there? I don't get it. Maybe because I don't lose anything, right? Because usually when we sleep at night, we lose like 2/4 of our nourishment, don't we? But maybe we get the 2/4 back from the breakfast it gives us, so it just stays where it is. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. Small room is quiet and far away from unwanted eyes. You take a calm bath, rest on a soft mattress, look through the window and enjoy minutes of safety. In the morning, you find a stool with a large wooden plate bearing an aromatic breakfast, 2 boiled eggs, a cup of buttermilk, and some ibex offals. Downstairs, the innkeeper is putting firewood on the stairs. He asks if you need anything. Any leftovers? Not today. Wah, wah. Alright, see you later. Let's chat with the guards. Oh, hang on. About the hunters you wanted me to recruit. How do I still need to learn more about Eristos? I swear we've spoken to twice as many people about Eristos than we have about Cassia. Although Cassia really is useless. Although the druid from the south told us that he isn't a trapper or doesn't think he's a trapper. So I'm thinking maybe we need to speak to Eristos again about what he really is or wants to be. Do we want to hire Quintus? Why not hire Quintus? Your question sparks playful comments from her companions. He's a great friend, she admits, but he can't be trusted with more delicate tasks. When possible, we'd rather avoid using muscles alone. What matters the most is getting out of trouble with as few scratches as possible. So I can still learn more about Eristos. Apparently we can't learn more about Cassia, so we'll tell her about Cassia. Cassia sounds fucking rubbish, so... It sounds like no matter her talents or the lack thereof, she's got a harpy of an attitude. She summarizes your tale and tries to push aside the hair on her forehead. Maybe better to spare ourselves the trouble after all. Okay. More Eristos. Oh, we can put the rod up. That's a good idea. I'd like to put this rod in your watchtower for Acudia the Enchantress. She moves it close to her face, observing it with widened eyes. Is this some sort of magic thing? After your reassuring words, she pauses. I mean, if it's nothing dangerous, fine. I'll tie it somewhere during my watch, don't you worry. Sweet. Axe throwing! I'm ready when you are. Oh yeah. Buff, 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 buff. Nice. Knowledge about wild creatures. Well, Avy, she chuckles, for you, 5 dragons. Has it gone down since last time? I think he was 8, wasn't it? I still don't have enough, but... The armor is still not here, though. We could... I think we'll probably be alright. Oh, I didn't mean that. Alright. I think I might go and get some refillies of the old drinkies before we move on. I'm thinking we kind of go around this way. We've never checked out the ruins after we got these guys to clear out the goblins, so maybe there's something in it there. At least it's going to be safe to check out. And again, there's probably nothing else to do at the Elder's Cave. How far away is it? 1:45. It's only 15 minutes away from there. Howler's Dale we definitely need to go to. And I want to check the rock slide out again. Oh fuck, was it the rock slide that we wanted the grapple for? Ah, shit nipples. God damn it. Okay. Yeah. I also have to have a hot think on what's what. That will give us... Howler's Dale will give us a potential matchmaking, though. That might be good for us in some way, shape or form. Yeah, that's probably what we'll do. Alright. I'll be back in 5. I'll pop to the loo while I'm up. And I'll leave you with clips.
My fingers feel numb.
A lot of bumps. Okay, that was random and weird. Oh my god. No. Oh no. That's exactly what I was thinking of. So to speak, of the occasion. And then offers it up as a moment within everybody that's in chat, and they can claim those moments. If you hover over Tina, you'll see that she's got quite a few moments, and then you'll be able to go and have a look at. You can click on that moment or see which moments you have, and it will tell you like what the clip was for. What? I think we got poor angles. Don't hurt me, Philip. I love you. Philip, no! I'm not that way! I'm not like that! No! Philip, why? Committing ourselves. We are on day 6, I think. Oh no, we're on day 7 now. We're on a new PB. And now we're stuck. So, I guess... Astrid... Wasn't supposed to go that way. I guess what it is, Bug, is a wolf! Duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave, duck and weave. No, it didn't work. We're dead. What I was trying to say was having good friends in chat gave me the confidence to not be annoying. Baby birch. Be like David Attenborough, and here we are, inside the mother birch. We can see the baby birch. Here we have Daddy Birch, which is much smaller than Mummy Birch. It's taken down a fresh deer. Soon, Mummy Birch. We like to drink with Amy because Amy is our mate. He drinks in moderation, and that's what makes him great. Why was he born so beautiful? Why was he born at all? He's no fucking used to anyone. He's no fucking use at all. Get it down, you Zulu warrior. Get it down, you Zulu chew. She's going. She's fading.
I've never felt so cold in my life.
Don't know if you met my ex. Wee. You're rubbish at this game, Astrid. Your stick game. Oh, now we're cold. We're totally fucked. Yo. We made it! 251! Wait, did we lose our wife? Someone lost their wife. Oh, that's pretty freaky. I thought that was a skull at first. Great Cthulhu rises. It's Squidward! Where did you go? Shabba. tail? Can you see my butt? Do I line up my stream? There's my tail, alright? You perverts. That was out. I'm a wolf rider. Fear me. Can't get me, I'm riding on a wolf. Yeah. Exactly, wolf rider. Where's my wolf? Yeah, she's bugged. Is she good bugged or bad bugged? This is the question. This could really fuck up my run. What is it with me and these friggin' bears? Nailed it. Oh wow, that tickled me far too much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cackle so loudly. Oh, that tickled me. That was. I want to eat you. Ah! Fucking Nora, take care of yourself. Can I ride a bike while licking a person with a person riding us? That sounds really sexual and wrong. Wait again! Woo! Oh, no, don't get caught in the cogs! Ow, no! It's really difficult, man. His legs flailing around and getting caught in the cogs. Try again. Follow the... Ah! We're following her, but she's so fucking scary. I don't want to see her again. Okie doke, I'm back. Thanks for sticking around, I appreciate it. Thank you, Buck. I'm just thinking. I might go and grab some more supplies, some rations. Yep. Thank you, Jen. Russians are supplies? Rations, not Russians. I'm wondering if we can place a rod here. So I think we might pop here, just on the off chance. We don't have any more arrows. I feel like we're missing quite a bit. I know there's like 1 or 2 bits in here we haven't done. I mean, maybe we could eat the Russians, I don't know. Oh fuck, we need this plant, don't we? Village remains dead. This is where the barren field is, but we don't have the plant. Let's enter the goblin's lair. You return to the northwest corner of the village. The goblins may have been killed or chased off, but their smell is still around, so Ferdy is just as alert as it was the last time you were here. You tether it in the animal pen, the one with a single boulder, allowing it to graze on the struggling dry grass. Just in case, you take your blade with you, but also other pieces of equipment. You don't expect the creatures to move back, but who knows when the next scavenger will move in to feed on the remains of the pack. You stand in front of the entrance. The dried out blood now covers the old layers of dirt and rubbish. I plug my nose with some scraps of fabric and maybe cover it as well. No matter how disgusting this place is, I can endure it. I need all my senses. Blah, 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 blah. I plug my nose. It helps, but not as much as you'd like. When you find yourself surrounded by the chopped off shell parts, trash, bodily fluids, and feces, your imagination fills in the blanks of the vague sensations. Not looking directly at the place of carnage helps, so you raise your eyes and move forward. The building has 2 floors, with the upper one used to store straw and supplies. Since the roof's collapse, half of this place is covered with broken furniture, beams, bricks, planks, already overgrown by moss and fungi. The greenish pile makes you think of the side of a hill, though it's riddled with so many gaps that the light and rain can squeeze in between the debris. You try to avoid the puddles. See what I can find. The lair is crude as a rat's nest, yet escapes your words and senses. The sleeping spots are made of straw, scraps of clothes, feathers and moss, but are so old and clumped together that you doubt they are any softer than the rotting planks beneath them. The corners are filled with feces, and you don't think it would make any difference for the creatures to relieve themselves in the middle of the room. You see broken furniture and all sorts of rubbish with no specific shape nor a purpose you can identify, and a stack of bones and sharpened sticks taller than you are. It's nothing like the humble shelters that the families of apes built among the tree crowns. It's tamed chaos, an attempt at maintaining order in a place that ceased to be a human structure, yet is still not part of the wilderness. Just a few days ago, dozens of beasts were living here, but you can't imagine how anything could survive in such conditions. The walls are covered with black and green molds. The floor is very much alive, with countless worms, insects, small lizards and rodents running among the dirt and the fresh shells of furry goblins. The blood, guts and flesh are covering way more spots than you'd hope for. Something is happening in your stomach. Time to look for anything of value. I'm ready to spend even more than an hour in this place. The painful search takes you half an hour. You move the carcasses around, look into the stacks of garbage, examine the sleeping spots. By accident, you make one of the piles of furniture collapse, covering the floor with yet another layer of chaos. With every minute that you get more upset about the state of your boots and gloves, knowing that some tiresome cleaning is ahead of you. Your disappointment grows. There are many stories of goblins storing unusual treasures in their lairs, but you find not even one single dragon. Could the hunters have been so sharp-eyed in their search that they've left nothing behind? Or were the goblins simply never interested in gathering things for which they found no purpose? You move a larger plank, an X-shelf leaning against one of the mouldy walls, and you reveal something curious. A group of signs made with red paint. I look at the marks closely. The paint is old, placed with noteworthy artistry. It portrays a large tree without leaves, which is the thing just close to here. Just a bunch of branches. You saw a similar plant in the main square of Howler's Dell. Its roots grow out of a human skull, penetrating its eye sockets and the open mouth, and a couple of red drops were allowed to run down the wall. Above the tree you see a single large word, though you can't read it. Okay, I go outside. The 10-year-old mystery. The clues you've gathered suggest this lazy peninsula went through many changes 10 years ago, accidentally around the time when the southern village has fallen. You could use what you've learned to ask the locals what exactly happened. Gaining their trust may be a bit of work. Okay. Yeah, because we've asked people about this place, but they don't say anything, do they? Am I washing myself in the river? I'll wash my shell. Yeah, I want to open the gate. It may take quite a bit of time, but but with the wood and bone tools you found in one of the buildings, you'll speed up your endeavor. I get to work. You take off your cloak and put away your bags and satchels, while Ferdy graces gladly in the meadow. After looking at the pile of dirt, you let out a sigh. You start with the larger rocks, removing the ground around them and pushing them into a single pile. Then you do the same on the other side. The simple shovel and pitchfork help you a lot, and once you get used to them, the work goes smoothly. You're done before you get too tired. From now on, passing through this place will take you less time. Sweet. Okay, there's nothing else I could do here. I don't have any interaction with the barren fields until I find that plant, or get that plant off the enchantress. We are going to stop in here. We're just going to have a word with the elder. You hear the chilling roar of a dragon from the mountains. At least there's no avalanche. The old man is resting on the bench. He welcomes you with a resigned sigh. What do you need, traveller? Can we talk about Phoebe? He's still trying to get a spirit rock. After you nod, he closes his eyes slowly, allowing the gentle breeze to shake his beard. Asteria mentioned the man's anger and denial. There's pride in his efforts, but also pain, and he cannot accept his daughter as the spirits have shaped her. He opens his eyes, leads you to the main path, and looks northwest at the very distant mountains. Beyond Old Pegasus, you'll find the monastery, with its respectable monks and their haunting temple. Speak with them, with not anger, but also not foolery. Maybe Photios will listen to Right's followers. I'm looking for a job. I believe your goodwill, and I'm indeed in need of your help. He gestures for you to follow him to the pond. 'Tis not a dangerous task, but one that I can't complete myself, and my spells are enough to ask animals to fetch for me. Are not enough to ask animals to fetch for me. He speaks very slowly. You've already talked to Photios from Gale Rocks. He's in my debt, and I want to collect what's mine. You want to ask him about this debt, but he doesn't look at you. He points at a shiny large fish with orange and gold scales that's swimming just nearby. This gorgeous creature is an empress carp, one of the few animals that thrive both in the seas and in lakes. I wait for him to look at me. You don't know where the man found the large worm that he now drops in the water, feeding his pet. Ask for a male empress carp, but beware, I need it alive so it can mate with the one I have. He stands up and approaches you. I do not sleep on dragon bones, but there's Nemea in my blood. I'll use some of it to heal your wounds, though not more than once. That's fair. Travelling with a live fish isn't going to be easy. I can't promise I'll do it right away. Do not worry, as long as it arrives here before fall, and alive, it is going to be a huge help for us. Cudia the Enchantress has asked me to place these bronze rods in high spots across the peninsula. I should be done in about half an hour. He takes and observes the rod for a moment, then closes his eyes and bites it gently. When he returns, he seems unconvinced. I sense a spirit in it, but I'm not one who can tell who's behind it. How can I be sure? You explain what you know about the nature of the rods, but he changes the topic to Cudia herself. Another minute passes before he accepts that you indeed know her. Fine. I'll ask for her story next time I see her. Go, but away from the spring. Don't break your neck. Even a child could get to the higher parts of such a rugged cliff, though you have no reason to expect all the loose rocks to be cleared. I take off all my armour and put away my weapons and bag. The bronze rod is attached to your back by a cord. As you place your feet and hands on the rocks, you realise that you have to move slowly, maintaining your balance, pushing away small and large pebbles, making sure the wall doesn't collapse under your feet. The rocks are coarse, supporting your grasp, and you rarely find a sharp spot. The climb resembles a nice summer's walk, though your muscles are not prepared for such movements. You find the perfect spot, a small crack between two massive rocks. You use the rod to broaden it just a bit, and then push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a rag. Doing it with one hand makes you dizzy, but not for long. I take a short break to catch a second breath. Climbing down is easier, though you struggle to recall exactly where you have previously placed your hands, your limbs. The warm sun eases your tension. After a few minutes, you land on the soft grass, dust off your hands. Once again, you prepare your equipment. The druid gives the shining rod a pouty look. You are Mr. T's teacher, am I right? With a loud sigh, he looks away. He's still around? Glad to hear that. His voice carries pain, but as he carries on, you catch a hint of shame. He carries not many good tales of our shared time, I expect. He claims your tribe was forcing him to follow pagan teachings, but at least you were a good teacher. What do you mean? He values your guidance to this day. Let's not lie. His shoulders drop. I was not there to protect him, and my neighbours treated him poorly. One night he just left all by himself, yet he reached his home despite the threats of the bogs. His mare carries great potential, though from what I've heard, his soul is still maturing. His eyes look even brighter than usual, but his voice grows stronger. If you plan to see him again, tell him I'm sorry. Not just for my daughter, or for that violence day. I'm sorry I failed him. We still don't know how to address him, because I think that means we need to learn his name. So we're done here, for now. But it was definitely worth coming here. We were able to do the rod, and we did get some more... Well, we got more fucking quests, but... I don't think we need to see the Beholder, but I guess it's not going to make any difference, is it? I don't have a magical item, do I? Oh, no, I'm not going to do the rod. Okay. How many rods have I got left to do? Have I done, what, 5? I've already placed 5, I have 3 left. Did I place one in the White Marches? I have, yes. And then 4 others. Okay. Cool. Coal beans. Coal beans. To Howler's Dell. And no, we're not paying for our horsey to be here. There's probably quite a lot we can do here. It's been a while. You ride through the open gate and swiftly dismount. Some of the locals greet you politely, but they keep their distance. After you notice your own smell and the dirt on your clothes, you no longer wonder why. I'm broke. My mount needs only hay and water and peace. There we are. Am I that smelly? I guess I am. How much money do I have? Can I go to the tailor? Let's go to the tailor. I've gathered quite a bit of spider silk. Would you like to buy it? You show her the wrap stick, and without asking, she takes one of the shorter threads and starts to stretch it. She nods. I do. What do you want? The dragon rings or a better jacket? You ask her for the details, and she loses more of her patience with every breath. 10 rings for the thread, or give me 2 hours now, and I'll put some of it here. She vaguely points to bits of gamson to make it stronger and easier to weigh. I mean, this is the only way to strengthen my armor, so we'll do that. You spend the time brushing and watering Ferdy, practicing combat moves and stances with your axe, and washing your hands, face, and neck near the stream. No, that's not in there. Near the end of the hour, you return to the tailor and sit down on the stump, relaxing to the sounds of Howler's Creek. She asks you to come closer and points at the spots where the seams were ripped and replaced with spider silk, which is much lighter than the old thread. It will not get stronger than this unless you cover it with a troll hide or something. Let's ask about Erastos. Is Erastos trustworthy? I guess you deserve a brief answer. You're a good client. Is he? She looks at your forehead. He'd be better at carving toys, not box traps. She looks away. Let's patch our clothes. And make it tidy. What were the fancy clothes again? Jesus Christ, the cost of these are fucking ridiculous. Good luck. Let's go speak to Timo. She's at the creek, but she takes a break to speak with you, apologising for her crude appearance. She gasps for air with her hands on her knees, but she looks at you directly in the eyes. I tell her about Paulius from Gale Rocks. Sounds like a worker, but make sure he will not oppose the marriage rites. His village follows the rite. I need his word he'll leave his spirit behind him. If he agrees, her teeth are yellowish but healthy, he can come in fall and we see how we get along. Okay. Let's speak to the druidess. The building site hasn't changed much. Oh, we got loads of people that we can still... Okay. The building site hasn't changed much since the last day of your visit. The druids are nowhere to be seen, but before you approach any of the doors, Elpius walks outside, followed by a few other elders. Mr. T has a message for you. She listens to your tale without so much as a frown, and before she utters her first word, the other druids step away. His request, if real, would be understandable. But I will not give away my neighbour's possessions to an outsider, especially for nothing in return. I need to know you deserve this type of gesture, either because of my own trust or our village's. Okay, she still doesn't trust us enough. Main square, I guess. How are we doing for time? Let's have a chat with the trader. How's your daughter? Did the potion work? She's fine, brought back her first lizard. And no thanks to me, he exhales. She did not accept my help, a burnt bridge, but I had a chance to talk with her. He scratches his head. At least now I can heal myself when we get swarmed by the undead, or brigands, or goblins, or the unites, or whatever that 'tis that we're afraid of now. Mr. T has a rather unusual request of you. T who? He leans forward, but even after you repeat the name, you are asked to explain who you are talking about. Oh, that one. The plant mage. He waves his fingers, mimicking the movements of the vines. He sells us mushrooms, every now and then, good for visions, so what does he want? You share the story briefly, but his puzzled grimace makes it clear it won't be so easy. You do not look after Druid's chest. It's Elpis who you need to talk to, but knowing her, she will not give away magic wand or old or new toy. Old or no, toy or no. Fuck. I bring goods to sell. Oh, we could sell these, but we probably shouldn't, right? What do you have for sale? A new battle axe? No chance of buying any of these. Nothing. Anything with Eric's? What are your rations? 2? Yeah. That was it. Bath and dinner we could buy here, and then... Okay, I need to speak to the mayor. Oh, actually, maybe she can read it. The bone tablet. I thought we'd have to take it to Gale Rocks because she deals with tablets, but she's a bit of a bitch and she probably wouldn't help us. Do you know about Acudia the Enchantress? I'd like to hang this rod on a watchtower for her. You let her weigh a rod in her hand. It's empty, she says. What's it for? I don't know, some sort of magic. That's a lie. A gambled lie. It tracks rain and wind. She's trying to learn the entire peninsula has the same weather all the time. It's meant to help her golems cover long distances without going crazy. She gives you a long look, then rolls the piece of bronze back to you. The answer is no. And if any of us find such a rod in our woods, you and I are going to have a talk. I have no desire to wake up in the middle of the night surrounded by her stone army. Well, what a bitch. I show her the troll bone tablet. Could you tell me what's in here? Pretty! She taps on the carving of the back. You sure you don't want to leave it with Achaeus for a few bones? She glances at the letters, then puts the tablet on the table. It's just some farewell letter written to Valens. His husband says he couldn't stand this nightmarish village and that he met someone else during his hunting trip. It ends with, "We will start a new family, goodbye." No signature. I bring news about how she's banned, and what are they? The only place bothered by the raids is White Marshes. The people from Gale Rocks and Creeks have faced no issues. She exhales and raises her open palms. So there is no reason to worry. The people of White Marshes are no friends of ours, and if Glaucia is eager to bother with the poorest settlement in the north, especially one filled with the Awoken, it must be personal for her. We have no reason to stand in the middle of it. She straightens up and adjusts her cape, and then stares into your eyes. Her voice is solemn. As the mayor of Howler's Dell, I appreciate your concern, but I don't share your apprehension. The guards of our village will stay on our walls. Be sure to come see us soon. We would gladly share lamb and tail with you. Okay. Yeah, ouch, right? She reaches for her pouch, and here's what I promised you. Good work, AV. Let me know if you need anything else. You surely don't avoid hard conversations, do you? Most city folk feel hesitant when they meet pagans. She smirks, but the hand clenched around her deer buckle makes you alert. Are you that open to strangers, or did the United Church loosen its grasp? I'm interested in who could take their place. The guilds and artisans? The army? I don't like her assumptions. I don't enjoy spending time with pagans, but I'm willing to look past our differences. The United Church stands strong, and so do its laws. Hovelan is still loyal to the Empress, even if she's not around. New knights are matched by the new Order of Seekers, but nothing is set in stone. Soon after the war, the army had to take over and never let go of its power. The maritime trade keeps the city alive. The merchants took the lead. Honestly, I don't bother with politics. Well, that's a lie. All we're dealing with is fucking politics. Let's go with I don't like your assumptions. Which was the wrong answer. Oh, now she doesn't even trust me enough to give me a job. Oh, shit. Oh dear, we don't fuck that one up. And we can, I mean, we can probably find other locations to put the thing. What are we looking at? 6 hours. Oops. Damn it, Bobby. Let's get to the rock slide. The rock slide has made the path impassable. The shrubs above you try to withstand the cold, refreshed wind. We've been here. Actually, do we want to go? How much time have I got? 5 hours exactly. So to get to here is an hour and a half from here. That's 15 minutes. That's 15 minutes. How much is here? Half an hour. We go all the way to Figgies. Foggies. Figroggies. Oh, I can stay here. It's just a shithole, isn't it? I know here's where I want to be, Gale Rocks, but I can't. That's where I can stay. Here's where I can't stay. Two and a half hours to get here, and then another hour and a half to get back here. Maybe. She's a bit of a smart cookie, though. I don't think she would have taken the lie. She's pretty clued up. Oh, actually, I mean... Okay. Spot a movement from the thicket far below you. A massive bear is hunting for fish in the river. A few monks are trading in the yard, clashing their wooden staves loudly. A colourful smoke leaves one of the cave mouths. You call the monks by hitting the sticks and the drawbridge lowers. Eli gestures for you to enter the storage house with his bandaged hand. Warden, he nods, is all alright. His young companion is right next to him, observing your palfrey. I ask him about Phoebe and the Spirit Rock. Nah, I wouldn't bite into or touched by that witch. He hides his bandaged hand behind his hand. Oh, he doesn't trust her, the enchantress. Why does the father think it may work? You portray the situation as accurately as you can. Eli gets closer to the cliff, observing the river beneath it, and spending a good few minutes considering the situation. Suddenly, he turns towards you with a wide open eyes, making his companion stagger. He's lying to you, he announces with a great dose of enthusiasm. He seeks no cure for the lack of Nemea, but rather for the lack of soul itself. Before Adir's calling to greatness, the tribes of the Dragonswood saw the spellless children as empty shells, throwing them to the beast just as often as they did with the crippled and the short-witted. There's this tale, he glances at you. Thou wouldn't remember it anyway, but the tablets carry no doubt. Tribes shan't hurt those touched with this condition, as there's no such stuff as soulless children. What can you tell me about the ruins in the village in the south? Are there still but one ruins there? He glances to Semia, who moves her head left and right slowly, then clears her throat. Well, I won't lie by pretending I know little, just decide to let it remain amongst our better secrets. Bitter secrets. What do you know about necromancy in the north? He rubs the liver spots on his forehead with his bandaged hand. This and that. I saw Arentius' ritual. He strengthens his weak spells with blood magic. During your report, Eli avoids Decima's piercing glaze. That would clarify some doubts. His tribe was always weak on Nemea. But from what thou sayest, he is not a sorcerer, but a madman. He finally looks back at his companion, his voice grows stronger, and we need to take it to our prelate. Do you need any help? I'm looking for a job. Let's get the job first before he shuts us down, like the last place. He puts his hands together and repeatedly taps his fingers. After a few breaths, he glances at a wandering monk, then lowers his voice. Let me see thy horse. How fast is it? You lead both him and Decima to the storehouse. While he steps heavy and fierce, she doesn't make as much as a sound. Eli shows no interest in your mount. There's this enchantress. She has aught we need you to pick up and bring here. He glances at the door. Follow the eastern road until you find the watchtower. Don't bother with it, it's empty. It's either empty or a lair, then head east to the lake. What do you want me to bring? He waves his fingers. A set of quills. We sharpen them and ask her to make them last. Thy pet won't even notice. Why is it such a secret? It's really not, it's just that they're a surprise gift. No, I asked you to this room for a different reason. Tell me about this enchantress. Despite his casual nods, an angry note distorts his already hoarse voice. Kunia lives by herself, surrounding her house with dangerous spells. Her talent knows no equal, yet she's a spider queen in the center of the web. He wipes his sweat off Ferdy's side. Ew, poor Ferdy. She's the only shell she cares about and uses those who reach out to her. Keep your guard up. What about my reward? What do you want? I may need to spend a few nights in the monastery. He adjusts his hood. Fine, bring me the quills and thou have the haystack for thyself. Well, we'll see how good a rider thou art. He glances at the door and knows his voice. But there's some other stuff we need from thee. Stuff that takes subtlety and... He straightens up. Dedication to our cause. And what cause is that? He rubs his lips with his thumb, gathering his thoughts. I may not care much about some of the souls on this side of Hag Hills, but the tribe deserves our protection and guidance. Naught dark may come from the east, and soon. I want thee to investigate the threat. Do you want me to do? Swear thou wilt not betray our order. I won't betray you. His smile reveals his yellow teeth. Once thou reacheth the enchantress' house, thou wilt find golems made of stone. I've heard they're larger than a lumberjack. Could tear thy pet to pieces. He looks away, talking to himself. Can they be defeated? Can they do it without a direct order from their mistress? We need to prepare ourselves. Learn about them as much as thou can. Give them a good look and ask a few subtle questions. And what will I get in return? Not we don't share lightly, a secret of thy choice. He gestures for you to follow him outside. But bring us as much news about these creatures as thou can. It's an all-or-naught deal. Decima stays close to him, but walks backwards, observing your steps carefully. Kunia, the enchantress that we're going to spy on, wants to place this rod high across the peninsula. Can you help me out? You brought her magic here? He steps back while Decima turns towards you and reaches behind her back with one hand. Eli's voice is close to a shout. Take it away before you put us all in danger. Calm down, it's just a piece of bronze. His pale face starts turning red. The echo adds thunder to his words. You're not asked for your thoughts. You think yourself a judge after you put your trust in that witch. He points at you with a bandaged finger. She's a beast in clothes. Its claws will tear away thy head. About the things you asked me to do. He wants more from the golems. Can I? Oh, I can't see shelter yet, can I? As you descend, you think of Eli's reaction to the bronze rod. You could ignore him and take a few minutes to tie it to one of the ledges just nearby. This place is already high above the woodlands. Ooh, should we be naughty? Naughty, naughty, naughty. Just in case I look behind and then get on the ground. Oops, apparently I did it. I just wanted to look. Oops. Oops. You seek a spot that isn't too easily seen from the trail, then make sure it won't crumble under your weight. After a few minutes, you finish placing the rod, held by a cord on a few heavy rocks. You doubt anyone will stumble upon it. I'll continue on my journey. As you approach the gate, you hear the muffled shouts and the insults. After you knock on the gate, Tertia opens the peephole angrily. You approach the gate and knock at it. She gives you a long look. Healthy still. Nope. 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 Brilliant. Where can we go? Looks rod. Guess we're back to Howlers. Nope. I bring news about the other parts of the peninsula. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah, we have to be careful because we promised the monks. She wants us to spy. But she doesn't trust us. Oh, fuck. Where do our allegiances lie? We need to get back in her good books. Well, maybe we can find some other stuff, right? I mean, sleeping in a room's pretty amazing. I don't need this. Or this, really. This is kind of nice. We're gonna sleep on the Mufon belt. Save our queens. I don't even know what day we're on. What day are we on? 17, Jesus Christ. The rains once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. Brilliant. More slow travel. Okay. Well, he only gives rations. Okay. What do the guards have today? Half a day clearing the paths. What are other things that we could be doing? So we're here. We kind of need to go back up here, don't we? Actually, we need to go back here as well. How many rods do I still have left to do? I have two. Did we put one up at Creeks? I don't know if we did. Or do we take this opportunity to go this way and pass through here again and go and check out the band? It's time to fall asleep, Jen! You sure you wake up at time on two? Thank you so much for hanging out this evening. I very much appreciate it, darling. And thank you so much for that raid earlier too. You have a wonderful night if you are not enough. And I will see you soon. I mean, we should probably go through the middle, right? It's been a while. Although we could do with Figgy, but if we do this and then come up this way, maybe that works. We'll have a ration. Oh, we can place one here actually. While the larger birds are singing from the trees, the sparrows are searching for berries and insects amongst the shrubs. Quintus is sitting on the wall, cleaning his crossbow. Warden! Thanks for talking with Dalit. She brought me some supplies for my tusks and claws. Things could look better, but you know. Do you know Cudia the Enchantress? I was wondering if you could place this on your tower for her. You unpack and show him the rod. Lighter than it looks, he says quietly. I know Cudia. She always does all weird. She was a quiet kid, but a smart one. Never tried to steal my milk. It's a weird phrase. He hands it back to you and puts on an unpleasant smirk. But I'm doing it for free. Let me guess. 3 rations! Most people won't be happy that I'm doing flavors for a dissenter. I don't mean you. He clears his throat after seeing your look. Better get strong before I start making excuses, no. Ah, for fuck's sake. I'm just gonna eat that. Why are you afraid of Glaucia? Warden, I can't talk about her. His shoulders slump, making him look like a wounded troll. I've got to look after the gate for her, or she'll hurt someone important to me. If she learns I'm telling stories about her, I'm dead too. About your duty. What's there to say? Larson will allow you to stay at his inn. He'll even pay you after you help the hunters on one of their more vicious trips. He crosses his arms, still hesitant. Won't be more risky than this place, and I'd finally have time to rest a bit. But what before that? Am I to live on oats and water in rags? I'm not giving you any fucking money. I haven't got any money, actually. Maybe you do. He steps away. You already helped me quite a bit. I can't ask you for that. 11 coins! Go on. Fucking Jesus Christ, no. I've never had 11 coins in my life. I'm not saving you 11 coins so you can fuck off somewhere else. I want you to open the gate. Do it. Enter the forest. Can I eat yet? I'm gonna... Yep. You lift the bar on your side of the gate and wait for Quintus. You hear him pressing his feet on the wall as he climbs down with the help of his rope. Getting on the ground swiftly, he gives you a serious look from the open gate. Safe travels, Warden. I travel to the other edge of the woodland. Oh, I forgot about the fucking monkeys. You approach the monkeys' territory. The dwellers are even louder than the last time, and a few dare to jump on the ground. First rocks are flying towards you. How many quarrels have I got? 6. I'll fucking skewer these boys. 2 precise shots from the crossbow should be enough to discourage them. Loading the crossbow from the saddle isn't easy, but you've got time. You catch the second quarrel with your teeth, aim carefully, and pull the trigger. The colourful beast falls down in silence. Its companions point at the fallen shell, shouting as it doesn't move. The panic spreads through the troop, giving you time to reload. Soon another creature hits the ground, this time screaming in pain. The monkeys flee through the trees and either hide behind the trunks or observe you from denser leaves. I ride forward, shaking my weapon in the air. Huzzah! I don't understand why I can't take them, though. You're near the same part of the forest where you encountered the corpse-eating beast. The rocky hills are green with colourful flowers and the lively buzzing of insects. You seek any threats hidden in the tall grass. You notice a single soul standing on a distant rock ledge. They call you with a gesture. I stop my horse. Whom do I see? It's a man in an unlaced black gamson, covering a simple cloth shirt. He has the short, dark hair of a labourer. Neither tall nor short, you see no weapons. He's standing near the entrance to a cave and keeps looking around. Even once he looks back at you, he gestures no more, just waits. This stinks of a trap, man. Helping out a lost traveller is part of the Roadwarden's job. I dismount leave 30 up the hill. It nickers happy to rest in lush grass. After you reach the crag, the man is crouching at its edge, observing your surroundings. His clean, shaved face tells you of sadness, but also acceptance. His elbows are resting on his knees, his hands clenched together. A gentle wind brings you the smell of soap. He can't be older than 30. Observe him keenly, not willing to take any risks. The man frowns at your stare, but doesn't return it. He has a symmetrical, handsome face, healthy tan skin free of scars or blotches, the blue eyes of a sage, and a muscular figure. In Homeland, he would be a perfect recruit for a group of actors. He could play an emperor or a hero from White's tablets, or a commander or an evil rich merchant. Finally, he scoffs. I've seen you before, I did. His words are close to a whisper. To your left, there's indeed a good view of the lone tree. You clash with the furless wolf. Cheers for doing that. Let's hope it bled to death once it got away. The man speaks slowly. His voice is thoughtful, contemptuous, and a bit taunting. And cheers for stopping the dead one from roaming about. You saved me some work. Maybe next time you could help a stranger in need instead of just watching. What are you doing here? Planning mostly, catching birds, resting. Beasts have nothing to look for in this cave. It's small. His tone shifts to a more casual one. Right, tell me, stranger, you know of a place where I could spend a few nights? He straightens up and for the first time looks you in the eyes. Care to introduce yourself? He chuckles. I ain't sure how to do such a thing, not sure at all. I want to pick a new name first, something that goes well with my eyes. Hey Lord, welcome in. Lovely to see you. How are you doing? Hope you are having a good day. Are you hiding from someone? No mule, stranger? He looks around. Mostly wolves and dragonlings. I know of a shelter where you can stay. I'm all ears, he leans forward. Can't you just stay in one of the villages? He smiles. I need some time without their gossip and noise. Sound like you're from Gale Rocks. Why don't you stay there? He doesn't answer you at first, looking at you keenly. No. Pearl to the north seems well protected. He tilts his head and looks away, considering your suggestion. Right, but I've no coins, almost, and Larson wouldn't be too happy to speak with me. I need something else for a little while. How about the chapel to the south? It's a solid dolmen. I've been there before. It had a door, I think, sometime in the past, but not anymore. It's too close to the grounds. Even this cave is better. He points behind him with his thumbs. Go east, turn north at the crossroads, you'll reach a wooden cabin. But is it safe? Last time I was there, the entrance was closed. It was. A large spider was inside, but I took care of it. Still, better be careful. His smirk turns into a bright smile. Cheers, stranger. Look for me there in a day or so. I'll have something to say that you'll want to hear. It's time for me to leave. Right, he eagerly nods. But keep our meeting between the two of us, won't you? There are those who like to hunt down lonely drifters and take every scrap of silver they have. I don't need any of that. Cheers, stranger. As you walk away, you're more than sure he's observing each step of yours. Me and Ferdy go downhill and continue our journey. You're standing at the ford, still as challenging for travellers as it was when you found it. Nearby you find a stain of blood. A drinking animal must have been caught by a predator. I can spend some time gathering larger rocks and throwing them into the water. Yeah, we've got energy and we've got time. How have I not got time for an hour? I've got 10 hours. An hour should be enough to cover at least half the gaps. You let Ferdy graze and drink by the stream. You wander along the edge of the dark forest on one side and the colourful meadow on the other. You seek rocks smaller than your head. Carrying them makes you tired quickly. After you're done, the deepest holes are now filled by your rocks. I can work some more. An hour is all I need. Oh, we lost half of it. Ouch. And while I like the boulders from the days before the 10 cities, you put the last boulder, taming this scrap of wild wilderness, even if slightly. The tightly arranged rocks remind you of a cobbled road leading to Hollovan. Even a wagon carried by 2 mules can get to the other side without stopping. I stay around for a minute or two with my hand on my hips, observing the results of my work. Of course I do. You leave the dark woods behind. You spot fresh claw marks on a nearby tree trunk, as well as a broken branch. I'm gonna go to the gate and see if we can get some food, because I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat my ration. Where am I? I thought we did this. Here. The air in these bright, arid hills is much drier than in the woods. Down below, among the humble meadows, you spot a stone plateau on top of which a group of bipedal creatures is feasting on a large carcass. From what you can see, only a few of them would reach your knees, but as the pack notices your gaze, it starts to regroup. Oh, 2 seconds. Thank you to the shout out to Laurenberg, I do appreciate it. Okay. For now, I just observe them. I tether 30 to a tree, I can handle a few bites from their tiny jaws. I'm not looking for a fight, I stay on my track. I just observe them. Kobolds. Known for their long tails and colourful scales, rarely bother humans. Their small saurian paws are dabbling in the puddle of blood left by their meal, ribs of which are sticking out of the lacerated stomach. How wonderfully descriptive. While they make a lot of noise and keep running all over the place, they are far from presenting the threat of the dragonlings. There's about 8 of them, and no reinforcements among the rock faces. The dead animal resembles a mouflon or an ibex. I'll just stay on my track. Oh no, I didn't want this! Oh, for fuck's sake. No. No, I thought we were going back to here. Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm gonna figgies. No, don't. I don't want to enter the forest. I've wasted that time now. It does piss me off. Well, maybe we'll just go this way round then. Northern Road has got fish. Shit. You see a strange creature in the distance, not smaller than a bear, with a troll-like posture and a dense red fur. It's turned away from you, crouching near a fresh deer carcass, tearing away the flesh and stuffing its mouth with it, just in case you try to ride around it, but you get lost again, avoiding the trap-like corridors of fallen trees. At one point you reach a bright glade with sparse bushes and colourful meadow. Some of the plants bear berries that shouldn't be trusted, but you also find a couple of tasty-looking green and yellow apples, plums, and old strawberries. You spot no larger creatures, just a few monkeys, rats, and birds, terrified of your presence, trying to keep both their distance and filling their stomachs. I'm going to tether 30 and get some food. I need to eat. You walk in the sunlight, putting the harder in the bottom of the bag. The harder. The orchard is peaceful, but from time to time the distant roars make you flinch. The memory of a red beast tearing its prey to pieces returns to you with every loud rustle. You spot movement at the edge of the glade. Once the creature notices your gaze, it leaps forward, but not alone. Another identical beast shows up nearby. A large cream-coloured cat, smaller than a grey wolf, but making spectacular jumps. You drop everything you found so far. Brilliant. I run towards 30 and get us out of here. What? Let's look for a spot where I could place a rod for Acudia. The nearby shrubs are shaking and you hear the sounds of a fight. After you get close to the battling creatures from deeper in the woods. You look for snakes in the grass, grab the reins and climb uphill through the sparse flowers and grass as green as the merchant's dress. A merchant's dress. Wah wah. A few trees you pass by are healthy but unremarkable, more like shrubs with trunks. You get a nice look from the top of the hill, but even from here you can't see the tips of the trees in the north and the west. You're surrounded by the walls and blankets of greenery. You approach the closest scrubby tree with thick branches that grow right above the ground. I prepare the rod. You allow 30 to graze, then step on the lower branches, getting up quickly. You lean your weight against the dry bough, holding the bronze rod with one hand and tying it with the other. In no time you land back on the grass. Let's climb down the hill. Where's this lumberjack hamlet? You follow the familiar trail and reach the deeper woods easily. You get back in the saddle and ride uphill, following the convenient rocky trail covered in sunlight, cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here, you get a good view of the heart of the woods and the spot of smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. This is what we needed the fucking grappling hook for. I don't have time for this. Let's try to a different part of the forest. Painted boulder. You leave the dark woods behind. There are fresh paw prints on the road. A pack of wolves are heading east. Brilliant. The watchtower is blending with the wilderness slowly. You're surrounded by the thunderous humming of trees. Ah. Oh dear. Closest place is Foggy's. Really? We done really fucked up here. She won't let me sleep, will she? Actually, how many rods do I have? I think I placed them all, didn't I? I have. Fuck it. Maybe she'll make an exception. You hear heavy steps and the sounds of large objects being dragged around. You touch the cold shell, the monster's eyes glow red. Go inside, I'll be with you soon. Stone creature lets you in. I want to collect my reward. Okay, so we've got word golems, Styrian, bandits. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. Eudokia wipes her hands on her robe, puts one in her pocket, and waits for you to describe the locations where you've placed the rods. She asks you for a few details, then thinks aloud. Let's see, 8 rods in total, so that would be... Here you go. I guess we're done here. It looks so. It looks so. Thanks, AV. Fantastic. As a bonus reward for placing all the rods, you can buy my spirit rocks cheaper. Such a journey would take me weeks, or it wouldn't, for I wouldn't try it. She chuckles, but as she twirls her hair, her eyes grow absent again. I was asked to deliver the writing quills to the monastery. Then you're in luck, they're ready. She opens one of the heavy doors to her house, and you catch a glimpse of a messy bed with the floor covered with clothes. She returns after a minute or so. Here. She opens a small leather case and pulls out the quills, a mix of translucent greys and whites. You step closer and reach out for them, but she keeps holding them. Why do you hate the monks? They're a rather grim bunch, aren't they? Some nasty rumours are in the air. Her grasp is strong, her eyes meet yours briefly. You're also working with them. I hope they'll help me find a Styrian. It's just a job. What do you mean by rumours? Everyone has a story. I'm not one to judge. It's better to get on people's good side. That's none of your concern. You're also working with them. The Northerners have to stick together, but don't let the outsiders too close. I may not like my neighbours, but as long as I want to eat more than frogs and bark, I need to have them around. She stares into your eyes, piercing you with her grey irises. But you're not a prisoner of this place. You can come and go if you so please. Do you feel like a prisoner here? She looks away. What do you mean by rumours? She releases the case with a frustrated grimace. What do you mean by what do you mean? She's pretty good at mimicking your accent. What is it that you haven't heard? That the monastery brings sickness and nightmares? That the monks have the village in their bandit grasp? That the prelate crawls in the caves like a beast in a den? Her gaze softens when the two of you exchange looks. I'm just glad they sent you here. I'd be glad to teach my golems to speak if it would spare me the sight of nasty Masonic robes. You glance at her own nasty robe, though she doesn't even notice. I bring you news of your parents. She takes a deep breath. Tell me. I'm so sorry. She closes her eyes. Her voice becomes absent. Back to trade, then. I'm going to lower the price of my spirit rocks for you by 2 dragons. I think that's fair. She opens her grey eyes and you notice the tears. Her voice is shaky. I need a moment. Definitely. I'll brush my horse. Use this hour! Oh my god. We're fucked. You use this hour to rest from riding. You exercise for a bit, practice combat stances with your axe, then brush 30, which then gladly takes a nap. When Acudia leaves her house, she crouches by a bucket of water and washes her face. When she straightens up and turns towards you, there's a shadow of a smile on her lips. I'm glad you stayed around, but I'll be fine. Is there what I can do for you? She still doesn't trust us with any of these, Jesus. Why did you ask me to place a rod in the White Marshes specifically? Is it because of the undead? No. Why? She scratches the ground with her foot, then points at her golem. I still need them to do a bit of work with the sentinels, but I hope to offer one to them, maybe in the spring. It could replace 10, 20 humans. The villagers may not have much food right now, but I know how to be patient. It's very pragmatic of you. You're willing to make deals with necromancers. They have quite a bunch of awoken corpses, you know. She moves her hair behind her shoulder. All I can do is hope they know when to stop. You left Old Pagos during the same time when the village in the south collapsed. What happened? She opens her mouth and closes it slowly, piercing you with her grey eyes. I shouldn't share these grim tales with outsiders. It would give me nothing and may hurt many northerners. Damn it! Do you need help with anything else? Her lips form a shadow of a smile. I do, but it won't be as much of an ordeal, just a simple errand. She moves closer and pulls out a dry flower petal from her pocket. See, it's like an orange tulip, but has much larger leaves. It's called a snake bait. Bring me 1 or 2 freshly picked. I'll pay you 5 dragons. Fair enough. 5? What do you need it for? I simply want it. Her voice gets colder. These flowers are hard to find. I'd pay 5 dragons for them any day. You start to ask another question, but she warns you with a scowl. That's all you need to know. They're for her parents, aren't they? And I know where we can get them, which is in the meadow near the cairn. Although we're probably not going to live, are we? Any tips? That's the hardest part. You can try the western villages or in the deep woods. They need lights and not in caves, but stay in shadows, so below trees. Edges of meadows would be my guess, or maybe you'll find one by the main road. Keep your eyes open. I spoke with the monks. They're quite afraid of you. Are they now? She meets your eyes. What did they tell you? As you recollect your memories, she patiently listens to your tale, staring into the distance with her arms crossed. Oh wait, did we just betray our deal with the monks? Oops. I like her though, so I like her more than the monks. She actually cares. So that's how they see me now, a beast spending every breath to hurt them, yet they still ask me to put spells on their tools. She remains still, moving only her lips, drawling out every word. All it took was for me to move on, to leave them behind. They call themselves pacifists, unlike blood-shedding unites, they say. Yet force my tribe to work for them from their birth to their pyre. It's the same sickness of the soul, believing that you see the truth, that all souls are blind. When she realizes that her voice is getting close to a shout, she falls silent. So what's all it takes? What was the deal about clearing the roads? I can't afford it. Trade. We need a sapling, don't we? Yeah, we do. Do I want to buy the Spirit Stone now? Well, she seems like a real person, other than those arseholey monks. I don't know if we're going to get this any cheaper, we'll just buy it now. You can find the closest shelter at Foggy Lake, but the creature of the night is surely going to attack you. Probably. Well, it's been nice knowing you. Can I not go this way? I don't understand why it doesn't let us choose which way we want to go. Oh, you're trying to be funny again. We have to do this and do what it says, which is kind of irritating. What if I want to go somewhere else? Oh, shit. Yeah, we're a bit fucked here, aren't we? Lol. The screeching birds are sitting on top of the logs of the palisade. Some of them observe you, but the group doesn't cease its squabbling. There are dozens of feathers scattered around the yard, as well as some of the bloodstains on the apron hung on the fence. Enter the tavern. Well, let's eat. What can I buy from you? Meals, that's it. Oh, it's still night time. Oh, I forgot that. Oops. 7. Yep. Where are we at? Halfway. The dark skies don't let go. It's yet another night of rainfall. Never a break, huh? Let's eat. You don't look great. I don't really know. I can't be bothered. Can't really be bothered to do this, but I think we need to do this. I should really rest for a day, especially as the roads are muddy. Let's check our fish. Where did we put our other fish trap? No! Sadly, you're too late. Your catch has already starved to death and is now being eaten by dozens of little creatures. You open the lid and pour the contents out the lake. Wah wah. Let's try again. Poop. Alright, where do I want to go? Where do I get the grappling hook from? Where was that from? Was that from Gale? No, it was from you, wasn't it? Where do I need the grappling hook again? Here. No, not here. Was... I can't remember. Do I need anything from creeks? Gale rocks. I need a bath. I'm going up here. There we go. What jobs have they got? I don't really need that. Anything from Ela? What do you know about the ruins of the village in the south? He freezes for a good moment and finally takes a deep breath, puts away his tools and looks you in the eyes. His fingers are moving slowly as if he's trying to warm them up before playing on a lute. Don't push me onto those dark grounds, Avi. I've been stepping on them for years, but I still struggle. Please. I'm worried about these bandits, Healer. He looks at you for a bit, then nods slowly. Those are not some strangers, but folks of the north, our neighbours. One of them is from our very own tribe, and they don't target us, just strangers. You ask him again if he's sure no one from the village has been targeted so far, and after a cold eye, he reaches for a carving knife. I was wondering about Ephron. He slowly starts to speak, making sure his tribesfolk don't eavesdrop. His soul is clouded. He thinks we have no right to waste what the dead have sacrificed for our sake, and that we disrespect them by staying weak. But all of it is just a cloak that hides him. He cares not about respect, but about his guilt. Takes a bit of convincing before he explains what he means by that. Our father died from claws, our mother from a bad birth. We used to have 5 brothers and sisters, all of them dead now. Some maybe could have been saved, but not all, and surely not by being stronger. Yet Ephron keeps thinking he had every opportunity to fix the tragedies, and he's to blame for letting them down. Him and I, both. He falls silent. But at least I put my shame to use. He reaches for his tools. We already have everything that we need, a beautiful home, enough food, fewer beasts than ever. It's going to be a rough lifetime for us. He takes a swig. But our kids will be fine. About the eastern path. Oh. Shit. I didn't realise all this was here. I've restored the brook ford that connects to the eastern road with the heart of the forest. I know the place. I don't think we're going to see that many wagons going through there in the next few seasons, but it must have been quite a few hours of work for a single shell, and quite close to the beasts. You realise he's not as much addressing you as thinking out loud while reaching for the wooden case. His fingers play out with the contents for a bit until he takes 2 dragon bones out, one for the labour, another for the threat. You must say, not too bad for carrying rocks. True. Keep up the good work, friend. There was a big spider at the hunter's cabin, but it's gone now. He observes your cheeks and hands and then smiles. I'm glad to see you're fine, friend. How is the cabin doing? You answer him a few times and he stretches his arms and puts his hands on the back of his head. His eyes are absent. So it will be an easy restoration. Maybe a few logs to swap and a roof won't do much good anymore. And the roof won't do much good anymore. Okay. Takes your pronounced grunt from him to blink a few times and raise the lid of the case. One for the news, he puts the first dragon on the tabletop, and another down next to it, and this one for taking care of the beast. Bug, thank you for the bone wiggle and the treat. Getting hungry, man. It's not a fair price, but I let it go. Thanks a lot. I cleared the statue south of Foggy's place. That woman with a stick. Seeing your nod, he stops his work. What for? Maybe you can pray at it or something. It increases the chances that animals will see her as a human shell and feel threatened by it. Well, you can admire her, you can turn it into rocks. I thought you may care. The road is prettier now. I guess either of those works, right? I got a food ration. The carpenter glances at his workbench. I don't think we need a pile of rocks, but I see what you mean. I'll ask around. He tells one of the kids from the square to bring our guests some dried meat and nuts. Seeing your look, he pats his stomach. What? I'm not paying for that. I bite my tongue. I encountered a fallen tree in the far south. You describe its exact location. I guess it was unavoidable for this to happen at some point or the other. Too bad it's so far from here. He stops his work and turns towards you. So, would you like to help us with that, friend? You ask him what he proposes, and he describes what he calls a day of honest work. Just come to me someday in the early hours. I still need to discuss this with the tribe, but I'll ask the stronger folks to travel with you to the tree. They'll agree if they feel like the roads can be trusted. Split it into blocks, get it to wagons, bring it here. It won't go to waste and the road will be cleared. When you mention it's going to take an entire day, he agrees, and you'll get 5 dragon bones for it. Just come to me when you're healthy, and only if you already know what's on the road from here to that point. We'll put a lot of trust in your guidance and protection, AV. So you want me to get to know the entire route, make sure it's safe enough for your tribe to follow it, and come here in the morning, but only if I can handle the journey. Quite a list, but fine, we'll see. I'm not going to waste an entire day on a dangerous journey just to see how your tribe beats a trunk. You can do that on your own once the spring comes and the roads get safer. Yeah, we'll do this. He thinks about your words and reaches for his case. You're right, that's a lot. I can't help you much, but at least you deserve 1 bone right away for bringing me the message. Maybe buy some rations for it or a good rest. Actually, we also need at least 1 day to prepare ourselves. I need 2 vitality. Can I rest for the day? I can't sleep here, can I? Check with our friend. I don't have anything about him. I reckon he's in the forest with the bandits. Helveia. I was asking about the merchants. Our hunters fish away the beasts, but it's not safe enough for us to keep roaming from here to them on a whim. But you're right, Roadwarden, I'm just a farmer with a past. During the pause that follows, a cold gust of wind ruffles your cloak. It's Foggy who speaks with travellers and merchants, knows how to price wares and labour. We need both her place and her experience. But you know how these roads are. When we need to resupply, we send a whole expedition with a cart, not a lonely peddler. I can't rent any room. I need another fish trap. I don't need a chicken. I don't want my services. So really, I need to rest up and come back in a day. Which says, screams Foggy. Who remembers where my other fish trap is? It's not here, is it? Is it in my... Have I not put it back? A lake trap in the northern road, sealed on day 19, last checked on day 19. A river trap on the southeastern turn. Oh, fuck. Did we put it all the way down there? Day 11. Oh, shit. That's fucking here, isn't it? No, it's not. It's here. Oops. Well, I won't be able to wait. I'm trying to think where the best place to stay is. Like, realistically, this is the best way to stay. It's just too far away. We can go to Figgies. Foggies. I'll speak to Gale. The smoke of the village is as dense as it gets. The locals are taking care of the most tiresome tasks before the return of the fishers. The adults are either outside carrying timber and food or in their workshops, the largest of which are open air. The sound of work muffles their conversations, so you mostly hear the shouts of overseers. The elders also do their part, helping with the cooking and chores, while the children either make as much noise as they can or pay attention to their trade lessons. Some of the locals slow down to observe you, but whenever you meet their eyes, you find challenge, not enmity. Well, they still don't like me. I return to the young people looking for a match. That's a good shout. I tell Paulus about Timo's conditions. He responds with a smile, then warm laughter. And that's all? Of course I agree. As long as she teaches me them pyre dances, or whatever it is they do. Tell her I'll arrive with the spring thaw to meet her. His voice lowers suddenly, cut by pain. Without anyone else, I suppose. He's first to mention the compensation for your service. You're still helping Mariner, right? We've already talked to our headswoman. She agreed to reward you for your work once your matchmaking is done. Be sure to meet her then. I don't understand that. Tell her I'll arrive with the spring thaw to meet her. Without anyone else, I suppose. Why would you have someone with you? You don't have anyone. Even though the people of Gale Rock were far from friendly, I found I speak with most locals. Okay. I mean, could this whole thing be filled up? That's a ridiculous amount of space. I say as Shoshi's message with Marina. Her blushing cheeks contrast with the pale skin of her hands. I can't, she says after a long moment. I thought about our previous conversation, Roadwarden. I'm not ready for such changes. Not just because my son deserves the peace we have now. I'd rather join a monastery than put pleasure above prayer. You've already matched Paulus, I've heard, she says, without hiding her jealousy. Go and speak with our headswoman. She'll reward you for your help. Alright, let's go see Bitchface. Sevalina puts away her writing instruments and sighs, but doesn't say anything. Her violet eyes are absent. I believe Paulus and Marina have already talked with you. Right, you worked for us. Now I can tell one of my neighbours to overlook the usual fees or duties they'd ask for you. Do you need anyone's help? So we get free food, free room, 5 free repairs. That's a lot. Free baths and laundry. A boat for a day. I don't need any favors, just make sure everyone learns that I'm useful. Interesting. I mean, usually my good-spirited self would say don't ask for favors, but these are all a real bunch of assholes. Free rum! I don't think that's an option, Bill. I'll ask. I could do with a free room. They're shitty rooms anyway. Very well. Speak with Fulvia in the evening. She should have a room to spare. She's in the building just at the edge of the small vegetable field close to the gate. Great. She glances at the exit. I put the key on her desk. The undead from your tunnel are gone. As she drags the key over the desk, it looks comically large in her tiny hand. Now would you look at that, she says to no one in particular, then looks in your eyes. Looks you in the eyes. You face this threat for no good reason. I already told you I wasn't planning to work on the tunnel. She scratches the desk with the key, thinking, well, I ain't gonna deny that it opens some opportunities. My neighbors are going to appreciate your selfless efforts. She tries to push the key into the nearby bags, but is suddenly interrupted by the voice of the perfume guard who speaks directly to you. I used to be the head of the garrison that kept the tunnel safe, he steps towards you, until it was left to itself 10 years ago, against my advice. I don't care if you're a Roadwarden, an adventurer, or a drifter, you deserve a reward, and if our headswoman ain't willing to reward your contribution, he reaches for the belt that holds his sickle sword, and Severina, with unmasked frustration, tells him to hold it. Don't get so dramatic. Here. She tosses a small pouch and it lands on the edge of the desk. 10 should be enough, considering you weren't asked to move as much as a finger. Scat and talk to Luno. Our digger. She'll have some grand plans coming to her soul. Maybe you'll manage to keep them on a leash. I'll talk with her. Now we're fucking rolling in money, aren't we? Oh my days. We can get all the rum. I believe something awful happened to the village in the distant south. The one turned to ruins. Could you tell me anything about it? A polite smile crosses her lips, while her violet eyes remain firm. I'd rather not talk about it, alright? After a moment of hesitation, she continues but slowly. A few of the hurt families are still with us, and we agreed to leave it to them if they were to seek retribution. Well, let's speak to Luno. The tunnel to the south is open again. The undead are gone. As Luno shakes the table, her toy structures fall apart. Merely like that? You cleared all of them awoken on your own? After your nod, she looks at your axe and then at her toys. Better tell our headwoman about it, and I'll talk with the others. We can move some serious work in the spring. We can move to some serious work in the spring, but it would be better for us to do the groundwork before the snow falls. She shuffles the wooden blocks and moves them in a single row. And if the tunnel is somewhat safe, could you take a closer look at it, inspect the chambers, report to me, and I'll ask one of my neighbours to give you an easier time. Even though she seemed to put no thought in it, the blocks are now ordered from the brightest to the darkest. I've explored the entirety of the tunnel. After your initial report, Luno comes up with one question after another, and while some of them are specific and significant, others are absurdly simple, as if she's making sure you're not lying to her. You don't know all of the answers, but in the end she smiles at you, clapping her hands without a sound. With that, we can gather timber, rocks and tools, and I already know which ones will be just perfect. Cheers, Roadwarden. If you want, I can ask one of my neighbours to repay your hard work, and not just once. I don't really think I need the others. I would just do... I don't need any favours, just make sure to tell everyone what I did in very kind words. That'll do. So kind-hearted you are, eh? Right. I'll let the others know what a useful Roadwarden you turned out to be. Farewell. What's the boatmaker got? Nothing. Portia the cook. Do I need a meal? Oh yeah, you want wild stuff. Oh, that we can pay for or eat. Okay. Taylor. Should I buy a sewing kit? Is there anywhere else I want to look for here? Oh, I know where the fishes are. They're at the sea, aren't they? What was her name? What was the daughter's name? Phoebe. Let's speak to Phoebe. Oh, apparently enough. How much time I got? We've got loads of time. Go to the pier. Push the pier. Head to the fishes. Ah yes, we do need Photios. Excuse me. I was sent here by an old druid from the south. He claims that you owe him a male empress cup. What? I owe nothing to that old fool. I can have it here tomorrow if you want, but better have coin with you. I need to ask someone to look for it with a net, and that will take hours. Rude. About the spirit rock. I do have it, but I don't want to give it to you actually. Let's discuss this once more. I travelled to the old druid you had mentioned. He's convinced you need to accept the ways the spirit shaped your daughter's soul, not change it. Mr. T, the warlock from the White Marshes, told me his village is weak in Nemea, and if there would be any way to prevent spelllessness, his people would do everything to find it, but there's none. Eli, the voice of the monastery, says that you need to forget the tales about being soulless. Not casting spells doesn't make someone less of a human. White's tablets are clear on that. And there's still more people to ask. Okay, we'll do the old druid. Spirits, why would you even listen to this pagan nonsense? He's just pushing his lies into you, he is. Alright, what about listening to Mr. T? He looks at you in silence. So these people, and even Phoebe, I need to speak with her myself. He observes you in silence. He tells you to wait a few moments. After his return, he hands you a few dragon bones. Thanks for all the riding. Forget about the stone. He looks north. I don't know what to think about this. Do you need anything else? Cool. Time. Midday. Travel. Let's just go check with Bitchy as well. Oh, where is... Oh. It's in my journal. Gale Rocks. Purveyor, digger, boatmaker, fisher, cook, tailor, Serena. Tatius. Yes, oh, did I buy everything off him? Never mind. Let's speak to her again, just see if anything has changed. No. What have I got? 7 hours. 7 Kind of need to recoup, don't we? Three. I don't know. Let's do some wandering around here. A wash. No need. Gonna have a fish trap. Let's check the foraging grounds. As far as you can tell, none of the nearby mushrooms can be trusted. Even the ants avoid them. You don't spot any larger predator. I follow the directions to the spot where the dead man was found. Oh yes, of course. Now I remember them telling us about this. Now that we got rid of the bird, I guess. You head behind the shallow pond in the far east and find a small ravine of sorts, though instead of water it hides torn clothes, broken tools, and remains of a camp. Oh, this is the prospector. There were no bones around. Whoever had found their end in this place surely turned into an undead years or decades ago. There's a broken rope hanging from a tree stump. The other part of the plant is already at the bottom of the ravine. Time to take a closer look. You grab Ferdy's halter. Your mount observes the area nervously, not willing to graze on the sparse dry grass. You pat its side. It won't take long, you say, knowing both that it doesn't understand you and that you can't be sure if the words are true. It lowers its head and starts to paw the ground. Not willing to repeat the mistake of the previous traveller, you tie your rope to a stone instead of any of the plants. You take only what's necessary and descend, leaning with your boots against the rock face. The sound of wind and birds are muffled and echoed. You end up in a corridor of rock. I approach the traveller's positions. You find no blood, flesh, or bones, but the clues tell you all you need. Someone was betrayed by their own rope, now lying on the ground with a torn loop. They landed on their bag, in which you find a bunch of broken supply jars and scraps of linen, then tried to crawl away. You find nothing of value, not even a dragon bone. Maybe that's why the dead used to own such unreliable equipment. You're ready to climb back, but once you turn around you realise that you've overlooked something sticking out from the wall. A pickaxe surrounded by dozens of cracks. Some of the smaller rocks have already crumbled up. I grabbed the tool. You found a copper vein, apparently. Thank you, Steam Achievement, for spoiling the story again. It gives way easily, more thanks to the rust than to your muscles. You throw it away using your hands to pull away the shards of the wall, and you gasp once you recognise the patina on the surface. You kneel down and take a better look at the other rock. At least a half of them bear a touch of the green copper, like a statue in an old temple. You come to your senses, pushing away the images of fortune and future idleness. A large group would have to set up a hamlet here and even inspect the vein, with workers, guards, wood supplies, tools, all under the nose of the locals. Squabbles over ore can turn violent pretty fast. Now I have to decide if it's a secret I take to Hoverland or something I share with the locals. Ooh, interesting. Who's closest to us? We can do a little bit of foraging, can't we? Time goes by as you roam about until you stumble upon a bush full of juicy berries hidden behind a boulder. Together with a couple of wild carrots and an onion, you'll have more than enough to fill your belly. You grow familiar with the valley, but you don't think it hides much more. No more food today. No more food today. You on a diet. Oh, 2 hours. Shit. We gotta go. I guess we're going to Figgies. It's Foggies, not Figgy, but you know. I need to speak to this guy, don't I? But then I can't get to Figgies. Damn it! Why did we look? Can I stay here? I need to speak to him. Okay. The grass in the animal pen has managed to grow back a bit, which your mount welcomes with droopy, relaxed ears. The foragers carve you a new set of throwing gloves. Ooh. So, the next job. Still interested? I have a message to Larson, the innkeeper of the Pelt of the North. His place is in the far south, a huge bother for us to get there. A bother worth, let's say, 3 dragons. She sits down on a stool and looks you in the eyes. The scars and wrinkles on her thoughtful face could belong to a statue. Tell him, are we still trading? I'm running out of patience. Remember it well, bring me the answer, only then you'll get paid. Tell me about Pelt. It's placed in what used to be an outpost of dragon hunters. Older than mine, but finely renewed. Far away near the pass that leads through Hag Hills. An inn so that you can rest there or buy yourself some food. Lassen, the innkeeper, leads a group of big game hunters, though when they're together, he's like a cloud above them. Otherwise, they can be a lot of fun. They haven't been here in a lot. Oh, fuck's sake. They haven't been here long. Must be not much more than 10 years, and they mostly keep to themselves. It may be better for you to tell me what this is about. She frowns. I don't ask to negotiate in my name, though I guess it won't hurt to tell you. Lass and I were thinking about working together. He'd invest in my place and would get his share of profits in the future, and a shelter for his hunters. He was meant to send me the first pouch of dragons, but has fallen silent. I want to know where we stand. I'd do it. Okay. I don't need to eat or sleep. Definitely. We'll use that money. The halfway point is behind you. In just 20 days, you'll need to ride back to Hovelan. Otherwise, the roads will get too dangerous for a lone rider. I could also speak with Tulia. Maybe she'd be willing to head to the city earlier. Oh shit, we need to go to the camp and get our stuff back, don't we? You're signing off, Melanie? Oh, okay, Mel. Thank you so much for hanging out this evening. I do appreciate it, darling. You have a wonderful night's sleep. Take care of yourself. And I will see you soon. Okay. What's the time? It's 6 o'clock. I guess I can go for a bit longer. Alright. Let me go and get some drink refills. Soon! Yeah. I won't be back till Thursday afternoon now. We'll be back for Baldur's Gate if you have a mind for it. Otherwise, let's see. I have the boys Sunday, which means bug time will be Friday evening. So we'll be back Friday afternoon, should be. And then maybe something on Saturday afternoon, evening. But Gate will definitely be on Thursday, and then maybe we pick this up on Friday. As long as you wish. Alright. You have a great week, Mel. Take care of yourself, and I will see you soon. Alright. I think I'll probably go for maybe another hour. I will go and get some drink refills, though. And I need a stretch. Right. I'm back in a few minutes, folks. I'll just leave it on this because it's quite late and people are signing off but kind enough to leave lurk. So they don't need my shouting and screeching clips. I'll see you shortly. Okay, I am back. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate it. Then I've been woken up by a kid saying they threw up. Oh no, shit. Did they make it to the toilet throw up, or just threw up wherever they were? An ill child is never good. Thank you, Bug. But cleaning up sick is definitely not a fun task. I like to eat. Today we get the boar offals, a couple of carrots, and a refreshingly cold cup of water. No, that's why you got me. Oh no. Alright, let's buy some meals in advance. You still don't. You only want that. Okay. What did I need? Time for me to get. Is it early enough? Can I work? Better. About the eastern path. I don't fully know the road leading to the fallen tree, don't I? Carving slows down slightly. What's the matter, friend? I know from old Helver that your tribe needs your contact with Foggy more than I need your coin. Oh, that's harsh. Okay. Oh, because I need to know the condition of the watchtower. Shit. He usually makes it, not this time. And of course, because I was half asleep, I missed the last step getting this great Joel. Oh god. What a fine morning, Jen. Oh my days. I feel your pain. Okay. An entire day at Foggy's to Foggy's for 3. I don't really need the money now, do I? That was a wasted journey. Oh, because I don't know the condition of this. Let's have a look at our journal and our quests. I need to check on Larson. Eli wants me to make the roads connecting to Foggy Lake with both the western crossroads and the southern crossroads and do as much as I can. Oh, we can go and get the carp. The Wanda can't get the band. Quill's letters. Oh, we can go to the ruined village. Okay. Oh my god. Dynamic! Welcome in. Good morning, sir. How are you doing? Hey, having a great stream. Trains are messed again, so another day working from home. Nice! Gonna sleep some more till before I start. I like that plan, sir. I like that plan. Thank you for coming in and saying hi and enjoy a little extra sleepies. Bug, thank you for the shout out to Dynamic. Appreciate it. Okay, travel. So I can't do this until I know what this is. And that's from this. Well, let's check on her and see if she's changed her mind. Life is slowing down. As you look around, many of the villagers are gathered on the western bank preparing for a meal or a prayer. Only the youngest workers remain at their posts, maintaining the most crucial tasks, such as adding fuel to the flames. The guards are spread out side of the gate, watching the area carefully. Most of the locals greet you warmly, often addressing you by your name. Alright, let's go chat with bitch. Nope. Good. Nope. Nope. Travel. Let's go get our carp. How long is it down to here? 6 hours. We should be okay. Pier, fishes. How is Phoebe doing? She's alright. He meets your eyes with a weak smile. She's planning to either be a woodcutter or a tailor, but I don't think Rafina needs any help right now. To me, she can even be a carrier if she decides to be so. Better than an empty shell. He shuts his eyes, holding his tears. You stopped me from shattering the very last shard of my family. AV, thank you. You're welcome. Did you catch the Emperor's carp? Right. And a few of them, but most of them are females. He approaches the nearby shed and brings you a bucket covered with lids that are held by hempen cords. He lets you hold it for a bit. It's heavy and its weight shifts as if it's filled with water. Better deliver it quickly or it's going to choke itself to death. Or die of hunger. I don't know much about keeping fish alive, but if it dies, I can sell you another one for coin. Remember, this one is free because of what you did for me, but that's it. Alright, see you later. To the old man. Two blue-tailed monkeys are jumping around. I brought what you have asked for. He looks inside the bucket quickly, then gives you a big smile. Now I'm in your debt, traveller. Let me know if you need a healing touch. He closes the bucket again and puts it on the bench. What can you tell me about the druids? He strokes his beard gently. The forest guides us, and we share its wisdom with the tribes. We and they ought to stay humble, take from the land what is needed, but instead of what's wanted. Not because 'tis something we believe in, but because it protects us from the wrath of the herds. To stay safe, one needs to know how to be patient, take restraint into their hearts, and to make the beasts listen to us. We keep the animals healthy, teaching them not to approach our homes and travelers. Sounds reasonable. Since you know so much about nature, could you predict the weather for me? If it's so easy, why could not every soul learn to read the weather? His harsh gaze shifts to an amused smile. But it may just be that my ancestors have taught me a few tricks. It takes him a few minutes to study the clouds, listen to the wind, touch the rocks, and observe the flight of birds and insects. In the end, he crouches with a flexibility that's surprising for his age and speaks out loud a few words in the old speech, drawing a vague symbol on the ground with a finger. Then, almost violently grasping at the soil, he stands up and blows into his fist, spreading its content in front of him. He then nods towards you. It will be a warm and gentle day. Lovely. Okay. So I have a couple of things to do. How much time do I have left today? Not a lot. 4 hours. So I guess we are probably going to go and visit with here. Four hours, an hour and a half. That takes 45 minutes. The road is covered with paw prints. From time to time you spot bloodstains spit out by someone with deep wounds. Black Karen eaters are circling ahead above the camp. I may need to turn around. You don't reach the walls. The carcass is serving as a feast to the birds and dragonlings. Oh dear. A few of which are resting on the ground, waiting for the next wave of hunger. One of them gets back on its paws, giving you a warning stare. The path of the troll's charge is marked with broken arrows and puddles of blood. The soldiers fought bravely, but the camp will be of no use until someone arrives here with a wagon of timber. Apparently, it's time to get out of here. What about my stuff? Kozlev! Welcome, welcome. Good morning to you. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you doing today? Let's speak to Tulia. Hello again. I've been to your camp. It's as good as gone. You explain that the broken entrance is in worse shape than she remembers, and that the scavengers are going to have a feast for a few days, if not more. She rubs the top of her head with her entire palm, glancing at two hunters who just entered the room. No longer my problem, she says to herself, but then meets your eyes and lets out a sorrowful chuckle. Quite a monster we knocked down, wasn't it? I take another look at the hall. Innkeeper. Any leftovers? Yep. We got some bacon, an apple, and a cup of birch sap. Ooh. About Glaucia's band. He freezes, observing your hand silently. Theus has sent me to the other villages. The bandits are focused on White Marshes. She's not interested in your deal. Without a word, he puts your payment on the counter, then glances at your nose. I appreciate that you've been so thorough. You've already done more than I've asked for. I still have the crossbow to sell, so let's say we'll lower its price just for you. Keep up the good work. He walks towards the window, opens it, and looks outside. I was afraid it might be like that. Times will get rough, yet there may never be a threat large enough to unite this bunch of anarchists. He rests his hand on the windowsill. I have another job if you're interested. I'll pay you 10 coins for finding out what Garcia really wants. Ideally, not by a direct question, but if there's no other way, he shrugs. Turns back to you and for a few words, looks into your eyes, and better act before she marks you as her next prey, being a lonely traveller and all. Work with me and I'll do my best to keep you safe if you ever decide to hide behind our walls. Let's say I find her. Any tips on how I can get on her good side? Assuming she has one, I only have one tip for you. If she sees that you can be broken, she won't hesitate to make it happen. Okay. Foggy has a message for you. The innkeeper listens to Foggy's words patiently, then crosses his arms and leans back, lost in his thoughts. Seems like she won't be played so easily. After you mention the answer, he tells you to relax. You'll have it soon. See, I've lost her first share. Asterion was supposed to deliver it to her. Never happened. I don't want to waste more, but she doesn't need to know it. He raises a bowl that sits nearby and reveals a few dragon bones. He counts off 5 of them. Tell her this. Asterion lost your coin. Now I'm now in debt. Let's be partners for now. I'll send you more once I have it, but I don't promise anything. He pushes the coins towards you, observing them like a hawk. They are yours. Just help me keep the charade going now and later. It's important to me. Hang on. You've lost her. Oh, he's lost her first share. Right. I've lost her first share. Asterion was supposed to deliver it to her. Never happened. I don't want to waste more, but she doesn't need to know that. Right, okay. So you could give her more money, give her her share, but... Tell her this, Asterion lost your coin. Now, I'm now in debt. Okay, so he is pretending he's in debt. But he's not. Okay, fine. Why even bother? He makes a nervous hiss as he breathes through his teeth. I plan to sell furs to her in the late autumn and hope she'll keep sending people here whenever they stop at her place. I want to stay on her good side, you see. She doesn't get hurt in any way. I'll spread a good word about her if it comes to it until I head back home. And if the winds change and the city folk start trading here once the roads get safer, you meet your eyes, I may return to our deal. Alright, I'll couple for you. Let's talk. You and the group arrived to the peninsula not long before the village in the west was ruined. He glances at your weapon, then turns away from you, moving a few jars on the shelf, but without achieving anything specific. No, I don't think so. I may be in need of a Roadwarden services, but not of their nosiness. I'm not dropping it so easily, you start, and the man lets out an unusually loud cackle. You notice movement at the entrance, and the man's gestures suddenly get more confident. Is that so? Why can't you figure out what happened to that place by yourself? Oh, it was raided by humans. It was destroyed during the Wrath of the Herds. It was attacked by beasts, finished off by humans. Humans use monsters to destroy it. I don't know. He scoffs. So not only do you not know, you want me to do your entire job and cut a branch on which I sit. I've no interest in changing things as they are, thank you very much. You ask him what he wants in return, and he runs his fingers through his bluish hair. Oh, nothing fancy, just pay me. He sizes you up. Considering everything, how about 31 coins? Would that happen to be exactly how much I have? Yes, it would. That's too much. Let's agree to disagree. Do I have anything you want to buy? No. What are your wares? Shall I buy this fur? Who can we even sell this to? Who wanted lots of rations? Wasn't it... What's her name? Clearing... Didn't someone want like 20? I can only buy one lot a day. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's gonna take forever to get 20 rations. Let's buy the fur. I'll probably regret it. Maybe we can shift it. How much is the fur? 15. I don't know where I can trade it with. We're gonna sleep. Yep. Axe throwing. Hey, we won. Ah, okay. Maybe we should spend 5 on this. Okay, let's get some information on the monsters. And give her 5 dragons. Fine. Gain an insight to methods defending themselves from beasts. Oh my fucking god, what have I done? Oh dear. Please don't be long answers. Should I be afraid of the local apes? She takes a deep breath, shifts her weight to her left leg, and puts her right hand on her waist. Oh, I could tell you stories. A short chuckle. It ain't as bad now as it used to be. What's left are mostly the monkeys. They're not much of a threat if you stay away from their land, but they'll throw things at whatever they're afraid of. Once they get used to you, they'll leave you alone. At least one of the many families that live in these forests. She twirls her hair thinking. There's a couple of dangerous apes though. They ain't to be ignored. We've seen at least one fright ape. You know what that is? The grey one, with muscles this big. She makes vague gestures around her arms, covered by a gamson. If it attacks you, it knows it can easily squeeze you to death. You can't fight it, Avy. All you can do is run away. Apes and monkeys. Okay. Are there many beast folk around? Ah, she lets out a hiss. Ain't gonna lie, they're too weird. Each one is different. 2 of them, one deer head and one bear folk, tried to steal a rabbit from our trap. We outnumbered them, so they just grunted for a bit and withdrew. But you know the old tales. Bring the offerings, the meat and whatnot, and maybe they'll be kind to you. Something they won't find in the woods, or food touched with Nemea. And if you're asking about the gnolls, who cares about them? They could barely bite your hand. You see a dozen of them, run before they knock you down. You see 2, just chop their heads off. They ain't magical, that's I can tell you for sure. And they're dumber than wolves. I can't always run away from dragonlings. How do you deal with them? She chuckles. Put your horse to use and flee. Most of them are west of here. They stay away when we move in large groups. But oh, do they look around. If you really have to fight them, they attack all at once, so you won't make it when outnumbered. And you won't outrun them on foot. Hide up a tree if you're alone, and if not, be sure everyone in your group has decent weapons. Getting through their skin is tough, unless you find kobolds, you know. Those are knee-high. They're not too dangerous, they won't try to hunt down a human, maybe if they're starving. Ever had to run down a dragon? We hadn't tried to get close enough to any of them, not once. Bones are fine and all, but you know what's better? Staying in one piece. As long as they don't storm our inn, I'm just fine watching them cross the sky, listening to their roars. They don't care about humans all that much. We're too small for their jaws, and it's not easy for them to get through our clothes and equipment, but they do destroy villages if they feel like it. I wish I could have a voice like they do. Whenever they roar, birds take off and the wild game either flees or plays dead. Could be a handy little trick, you know. Like this. She looks around, then opens and closes her mouth a couple of times, as if she's considering making a roar of her own. Finally, she glances at her companions and gestures for you to go on. I don't expect to find a lot of people who live in caves here. Should I expect any corpse eaters? They're not around. There ain't many travellers and settlements here, so they can't feast on humans alone. Last time I saw their claw marks, when was it? A year ago or so? When we placed traps in the northeast near the old watchtower. They stay away from the heart of the forest, so all that remains is the far east. At least they don't move in large packs. Janet seems to be lost in her thoughts when suddenly she points at your blade. You can handle at least one of them with that axe of yours. Just give it all right away. Hurt the beast even slightly, cut its arm or something, and it's going to run in a panic. They're deadly cowards. Any weird critters getting close to the settlements? I can't say for villages, but none of them come to our walls. The badgers, foxes, wolverines, and others like that stay in their burrows or in the ruins if there are no goblins around. You don't hunt for furs, I expect. Seeing your shrug, she goes on. If they bother you, you can bother them back from time to time, scare them off you see, show them their home ain't safe anymore, and they'll look for another one. Much less bloody than a fight with a whole pack at once. Don't we know it? Damn foxes. Are there any gargoyles lurking around? They stay where the trees and shrubs are the thickest, in the heart of the forest most likely. Waiting for something to get close, then they jump, ready to bite off their prey's heads. The oldest one I've seen looked like a small dragon. It can swallow you whole. What you need to do is keep an eye on the tree crowns, or maybe the thicket next to the road. When a gargoyle prepares to strike, their eyes get red, almost shiny. That's when you need to take a damn crossbow and shoot right into it. Don't use spells though, they won't do any good. Any goblin packs I should be aware of. We finished off some of the packs, but they travel all around and move their camps every now and then. Expect them anywhere. If you see a single creature, turn back. Its family is just nearby. If you really want to hurt them, take care of their home. Sink it, ruin it, burn it. Whatever you do with it, they'll move away. They need to hide from monsters just like we do, so they won't stay around. Maybe you know something about golems. How does one kill a magical being? Well, they protect their owners, so it ain't really something I'd hunt down, you know. She brushes away the hair from her forehead. Oh, you ain't playing around. Well, let me think. There ain't a single hole. They ain't a single hole. She puts her left arm on her right shoulder and pulls it. I don't understand it fully, but I think it's a bit like that with the undead. The more parts of the shell you remove, even for a time, the more magic gets to waste, as if it returns to the air. She shrugs and returns to her previous stance. Make a trap, try to hold it, then pull. A rope may work. Don't try to stab or smash it with a hammer. You can't harm them. She looks at the boar. Or maybe you could just kill their owner. Or move them far away. It's impossible to order golems around from great distances. It confuses them. I met a bunch of annoying griffins. Noble griffins? But they don't live here, it's too close to the ocean. They can't compete with the flying beasts, so they only hunt at dawn. Oh, or do you mean the scrubs? Those are everywhere. Try to scare them off, like from a large distance, or by wounding them before they get in position. In a place like this one, they won't starve. There's lots of game around. I wouldn't expect them to hunt for human flesh. May harpies pose any problem? Are you even going to find them? There should be none in these woods, and thickets is much too dense. And you know, they're cowards. She simultaneously smiles and shrugs. How much of a threat can they be? If you have to travel where they live, just be sure to have a few guards with you. They won't attack a group of humans, or take a crossbow, or spells. What can you tell me about howlers? I hadn't heard about someone studying them, you know. Those shouts, she cups her hands around her mouth, are like spells, and they will make you sick. All it takes is what, a minute or so? Maybe a single one won't be a threat, but they're never alone. You see packs of them in the north, you better stay away from them, or be sure to have as many ways to keep them scared of you as you can. If they ain't afraid, they ain't gonna let you live, and will devour you right after they deafen you. I know for a fact they eat only plants. I saw them ignoring meat that was brought right into the heart of their lair. What are you talking about? Her eyes widened, but then she purses her lips. Sounds like a crazy tale. I don't have time for this, just trust me. Oh no, I tell her everything that happened. The entire group joins her to listen, asking you for the details of your trek. They burst into laughter as you describe your encounters with the pack, and insightfully discuss the look of their lair and the decisions that helped you survive. As you glance at Dalit, she's unusually quiet and chips in only after the conversation ends. Well, I'm glad I didn't put any dragons on this. She covers her mouth and giggles. I thought them to be bloodthirsty, but maybe they're just really, really obsessed about their land. She thoughtfully looks at the other huntresses, who nods back at her. That's helpful to know, Avi, thank you. We helped teach her stuff. What do you know about the local hunt lords and hunt queens? Is there any ruler yet? Yeah, they don't fight anymore. The latest queen has ruled for maybe 5 years now. Our watchman saw it a couple of times. It's tall and has red and silver fur. Ooh, is that what we saw? I'd recognize its howling anywhere, but please don't tell me you plan to look for it. She looks at you with a worry. No human can harm such a being. If it decides it wants you, the best you can do is abandon your palfrey and hope it looks tasty. But hunt lords rarely strike before dusk, so who cares? Stay in the sunlight like the rest of us. How should I handle the runners? They keep sneaking among the trees waiting for me to get off 30. Well, they ain't as bad as dragonlings, you know. At least you can make a roast out of them. You'll outrun them on a palfrey, but if you're on foot, don't even try. Don't hide up a tree, they jump way too high. Wings, you know. She waves her arms, imitating a flying bird. And remember, they strike with their beaks. If they miss, it takes time for them to try again. Be fast, be decisive. Or, she hesitates, you can try to buy time by throwing some meat at it, but only if there's one of them about, no more. What can I do about large cats? You ain't gonna do much about them, she shrugs with a smile. The cats won't let you see them. They stalk their prey and jump when you least expect it. Like, slash, and its claws are in your neck. And have you seen how big they can get? Venomous gets twice as long as your horse. After you ask her if she's sure there's nothing you can do to protect yourself, she twirls her hair. You could do something if it's right in front of you, like if it ain't hunting. If you were smart, you'd stay away, wait for the cat to move, but if you have to, I don't know, be calm, scare it away, pretend you're large. She chuckles. But what are the chances you'll ever be in such a situation? Well, funny you should ask. Oh my God. Do many locals have issues with pebblers? There ain't that many forest guardians here in the north, so they sometimes show up out west. The druids get rid of them, and the people of Opagos have a pile of mails and iron spearheads, so they know how to fight them off. I'd say there ain't much point in hunting them. You can't eat them or get a good pelt, and their bones are so hard you ain't gonna sharpen one even after a day's work. Dragging their corpse away will take you hours and dozens of hands, so it's a big waste of time. Better to just discourage them or scare them away. How do you prepare for saurians when they come in so many shapes and sizes? At least not all of them eat meat. She spreads her arms. Those longer than this are the worst, but that's why you keep away from the ponds and lakes. They stay just at the bank and jump at whatever gets close. You try to wash your hands. Whoosh! She clasps her hands loudly. Snapped. Even worse with a horse. It will grab it by the leg, and you know how fragile they are. As good as gone. Those all grey are the big problem. All of them eat humans, and look at their tails. If they are thin and swing left and right, they can break your ribs. I'm sure I'm going to find a spider or two in some of the local ruins. Most of them in the ruins in the very lush forest. They sit all by themselves in their webs, waiting for critters that have lost their way. If you face them, watch out. Their bites are, well, maybe not venomous, but they do something weird. I can't describe it. It melts your skin. Ew. And their legs are pointy, like tiny spears. There's no point in fighting them unless you're looking for spider silk. After you ask her how to get rid of such a creature, she struggles to find an answer. A really large one without a crossbow? A bow should do fine as well, but aim at the abdomen. A spear would be a good choice, and when it gets too close, switch to an axe or a mace. Or do you mean the smaller ones, like a head size big? It's not very small. She measures an invisible spider with her hands. They often, I don't know, spit at their targets or something. You do not want to get hit with it, this web. Dodge it or get blinded. Maybe jump away, then you can smash it with whatever you have at hand. Where can I expect to encounter treants amongst the swamps in the heart of the forest? We haven't seen any treants yet. Just like you said, mostly in the swamps. Do you know how to spot them? They have no leaves and their branches are wide and long. They catch birds and animals that get close to them. They use their food to bait other creatures. There may be some in the deep woods, but I don't think Ferdy is going to take you there anyway. If one of them catches you after all, play dead. Don't try to free yourself, just wait, or it's going to choke you or tear off your limbs. I know it sounds bad. Her voice stays serious despite her smile. But stay calm. It'll put you in its mouth. Only then should you strike. Inside it's smooth. Hit with a blade. It may panic and then drop you. May. That's your moment to run. It happened to me once, you see. She puts one hand on her chest and another one on her side, as if posing for a sculptor. And I'm still here. But you know, it's better to stay as far away as you can. You hit 300 days, Weevil! Welcome, buddy! Congratulations! You are 3/5 of the way there. Just 200. A paltry 200 days to go to your goal. I bet you feel refreshed, invigorated, ready for another 200 days of fishing. Christ, we're nearly done. How many trolls can I find here? She looks down. Those fat heads were causing utter chaos across the entire peninsula, especially near the coast. Once they ate a forager from the tavern, we were hired to get rid of them. I thought they were gone for good. What would you do with an undead, or maybe a group of them? I like that we're finally getting answers to all these encounters that we've already had. She sighs. Yeah, I don't have any tricks for you. Chop them as many times as you can, like the priests and soldiers say. Crush their bones, cut off their limbs, surround them, outnumber them. Only the dumbest ones, those barely touched by the fogs, can fall into a simple trap. But if you hurt them enough, the Nemea leaves them. Don't ask me how that works. I don't drink with necromancers. When you ask where you can find them, she points north. Well, in White Marshes probably, but also in the deep woods, surely looking to form a new band. Don't worry though, they won't catch Ferdy. You know I have to ask about unicorns. I doubt you'll face one anytime soon. There's a worry in her voice as she glances at the wall. I only saw them a few times from very far away. We don't hunt such large beasts, you know. You ask her to think if there's anything interesting she noticed, and she takes a few breaths before she comes up with something. I hadn't seen more than one of them at once, I think. She asks a few of the other hunters, and while most of them agree, 2 people mention that unicorns mate early in the spring, but even they don't hang around much. You know what people say, the unicorns crave flesh filled with a numea, but rarely hunt humans, or are only afraid of the largest beasts. Just the usual tales. What about wolves? Are there any unusual breeds around here? There's a lovely pack of red ones, those that jump really far, and once they bite you, they'll never let go. Also some blue wolves, they spend their time spread around, but howl to one another when they find good prey. Trust me, don't ever try to fight a pack. Their furs are valuable, even the grey ones, but the only way to hurt them is setting a trap. They abandon those that can't be helped, but not the spotted wolves. They always try to help their wounded. After a brief moment she carries on. But the furless wolves, those are the worst. They live alone, but are as dangerous as an entire group. Once you find one, you can't run away from it. You can't scare it off if it's not bleeding. You must stay brave, especially when it charges at you. It's going to jump, oh, this high. She raises her hand to her neck. Duck beneath it as quickly as you can. I think that's what we did. Bug, thank you very much for the shout out to Weevil, I appreciate it. Yeah, to be fair, today I spent 15 days in Bleaked, lots ended up in Timberwolf Mountain, and tomorrow we go to Blackrock since I've only been there one day. You stream for 13 hours. Oh my god, man. That is a lot. He is a big stream. Alright, that is everything. Thank Christ. Do we have any more interesting... Oh, am I ready? Oh, I'm ready to tell you what I learned about Erastos. She hums a brief melody. If what you're saying is true, I'd say we're better without him. She glances at the other. Here, we ain't gonna look after broken hearts. We need someone who can figure out their own shit. So who are you gonna hire? With 2 terrible choices, I'd rather wait another year. She scoffs and prepares her pouch. Thanks, Avi. You saved us quite a journey. But let me know if you happen to meet someone who could use a risky but good paying job. She counts down 5 rings, then sizes you up and pulls out a few more. Maybe I'll find someone. Sure sounds like you the talent for meeting people. She lets out a chuckle. Nice! Alright, we are in good place. Now we got 19. We got this sexy elk thing. Got a sapling. I've got a mage quill. That took forever. Yeah, one from the guards. Time to travel. So, we need to... I can still technically stay at the old camp. That's a bit weird. Or not. It says it's a nighttime shelter, but I don't think that's the case. I really should go get my fish trap, but I think we'll end up going all the way around somehow. Right. We're going to the village. We're going to the barren field. Surrounded by barren fields, the path leading west from here ends together with the field, shifting to a meadow, then a forest. In the north, you see a passable path around the palisade. East from here, you see a road leading south and an abandoned building. I use a weird sapling to sense if there's the mayor buried in this place. You remove the linen sack and shake off the soil from the roots, then dig a hole and plant the sapling in the middle of the field. Just to be sure, you don't water it. All you can do now is wait, so you brush Ferdy for a bit and make sure the saddle doesn't bother it. When you return, the plant is dark from sickness, dried up, withered. The field must have been corrupted, though seeing how there are already some plants growing from it, the spell is fading away. The curse is most likely as old as the last harvest. Hey, it's nearly 1. Oh shit, you still at your computer, Bug. I thought you people were tucked up by now. Alright. Do we need to go back here? I don't think we need to see this guy, do we? I mean... Oh, it's ever so slightly off. Oh, you've been working on some stream stuff. Ah, fair enough. No. Let's go and put this stone here. Approach the altar. I make an offering. Oh, what's it called? Where is my spirit rock? I don't know how many of these I need. See how much the tree grows. As soon as you lay it on the stone slab, the pebble hisses for less than a single breath and shatters into dozens of tiny rocks, not much larger than the grains of sand. The tree greets your offering with the sound of moving, stretching branches. I wanted to get the ball rolling on this and kinda took over the last few hours. Ooh, doing some exciting stuff. Oh, how much time have I got? Oh, we got loads, 10 hours. Do I need anything here? I really need to go back up here, don't I? Oh, we can see if we can trade that pelt, can't we? You approach the opening gate and swiftly dismount. A guard approaches you, ready to take your man to a stable. Greetings, Roadwarden. What news do you bring? We gossip for a bit. The curious locals gather around and take part in your conversation. Recently, a baker fell asleep while making pies, wasting meat and flour. Good deal. Okay, I'll give you a coin as I have some. I return to Timo. She's at the creek, but takes a break from speaking to you, apologizing for her crude appearance. She gasps for air, blah blah blah. I have an answer from Bolus. She shouts and jumps towards you, throwing her arms around your neck. And I had such an awful day, thank you. With tears in her eyes, she steps away, though your clothes and cheek are already covered with droplets of water. Of course, nothing is said for sure. Her calm words are betrayed by her excited tone. I'll ask my uncle Achios, to not be so rabid when he swaps dragon bones with you. Ooh, a discount. After another few minutes of her insisting that you have to come to the wedding if it occurs, but nothing for sure. But you must promise, but who knows? But you must be there. You leave her with friends. Okay. Anything from the Druidists? I still need that wand for Mr. T. A gentle smile in her eye only. I know where the things you seek are, and not just the wand. I'm ever willing to give them back. But you want something in return. You catch a hint of shame in her blink. I ought to ask for something. I'm under no obligation to return the possessions of a runaway, but I'm not too blind to spot the value of a kind gesture. I want you to return it, that's all. Elpis Whisper isn't much different from her regular speech. She nods towards the tall druid with the club who used to keep watch by the entrance, and he approaches the workers at the building site. It may serve as a distraction, but you don't have much time. Wait, what? Whisper isn't much different from her regular speech. She nods towards the tall druid of the club who keeps watch by the entrance. The approach works the design. It may serve as a distraction, but you don't have much time. I too can see the value of a kind gesture. Her eyes grow slightly shinier. Then I want you to protect my friend on their walk through the Writer Woods. 'Tis near as dangerous as it sounds, for our garden is in good health, but cautiousness will not wound us. You may even learn a bit. What threat should I expect? She tilts her staff forward and gives you an encouraging smile. Unlike the dark forests in the west and south, our garden has but a few hideouts for larger beasts. On most days, you'd only find rooting boars, or a napping deer or small critters hunting. 'Tis better to keep your distance, but be wary, for such beasts rarely roam on their own, and are more smarter than most people expect. Are there not enough guards for such a task? She glances at the workers, who are sending you a curious look. We're keeping this deal between you and me. No questions, no explanations. When do we start? Doesn't have to be right away. Once you're ready and strong, Shell, head to the guards at the northern gates. Tell them you're looking for work, like a vagabond would do on any day. We'll warn them you're coming, but do so early in the morning, hours before noon. Can we do that now? I think I can. Favor for Elpis. Let's do this. You are to head into the forest garden and assist one of the druids, who knows what for. This task will take you a few hours, if not more. Let's go. After you mentioned that you were meant to ask for work, you were taken beyond the gate and led to the forest garden. Where is the forest garden? Is it out? It must be outside this palisade. Is this thing at the bottom, maybe? The field workers observe you for a bit, and one even runs closer, pretending they have to ask a guard if they're still on for a beer in the evening, but a swift lie gets rid of them quickly. The warden's about to examine some weird trails. Your walk ends where the garden gets slightly darker between 3 crabapple trees. 2 of them are heavy with fruit, but one is already earning its first autumn leaves. It's past its prime. Its destiny of being cut into timber is fast approaching. You're told to wait for the druid to join you and avoid drawing too much attention. Because of the people or the beasts? People, if you've got to choose, answers the leader of the group. He's younger than the others, but seemingly much bolder. We just want to keep all of this quiet. We respect our forest speakers, but we do not want your secrets to turn on us. I don't understand what's going on. There are foragers around here, his friend chips in. She has short sleeves, proudly revealing the claw marks on covering her arms. Draw them away from the druid and you will be fine. They wish you good luck and turn away. Soon you're alone. Okay. Where's the forest garden? Up here? North. Yes, it must be. Or here. Maybe it's here. I stay in the shadows. The hooded, cloaked figure chooses dark green, matching the local foliage quite well. But considering the size of everyone in the village, not many of the locals would be able to hide in plain sight. Once they get closer, you recognize them by their physique alone. It's the same large, broad-shouldered man who usually guards the entrance to the Square of Druids, though this time he's remembered about his sandals. Ready? He rushes you without greeting. What are we doing exactly? Looking at bad grass. Once we get there, he points northwest, though vaguely. Maybe 'tis nothing. Oh, okay, fine. You stick to the beaten trails. The only songs and calls you hear are coming from birds and monkeys. I gave the head forager clear instructions. We ought to find no one in our way, but be on the lookout. You're meant to distract them away from me. You kind of draw attention to yourself. He maintains his pace. The annoyance in his voice seems to be aimed more at the situation in general than at you. The spells we learn are aimed at wounds, soils, plants, hearts, he explains. Combat, not so much. I, however, used to be a guard. He straightens his arm and his club shows up in his hand, still strapped to his wrist. If bear folk were to jump at you, I'd at least try and hit its head. The further north you get, the thicker the bushes. The paths get even narrower, and you're starting to have to push bushes aside. Who knows what lurks ahead? Better stay quiet. I don't respond. He lets out a sigh of relief and looks around. His eyes follow the loud animals living on the tree grounds. I'm more focused on the possible threats. From your left comes a weak burble. Through the leaves of bushes, you see the gap in Ugh, you see the gap of vegetation marking the bed of Howler's Creek. You look downstream, weirdly enough, you're not that far away from the walls of the village. It must be the longer path the druids have agreed on with the foragers. The tall man maintains a silence for another few minutes. We're here, he announces after reaching yet another turn and yet another tree, and crouches. Then, you see it too. A 5-step wide patch of herbs that are all dried out, despite growing in shadow and wet soil. And not just them, the grass too, and the weeds and the moss. Even the pear tree above is dying, but unevenly so. Only the branches closest to the yellowest patch are withering, with the leaves sprinkling over the area, days too early. Why hide it from others? I'm not so... Faces does not need another doubt in her dagger set. His tone is absent, but he allows himself to raise his head and look you in the eyes from beneath the hood. Before we raise the alarm, we needed to make sure we've got a reason to worry. He puts on a pair of gloves and searches the soil, smelling the clumps of dirt, observing the dry leaves and pulling out the strains of roots. It is going to take some time. Keep watch. I step away, getting used to the stillness of an area. I got nothing that could help him. I wonder what we could have had to help him. Never mind. Like in every forest, the peace here is tied not to the absence of living, but rather to pushing all the noises, colours and movements aside, casting them as unremarkable. You avoid staring at the chirping, screaming and jumping creatures that are smaller than your chest, and seek anything that would warrant drawing your axe. You train your ears in ignorance. You stop, a singing woman, to the east. I look at the druid. He didn't notice the voice, but after you clear your throat, he realizes what's happening. He waves at nothing in particular, as if to make an invisible fly go away. I need more time. Stall them. The song tells of a cheerful couple dancing on the edge of a cliff, closer and closer to their fall. I nod. If they come here, I'll meet with them. She's not hiding her presence, crooning even after she noticed you, though a surprised pause occurs first. She sends you a smile, and you're sure the two of you have exchanged a glass or two during your stay back in the village. Her appearance may not be too memorable. Humble height and stature, at least for the standards of her tribe. Brown, simply tied hair, gamson, the colour of natural linen, an axe by her side. But what draws your attention is the tiny, green and creamish monkey clinging to her arm, every now and then moving from one shoulder to another, or even sitting on the top of her head. It looks around curiously and occasionally lets out a screech, as if noticing something worth acknowledging. You are also greeted with one of these screams. It has brown eyes, just like its owner. The woman comes closer, so you walk a bit down the trail, away from the withering patch. You're met by a large boulder next to a pile of gathered twigs. I wait for her to speak first. Aren't you a bit far from your saddle? She chuckles, but then gasps in protest as the monkey pulls her hair, and it lets her be. What's there to be found in our garden? I shrug. Ugh, how do we do this? We haven't told any lies yet. I'm seeking new paths. I was wondering if there's a convenient ford around here. I'm collecting herbs. I'm examining some dark rumours. I can't tell you more than that. There are reports of a weird animal trail. I decided to look around. I was asked to help someone, that's all I can say. I shrug. She narrows her eyes. It is not really a place to take a walk, eh? If anything were to happen to you, the guards might have no time to get you. An awkward silence, punctuated by the monkey's rubbing its guardian's head. She looks around and takes a deep step forward. And unless you've got the mayor's permission, you shouldn't forage in around our garden. We put great care into observing its place. I need to distract her. You think about any topic of conversation you could bring up here, but you're already at a disadvantage. What do you mean I didn't spend time? Have you heard about Timo's match? She found someone outside the village. Her excitement is clear, though once you mention that the two people haven't met yet and nothing is set in stone, she regains her composure. How is Gale rocks? I've never ever left the village. You offer a few short tales about other tribes. He's especially interested in what they cook and the plants they grow, and describe how much more difficult it is to handle laundry in the fierce river of Hovalam. In return, she tells you about Howler's Creek and how gentle and reliable it is, though there was this one time a family of beavers blocked its flow, to the extent that a group of the locals had to head towards a newly born pond and clear its dam, to the critters' despair. Eraslos is quite eager to leave, huh? Oh, aye. Nay much of a kind look on him ever since... She pauses, but follows after a mischievous smirk. Let's just say when I told him no, he kept pushing, but I'm not one to get easily pushed. She taps the axe by her side, and the monkey echoes it with its own cackle. He has some lessons in humility to take. There's quite a few kids at Howler's, a joyful bunch. Lots of food, lots of babies. She straightens up and proudly recalls Thasis' leadership. Before her time, there were some hungry years. I remember some, but now we can take a few risks. Still, a long pause. Many lost their lives taming the woods around us. You mentioned the time you spent with him during an evening tale, and she interrupts you right away. I was there too. Not among the kids, you know, but by the table that day. And don't try to make a career as a bard. She gives you a playful grin. But 'twas so cute seeing all of them together sitting around you. We're down to lying. We've been there loads. Why do we not have more tales? I pretend I'm interested in learning more about her. She's hesitant, constantly fleeing into less personal topics. After 2 minutes of a series of awkward responses and silent moments, you let yourself look around, listening to the birds. I give up. I don't know how to buy any more time. But I must know, what are you doing here, really? She leans to the side, trying to have a peek at what's behind you. The monkey, aware of the tense stance, jumps on the ground. If nothing, then just let me look around. There are steps coming from behind you. The druid, now hoodless, emerges from the nearest tree. Peace to you, Jocasta. Jocasta. His tone isn't exactly warm, but doesn't resemble the attitude that he shows towards you. He now sounds like an austere but caring uncle. I can explain. Let's hope he can weasel us out of telling the truth. He doesn't even try. The stranger here is trying to help me by the Archdruidess's direct order. He approaches her, showing that his hands, while covered with soil, hold no weapons. But I need you to keep this between us. Thasis cannot know about this. Mum, she puts a great deal of emphasis on this word, should know if you're to show our secrets to an outsider, warden or not. Their exchange takes a good while. She's unwilling to help the druid, but in the end agrees to do so in exchange for a favour. Brilliant. For now, she leaves the two of you to your task, sparing you not another word. Unfortunate, states your guide, but let's not get distracted. Follow me back. Do you find any answers? Like, how on earth is that my fault? Almost. The mayor's in here, but I need to plane it down, maybe dig a bit. Give me more time. After another half an hour observing the woods, this time without interruption, you hear the man's call. He's standing next to the patch, gives it a solemn look. Something's in there, could be an undead, casting curses in dark spasms. I need to bring this news back to the village. The whole garden patch is now in chaos, thoroughly dug through. Will you need my help? Nay, he looks at his hands covered in soil, then towards the creek. Separated from you by an impenetrable shrubs, he decides to use his robe as a towel. A huge waste of time. Thasus needs to hear about it. No other way. So everyone's going to know, but 'tis better than death. Even yours. You could swear there was a friendly twist hidden in his voice. As for my reward, a moment. He reaches under the edge of his robe and pulls out a small bundle from a linen sack. Your gift. A gift? I frown. Why do you think the warlock wants this trash? Elpis says it must be a gift for his parents. There's bad blood between them, even more so since he ditched the necromancer's teachings. He utters the words with disgust. Or did you think he has a real wand with him as a boy? He doesn't wait for a reply. Let's part ways. Do not mention this trip to anyone, and even the druidess. Let's spread no fear whilst we can. Why do you think the warlock wants this trash? Elpis says it must be a gift for his parents. There's bad blood between them, even more so since he ditched the necromancer's teachings. Or did you think he had a real wand with him as a boy? I don't understand what he's got then. I don't think I'm done, but you're done for tonight. Switching to Bedler. Yeah, I'm thinking of 01 and 2-1ing the self after this encounter. Farewell. Aye, safe travels, he says without a hint of mockery, and puts on his hood again, then picks the shorter path. I stick to the more obscure paths, avoiding curious eyes. We are back. It is late, yeah. I was thinking about finishing this day, but I mean, we've got a little bit of time left. And I think I'm just going to save it and stop. That's not what I want. Save. So we still have plenty to do. We are past the halfway mark. This feels good. We are actually eventually getting through our quests. Where is my... Yeah, I mean, we still got lots of quests. But we've got lots more that we actually completed. We only had like 3 or 4 completed when we started today, so we've done well. And we have a bit of direction. You stayed up the whole stream. Congratulations, Bug. Well done. Yeah, there's still lots for us to do. But we still have quite a lot of time, don't we? We're only halfway through. What is Windy Meadow? I don't know. Well, I am continually surprised with this game. I mean, we got this for like half price for like 4 or 5 quid. And we've had what? This is our second like 8 hours plus stream on this. So we have legitimately got like, it's literally, we're actually, it's equaling out at like a day, an hour a day. So we've got 20 hours of this and we're like halfway through. Like, I just find it really surprising, like how much depth there is to this for a book, right? You got 2 things done today with your to-do list. Nice! Well done, Bug. So yeah, I am enjoying this. Sadly, I am back at work tonight, Tuesday night. Sad, but you know, it's going to be a short week. The reviews are on point. Yeah, now we get more of a. It does feel quite witchery now, especially with all those different beasts and monsters. But we got a short week. We'll be back on Thursday. We will be with Baldur's Gate, which is surprisingly less talking than than this. This seems like a good
Rest easy at over 800
destination. Yeah, slightly less talking, which is always nice. And then we've got, what, Friday afternoon, I think? So, I don't know. We'll see how we're feeling. We may be back with this. We're definitely going to finish this game, though. At least once. Exactly. So, yeah, thank you, everybody, for joining me this evening. My chatters and my lurkers, I appreciate each and every one of you, and those of us that raided. Thank you to Jen and to Koru, bringing your friends, those that have stuck around. I appreciate it very much. I hope you all enjoy your night, your sleep, or your morning, depending on where you are. Have a good Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your week, and hopefully I will see you on Thursday. If not, I will see you maybe sometime around the weekend. Bug, Jane, Bella, thank you so much again. You guys are amazing for sticking with the storybook. We're going to be off to bed shortly, but we're going to go read Queen of Clovers, playing some Grounded. So we'll share a little bit of love before we go to bed. And yeah, take care, folks. I will see you soon.